what do you got?
I think I can prove to a judge that both of these men had the mens rea.
What the hell is a mens rea?
It's a legal term the lawyers use. It just means the intention to commit a crime.
Okay, come on, let's go.
Mens rea?
Put the cuffs on him.
How could we have gotten mens rea? We take blood? Can you do it without taking blood? We both use condoms. How is this possible? I want to see a doctor. Can I have an independent blood test?
Money!
I feel sick.
What are you doing?
Mens rea! Oh! Oh! My God! No!
That clip will never stop being funny to me. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. It's me, Legal Vices. This is the Vice Squad's replay, not replay. God, I have been off my game all day today. I've been right with about 30% of things that I've said all day today. It's just been it's been a Monday. Somebody's got a case of the Mondays. I'm Legal Vices, aka the Law Racks, and today we're going to be watching the Juan David ORTIZ trial day 6. Let's see what happens today. I mean, really, there's nothing else we can do. We survived and suffered through the ages and ages and ages of the interrogation video, him sleeping. The last stream I did was, what was it? An hour and 20 minutes of him literally just napping. It's been a bad day. It's been a bad trial for the prosecution. Friday, I went back and watched a good part of it, not all of it, probably not even most of it, but I watched a good chunk of it. It seemed to go a little bit better for the prosecution, but really not much. I mean, I think they're in danger. I was really, really, really afraid that the prosecution had lost the jury and lost the case by Thursday. Friday kind of gives me a little bit more hope that maybe they'll be able to pull this off. I mean, this is a case that is a slam dunk case if ever there was a case. There is no way on earth that they should lose this, the prosecution. There is no way that the jury should not come back and convict him. Just based on the general details of the case, which we've harped on repeatedly. A border patrol agent goes rogue. He offs 4 women of negotiable affections. He does it execution style. He's a serial killer. He blams them in the back of the head. He like Swiss cheeses their head with his service revolver. He aerates their brains using his service issued ammunition. He doesn't pick up his empty casings. He leaves them laying around. He doesn't hide the bodies anywhere really decent, under a bridge. Ooh, that's a genius move. He gets caught because he's probably going to off number 5, but she jumps out of the car at a convenience store, runs across the parking lot to some police who happen to be there, and then it's on. And then he runs and hides on the 4th floor of a parking garage, which, come on, that's like every bad horror movie ever. Why do you always run upstairs? It's a dead end. But he gets caught. He confesses to the police. He leads them to the 4th body. Then he pleads not guilty. And then the prosecution goes and screws everything up, playing way too much of these stupid body cam search deals where all you hear is Mr. Officer going into the camera, and all you see on the other cameras is like arms and hands. And the jury is bored out of their damn mind. And then at that point, they decided it's a great idea for both parties. Apparently decided it was a great idea to play 10 or 12 hours of nothing of that entire interrogation video. There is probably 40 minutes I would play. Maybe 40 minutes, probably closer to 20. They both sides apparently wanted to show the whole damn thing. And I think they lost the jurors. A 1 in a million chance he gets off. I think it's way better than 1 in a million. But man, I think, and again, I think ultimately he's going to be convicted, but I think there is a more than 0 chance, like a reasonable chance he could be found not guilty just because I haven't really heard the police say anything that directly ties him to it other than his own confession, which the defense is arguing was coerced. From the parts I saw Friday, they did a little bit better, a little bit more focused with the questioning. But you have to remember that the prosecution is apparently such a crappy place to work that Thursday's lunch break, the assistant prosecutor, the second chair prosecutor, quit. He just walked out in the middle of lunch. He went, "I'm done. I'm out of here. I can't work here anymore." So it's been a disaster for the prosecution from the get-go. But now we've got the horrible video behind. We've got a couple other cops under our belts. And so maybe today we'll do a little bit better. Let's bring this up here so we can kind of catch it up together as it starts. They're sitting there. It looks like they're going to be getting ready to go soon. But it's still quiet in the courtroom. It's still muted. He's still sitting there looking like sort of a mix between Jesse Pinkman and Michael Scott after Dunder Mifflin closes down and he loses everything and has to turn to a life of crime to support himself. Amanda H says, "I'm with Wrestler's mom. No way he's getting away with it. Jeff, you're talking too much during it or something. No jury would be watching this and say, 'Oh no, you made me sleepy, so I'm just going to let a murderer go.'" No, they watch it for 10 hours and they go, "Why are we watching this? What is the prosecution trying to prove?" And what they can walk away with was you had a guy chained to a chair. They started the interrogation at 3:31 a.m. So you had a guy chained to a chair, shackled, handcuffed to a chair from 3:30 in the morning. You interrogated him nonstop, leaving him alone for long periods of time for no reason other than to cause him psychological damage. For 10 to 12 hours. The only thing he got to eat during that time was a bit of burger and a couple of packets of Doritos. That is psychological torture. That is coercion. You wore him down. He was so sleep deprived. He was so hungry. He was so tired. He was so mentally exhausted that he would have said anything in order to be unhandcuffed from that chair. You've drawn attention to the fact that all of this suffering and boredom that the jury was suffering, this guy was suffering, but he was also handcuffed to a chair, didn't get to go home, didn't get to have lunch, didn't get to do anything. So I think playing that entire video is not the greatest move for the prosecution. It's not "you made me sleepy." It's like, wow, this guy was you can turn the tide over to this guy to where they start sympathizing with him.
All right, we're ready for the jury. State defense ready? Let's bring the jurors in, please.
Pinochet's helicopter tours. Was he on duty during 4? Should he be in federal court? Well, it wouldn't be a federal thing even if he was on duty. I mean, he didn't do it in the line of duty. There comes a point when you're no longer performing your duties. You're engaged in extracurricular activities. Only Jeff can save him now.
Good morning, Judge. Yes, too short though. I missed my 3-day weekend.
And Flux kicking us off. She had the first super chat in. I live the descriptions today. What, you've offed some hookers? What do you mean you live the descriptions? I hope you don't live the descriptions. Oh, Flux, you're funny. All right. Hey, mods, thank you guys for joining me here. The mods are doing double duty. I just finished a Maritime Monday stream on my channel and came immediately over to here to start this. And as we've done before, at the lunch break, I'll hand it over to Jay Robine Law. And Jay, he'll take care of it. He'll start over and take us through the afternoon session, as has been done in the past.
Good morning.
Super chats, guarantee your super chats will get read and answered.
State ready?
State's ready, Your Honor.
Defense ready?
Okay. Your Honor, this morning's examination will be conducted by ADA Rogelio Soto, and the state will call Brandon Stern as their first witness.
All right, here we go. We are off to the races with the new second chair guy. No, that's his initial J, not J-A-Y.
Good morning, sir.
Hit that like button, guys.
You're
We've
under
got
the same
600
motion
viewers,
previously,
only
sir.
157
You may
likes.
take the witness.
That is unacceptable. We need to get up to like 400 likes real quick here. Get the word out. We should, if 600 likes, that's what YouTube likes. That's the benchmark for YouTube. So if you want me to stop talking about likes, hit that like button real quick. Jesus.
Is that good?
No, it's not good, Peter Griffin.
Yes.
You big lump of man.
For the state.
I'm fat, but he's fat.
Deputy Stern, can you please state your complete name for the record?
My name is Brandon Stern.
And Deputy Stern, you've previously testified in this court, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You previously testified that you assisted in the investigation.
I brought my popcorn. This is going to be a
Yes,
good
sir.
show.
More so with the collection of evidence, correct?
Yes.
And you assisted the custodians of evidence, Investigator Ugarte and Investigator Nenke, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I want to ask you about
Your
the
weight.
crime scene of Guiselda Hernandez.
Yes.
Did you assist in that crime scene?
Yes, I did.
Thank you for the super chat, Marv.
That crime scene on September 15th of 2018?
Yes.
Okay. And where was that crime scene located at?
That was on IH-35 at the 22 mile marker.
Marker 22?
Yes.
Okay. And that day, when you were assisting, what roles were you performing?
Just evidence collection and assisting Investigator Ninka in evidence collection.
Physical trainer.
Okay. And did you all recover anything that day?
Yes, we did.
What did you all recover?
I believe it was 3
Pizzas.
40 Smith & Wesson casings and bullet fragments.
Okay.
Okay. This
Permission
is
to
good.
approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good Lord, dude. Pounds. Officer Pounds.
All right.
Is there any? There's been like one
Deputy
witness
Stern,
that's had under a 50-inch
I'm
waistline.
going to show you this envelope, and I'm going to remove
If the glasses do not fit, you must acquit.
the items inside. Okay. Now, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 55 and 56. Okay. And I'm also going to show you these envelopes. Okay.
Yes.
Now, States 55 and 56. When and where did you first see these items?
When we arrived on scene at the 22 mile marker there on IH-35.
Okay. And what did you do after you saw these items?
We marked them with tags and we photographed them.
Okay. And now, how do you know that these are the items that you recovered that day?
Because they smell
Because
like food.
my name is on the packaging that they were put in.
Okay. Whose signature is that?
That's
He's
mine.
just thinking this
Okay.
fat.
And that
fuck.
signature?
Yeah, that's also mine.
Okay. And do you recognize these packaging?
Yes.
And I know you said you recognize it because of your signature, but what else, if anything, allows you to recognize it that it's related to this case?
Because it looks like
the
a
date
bunch
that
of
it was
donuts.
collected and the time it was collected. And the location where it was collected also. And a brief description of what was in the package.
Okay. And have these items been altered in any shape or form?
No.
Are they in the same or similar condition as to when they were collected?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, let the record reflect that I'm going to tender to defense what has been marked as State's Exhibit 55
tender.
and 56, the bullet fragments. from
Tender
Robert
evidence.
and
Again, thank you, Marv. Flux says that
Are
Big
you
Bertha is
offering the
definitely a
envelopes
lesbian.
separately, or
Yes, Your Honor.
are you going to label those separately? Or
Those are
only
moves,
because I
not
think 55,
boobs.
56
Those
were
are just
previously
moves.
identified, but without the envelopes. Right?
Correct, Your Honor. They just needed to be admitted, and we'll be marking the envelopes.
Doing
as
what
55A
studio?
and 56A
When you're that big,
for
you have
identification
to
purposes.
wipe with wet hand towels in a stick. I wash myself with a rag on a stick. Oh, you guys are cruel. Like I said, I'm fat, so if I'm calling you fat, you are fat. He has second breakfasts, that's for sure. The prosecutor walked out at lunchtime on Thursday because he said it's a corrupt shithole that he works for and he can't work there anymore. He's got a low center of gravity. Hey, Frog, what's up? Got Cool Frog in the house. Is this in the South? This is literally as far south as you can go without hitting Mexico. It's in Laredo, which, like, the southwest border of Laredo is the Mexican border.
Deputy Stern, just briefly, because I wasn't up here, but so it appears to me that State's Exhibit 55 was in envelope 55A, and State's Exhibit 56
He's so
was
fat,
in
even his
envelope
hair doesn't fit on his head properly.
56A. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, and then 55, 55A, 56, and 56A were in this bigger envelope. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Now,
That's literally
the
a
other
full-size
day I
American
asked you,
flag on his
as far as
uniform.
the bullet fragments, they themselves, the ones inside 55 and 56, you can't identify them specifically as being the ones that you picked up out on that date. I mean, from looking at them just individually.
No, I wouldn't
Okay.
be able to.
And I understand. So then, but when
Jesus,
who placed, let's say, 55 inside 55A? Was it you or Ugarte or Nenke? Do you remember?
Who? I'm sorry.
Who specifically
Who
picked up?
placed this baggie inside this envelope?
Well, who picked up the fragment, placed it inside this bag that's marked 55, and then who placed it inside 55A? You recall?
No.
Okay. The same goes for 56 and 56A?
No.
Okay. And out at the scene,
Officer
do you
Garfield.
know, did you all make a diagram to show where these were? I mean, if you recall.
I don't believe so.
Okay. And then the other thing is, since when you say that your name is here, you see where it says in print investigator, INV Stern, INV Stern.
Yes.
And what is that supposed to indicate to you?
They indicate that I found these and I placed them in the bag.
Okay. And then since then, there's all these markings. You see that, like here, there's a 103118 and like initials. These weren't there when you placed them in here.
Y'all wondered what
No, so
happened
they
to
were
the
not.
Boy
So
Scout
since the day
kid
that you
after
collected
upended.
them, these have been opened, I would imagine, and then placed back in here. Is that accurate?
I would say yes.
Okay. Now this red evidence tape on each one of them, is that Webb County or is that someone else's also?
I believe that's Webb County. We do have evidence tape that's red like that.
Okay, but these markings, were they there, the ones over the evidence tape when you placed 55 and 56 into 55A and 56A?
No.
No. Okay. Judge, we would submit that at this time they're not relevant. They're still subject to the chain. And so they're premature until we find out where they went, who opened them, who took them out, and the like. So our objection is that relevance and chain of custody.
Grounds.
May I respond, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, Investigator Stern, he's marked these bags. He's marked them that he was the one that placed them in there. These are for record-keeping purposes, Your Honor. It's marked where the location, where it was. He's already testified that he worked hand in hand with both Investigator Nenke and Investigator Ugarte in the collection of evidence at these scenes, Your Honor. He's able to identify his signature. It's linked to both bullet fragments that were located there, Your Honor. We've established the chain. He's a sponsoring witness. He has personal knowledge. He's seen them. He identified them. He remembers that those were the bullet fragments that were recovered that day, Judge.
If I may, Your Honor, at least the way I understand it, we're going through the chain, and at some point, the last person that opened them and did whatever, that's when they become admissible. I understand that they have to show the chain and identify them, but they're not admissible at this time.
Well, as far as admissibility and the chain, I think they're two different issues. I'm going to overrule the relevance objection. I'm not going to comment on the chain that goes to the weight for the jury. I will as far as admissibility for the jury's consideration, exhibits 55, 56, 55A, and 56A are admitted into evidence at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, folks. We need some more likes. 727 of you and only 288 likes. I can't do math, but that's like 25%. That's like 1/3. But come on. We need to get a lot more than that. You like me? Come on, hit that like button. I swear to God, I'll stop talking about likes as soon as we get up to like 600 likes. And if you haven't subscribed, please do me the favor of hitting that subscribe button. We are 9 subscriptions away from 32,500. I'd love to be up to 32,500 by the end of this stream. That'd be super. So if you haven't subscribed, and these are kind of the things you like, the trials with commentary, please, by all means, subscribe. Hit that subscribe button, hit that like button. Let's get us going so I don't have to keep talking about this dumb shit.
Your Honor, if we could have a brief moment, Judge.
They need a moment. All right. This is still arguing about evidence, whether to let certain pieces of evidence in or not. And like someone was saying, this cop here is the one that's wearing the gloves, but it's all the cops that aren't wearing the gloves that are handling the evidence at this point. That's kind of weird. Yes, for anyone new to YouTube, subscribing is free. It doesn't cost you anything. And I swear to God, I don't bother you. Objaculation gruns.
Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor?
May.
Thank you. Investigator Stern, I'm going to show you what has been marked as 167, 168, and 169. Okay?
Yes.
Do you recognize these photos?
Yes.
How do you recognize these photos?
I was there when they were taken.
Okay, and is 167 a true and accurate depiction of what it portrays to be?
Yes.
Same question with 168. Is it a true and accurate depiction of what it portrays to be?
Yes.
Same with State's Exhibit 169. Is it a true and accurate depiction of what it portrays to be?
Yes.
Okay. Let the record reflect, Your Honor. I'm going to tender to defense what has been marked as State's Exhibit 167, 68, and 69
likes
for
all
inspection, and we
tender.
offer it into evidence.
If it's tender, he'll eat it.
Clarification: 167, 168, 169.
All right, well, they're introducing evidence. Mads, what does the gold fringe on the flag mean? It means we're in Admiralty Court. Sovereign citizens unite. Yeah. And Alan says, yeah, just bloody subscribe and hit that like. Lol.
Sure.
Listen to Mod Allen. He knows what he's talking about. Just bloody subscribe. That's all we need to do. You know, the only time he has ever changed expression at all is when he called some of the officers fat during the interrogation video. That's literally the only time he's changed expression during this entire thing. When he got to watch himself tell the officers in the interrogation room, passing by the interrogation room, that they need to work out. This guy is just stone cold. Exactly. When he called the cops fat, that is literally the only time. And then it was just kind of a smirk. He didn't really smile. He just kind of smirked. Exactly, Brittany. They are fat and need cardio. He's not wrong. Can't argue with you. As someone who's fat and needs cardio, yeah, they are. Legal Vices, ask Mike Middleton. Do the lawyers train him to keep a straight face, or is that psychopathy or whatever? Yeah, I'm leading towards the psychopathy here. This is just kind of a This looks to me like I'm some great psychologist or psychiatrist. No, I'm none of those. But it looks to me just like someone who has no soul.
So 167. State Exhibits 167 and 168 at this time are admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, at this time, they will withdraw State's Exhibit 169.
Ooh, they're withdrawing a piece of evidence. Interesting. They couldn't prove
Permission to publish on
the grounds for the evidence. They couldn't prove the foundation. Interesting. Wonder what it was. That officer is that is a true and accurate representation of Golden Corral. Nice. Julia,
Stern.
where are you going? Come back. Don't
Showing
leave
what's
us.
already been admitted as State's Exhibit 167 and 168. Can you please describe to the jury what these photos entail?
These are three different, two different pictures with three different 40 Smith & Wesson caliber casings.
Okay. And where were these photos taken at?
On the crime scene at IH-35 with a 22 mile marker.
Okay. And I'm just permission to publish the jury. Okay, I'm showing what's been marked as State's Exhibit 168. And what is that item there that's identified?
That's a 40 cal 40 Smith & Wesson casing.
Okay. And I'll show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 167. What does this photo appear to show?
Yeah. What does it show?
Two casings of 40 Smith & Wesson.
Okay, and how are they identified?
Yeah.
There?
They're identified with orange paint.
And why do y'all do that?
So when we take pictures, they stand out a little bit easier.
Okay. Thank you. Last witness, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination time.
Thank you. Yeah, you missed it.
Which prosecutor walked out on Friday? Somehow I missed that. It was the tall young guy with the mustache. It was the Hispanic-looking guy with the mustache. That narrows it down, doesn't it? He was like tall, kind of a wasn't fat, just kind of a big guy. Had a mustache, a little bit of a goatee.
Jose Ugarte, Your Honor.
Wow, no cross-examination. Cool.
Don't forget your mic, counsel.
For the record, State is calling Investigator Jose Ugarte.
Hey, legal advisor, you reckon you could outrun Officer Tubby? Which one? Which one's Officer Tubby? It doesn't narrow it down much, but yeah. I was kind of built for comfort, not built for speed. You know, I can do a fair distance at a slow rate of speed, but I got him any day of the week. I get out running with both my legs shut off. Shut off. I doubt you could outwalk him. He's probably got one of the little rascal scooter things he rides around on. I'm guessing that the Laredo Police Department doesn't have a physical fitness required.
Good morning, sir.
Morning, sir.
You have not been previously sworn, correct? Can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're going to give during this trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I love America. I love going back to America for vacation. I'm thin. I'm like thin in America. They're certainly putting that witness chair through its paces.
May I proceed, Your Honor? Thank you. Investigator Ugarte, can you please state your name for the record?
Jose Manuel Ugarte,
Okay, and where are you currently employed?
at Texas A&M International University Police Department.
Okay, and how long have you been a peace officer for?
Since 1994, approximately 28 years.
Okay, and have you always been employed by the Texas A&M International University Police Department?
No, sir.
Okay, where were you employed prior to that?
At the White Pine Sheriff Department,
Okay, and prior to that?
Waffle House.
Laredo Police Department.
Okay. Were you involved in any service prior to that?
Was a medical specialist in the U.S. Army.
Okay. So I want to
Dude's
take you back.
permanently stuck
I want
on
to go back to the month
1.5
of September 2018. At that time, whom were you employed by?
At the Webb County Sheriff Department.
Okay. And during that time at the Webb County Sheriff's Office, what position did you have?
Was this crime scene investigator and as also assisted in the for the evidence.
In the evidence?
The evidence room.
Okay, and assisting in the evidence room. What did
Hey,
you do?
future conflict in the house.
And-
Welcome, brother.
In
Good
the
to see
evidence
you again.
room.
Yes.
I assisted investigator Nenke on properly storing evidence.
Mhm.
Okay. Did you serve as a custodian of evidence?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, did you receive any trainings or certifications in regards to evidence collection?
Yes, I did, sir.
Okay. Can you please describe that?
They just told us not to eat it.
On the evidence collection, I took numerous
Not a
classes
medical
with
specialist, a medical
multiple
specialist.
instructors while I was in the police department.
Okay. And now, in 2018, for purposes of clarification, who were the custodians of evidence at that time?
That'll be myself and investigator Nenke.
Okay. Now, is it safe to say that you two worked hand in hand sometimes in processing scenes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you describe to us how you would
The
go
gloves
about
are
in
to
the
protect
collection
the
of evidence
evidence.
at these scenes?
So you don't get extra fingerprints on it and stuff.
I would go to the scene and I would look for evidence, and once the evidence was identified, I started I took photographs and picked up the evidence.
Wow, this
And then it was
prosecutor
taken
is
to
seriously
the
micromanaging.
Webb County Sheriff
Did you hear him say
Office to
identify,
be logged
help
in
him?
into our system.
Okay. And now, after you log it in, how do you go about keeping the evidence organized?
It's given they're given a tag number.
Okay. And what does that tag number? What's the purpose of that tag number?
To show where the item came from.
I think whoever said that he has a
Now,
stutter.
do you know
I
why
think
you're here today?
right.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I think he's
Why are you here
covering a
today?
stutter because all my friends I
For
know have stutters.
some incidents that occurred on
Cocking
September
these little bursts.
on September of 2018.
Okay. Did you assist in the
I think he
investigation
has
of
a
this case in
stutter.
2018?
Yes, I did, sir.
How did you assist in the investigation of this case?
I was assigned to the Texas Ranger, and he directed me to process the scene.
So, an investigator Ugarte, if you could please explain to the jury, who went about assisting you in processing these scenes?
On the several crime scenes, it was Investigator Nenke and Investigator Stern. Investigator Stern only assisted me on one crime scene.
Okay. Now, I want to take you back to the date of September 3rd of 2018. Okay. Can you explain to the jury what you did that day in regards to this case?
When I got to and that day when I got to the scene, I processed the scene by taking photographs, collecting evidence, and taking the evidence to our office so it could be logged in.
He has a speech impediment, twitching. How could you see he has a twitch in his neck? 'Cause I can't see his neck.
And
Oh
this
yeah,
was
there he is. Okay,
the crime scene that took place on Jeffries Road?
he's a stutterer.
That is correct, sir.
Okay. And this is the crime scene of Melissa Ramirez.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you said you discovered casings at this scene.
That is correct. I discovered two.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Ugarte.
God, this guy's just
I'm going to show you
spooky,
the
man.
previously marked as States Exhibit 41 and 42. Okay. Now, I'm showing you 41 and 42. Do you recognize these items?
Oh, yes, I do, sir.
Okay. When and where did you first see these items?
September the 3rd, 2018. Okay, Jeffers Road.
Okay, and what did you do once you discovered these items?
They were properly collected and taken to the Lake County Sheriff's Office so it could be logged in into our system.
All right, and now, how do you know that these are the items that you recovered that day?
A case number, my initials, and my handwriting.
Okay, and are those your initials right there on these two items?
That is correct, sir.
Have these items been altered in any shape or form?
No, sir.
Are they in the same or similar condition as to when they were recovered?
Yes, sir.
How did these items get to the courtroom here today?
They were brought in by Sergeant Castillo, which happens to be the custodian of evidence at the Wake County Sheriff's Office.
Your Honor, let the
God
record
damn it.
reflect I'm tendering to defense.
You can't
witness marks
say that, Grant.
41 and 42 for inspection, and we offer them into evidence.
You can't say he doesn't have an eating. He doesn't have an eating impediment. You can't say that. That's mean. Oh God.
Yes.
I previously let you at a hearing, right?
All right,
Yes, sir.
more
Yeah,
talking with the
okay,
jury
sir.
there.
Point,
Remember
sir.
the judge.
Okay, with regards again to State's Exhibit 41
Oh, never
and
mind.
42, I see that, let's see, your initials are somewhere here.
Over here, sir. Right there.
Okay, and they're here too, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, you can tell that these items have been reopened and resealed, correct?
Yes, sir.
So since the date back on the 3rd, I would imagine, of 18, September the 3rd of 18, that you logged them into the, evidence room.
Yes, sir.
They since have left. Have they not?
To the DPS lab.
Okay,
Oh, I
and
see.
did you take them to the DPS lab?
More likely I did.
Okay, but you don't know that for a fact.
No, I need to check the lab submittals.
Okay,
Oh,
and
okay.
and then someone at the lab took them out, did whatever they do with them, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and right now I know that these are not open. You don't know what this lab person put back in here from your personal knowledge right now.
Oh, come on.
Again, Your Honor, our objection is that right now they're not relevant. And the chain of custody, the complete chain of custody has not been.
Oh, that's bullshit arguments
Can I
there.
respond, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, this objection only serves to confuse the jury, Your Honor.
Well, Your Honor, I'm going to object to sidebar remarks by the prosecutor and
The court, in response to the objection.
having the defendant overshow the counsel. Question is how, Your Honor.
Oh, did I?
Your Honor, the sponsoring witness, he recovered these items. As to where they went afterwards, we're establishing the first link in the chain, Your Honor. He's able to identify these items. His initials are on the items. He recovered the items. There's a description on these evidence bags made by Investigator Ugarte, Your Honor. He has personal knowledge. He was there that day. He describes how he went about in collecting these items, Your Honor.
May we approach this so I can make a point to the court outside the presence of the jury?
Okay, this prosecutor's doing some bullshit. Prosecutor, this defense lawyer's doing some bullshit stuff here. That's some bullshit from the defense. What he's saying is, I mean, it's irrelevant. And how the bullet casings are irrelevant is beyond me. That's just a stupid argument. They are relevant. But he's saying that you signed these out, you filled out the logs, because they have this chain of custody where you say, okay, I took it out at this point in time, I gave it to this person at this time, this person took it at this time, gave it to this person, and you track the evidence every minute so that there's no gaps in the evidence. So you can't say, okay, it just disappeared for 3 days and nobody knows what happens to it. But what the defense lawyer is saying, he asked the witness, so you turned it over to the lab. The lab took it out of the envelope, but you don't know what they put back in that envelope. So he's trying to insinuate that the lab took the bullets and did something with it and put different bullets back in the evidence envelope. So that's the defense lawyer is just trying to say, you don't know, but they could have put fake bullets in there. They could have swapped the bullets out to frame him or to lose the evidence. So, I mean, that's some bullshit.
42 are admitted into evidence at this time.
That's some
For the
bullshit the
jury's
defense lawyer is
consideration.
doing here. You don't know what they put back in. I mean, the whole purpose of that is just to say that the crime lab swapped out the bullets.
So, Investigator Ugarte, you said that you assisted at the scene on Jeffries Road. And what other functions did you serve at that scene?
Collecting.
Oh, he'd know that. He'd know they're refried beans.
Okay. Investigator Ugarte, I'm showing you what's been previously admitted. States 41 and 42. Now,
He looks like Joey Diaz.
all right.
Let me tell you a story. I tell you a story about
Can
when
you
I'm
please
Cuban.
explain to the jury
My mother worked in a brothel.
what this is right here, please?
Envelope containing a
Hey, it's Jeff's. Well, Jeffrey, hey.
40 caliber casing.
Okay, and where was this this casing located?
It was located at 500 Jeffries Road.
At 500 Jeffries Road?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and this caliber, it's what caliber of casing is it?
40 caliber.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you what's been previously
Fuck your
marked and
mother.
admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 41. Okay, there's the State's Exhibit number 41. Now, same question. Can you please read to the jury what this says?
500 Jeffries Road, 1 Smith & Wesson 40 caliber casing.
Okay. And the 500 Jeffries Road, that is in relation to the crime scene of Melissa, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Now, let's move on. I'd like to go in sequential order. Did you assist at the next crime scene involved in this case?
On 255, yes, sir, I did.
Okay, and that's the crime scene of Claudine Luera?
Yes, sir.
All right. And what tasks did you take on that day at the crime scene of Claudine Luera?
I assisted the Texas Ranger by collecting evidence, and in the process of collecting evidence, I collected a tire cast, some cell phones, 2 casings, a purse, a metal pipe, and after collecting that evidence, and sometimes she's also after collecting the evidence, they
It
were
was
taken
Mr.
to
Ortiz
our office
in the barrio
so it
with
could
the
be
40
logged
caliber.
into our system and properly stored.
Did you take photos as well?
Yes, sir.
All right. Permission to approach, Your Honor? Okay.
Careful, he might eat you.
So, Investigator Ugarte, I'm going to show you this envelope here. So, I'm going to remove the contents.
While he's removing the contents, let's look at our contents. 874 concurrent viewers and 466 likes. We can do better than that, folks.
going
Let's
to
get up
show
to
you
600 likes,
what
130,
has been marked
130 away from
previously
600 likes.
as States Exhibit 50 and 51. Okay. I'm going to show them to you right now.
Get your stapler right here. You want your stapler? If you don't give me
Okay.
give me back my stapler.
When and where did
Give
you
me back
first
my
see these
stapler. I'm
items?
going to burn the building down.
September 8th, September 13th, 2018.
September 3rd, 2018?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What about States Exhibit 50?
Same date.
September 13th, 2018?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What did you do once you recovered these items?
Once I recovered them, I took them to our office so I could be logging into our system and given a tag number.
Okay, and how do you know that these are the items that you recovered that day?
My handwriting, my initials,
Okay.
the case number.
And
Eat and stutter, and I'm all out
that's
of eating.
your name over
To
the
paraphrase
tape.
Rowdy
correct?
Roddy
Or correction,
Piper
sorry,
in
your initials.
They
Yes.
Live.
Okay.
Great movie, by the way.
And these items haven't been altered in any shape or form?
No, sir.
Are they in the same or a similar condition as to when they were recovered?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, let the record reflect that I will be tendering to defense what has been marked as State's Exhibit.
Prosecutor's
51
giving like some Jimmy Smits
and
vibe
52.
for some reason.
Sorry, 50 and 51. I apologize, Your Honor. 50 and 51 for inspection.
Are you going to mark, give those envelopes also?
Yes, Your Honor, I'll mark the envelope. We'll mark it as 58, sir. 58.
All right, we tried to get to this last time, couldn't get to it here. There will be a mistrial when jurors slowly die off from boredom. We're actually getting a little bit excited. This is like some good testimony.
And that the lack of chain of custody.
Same arguments. Relevance and chain of
Objections
custody.
overruled at this time. State's Exhibits 50, 51, and you're offering 58?
And 58, Your Honor.
Yes, they'll be admitted into evidence.
The stapler joke is from the movie Office Space.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
Yes, they're introducing the shell casings that idiot left at the crime scenes into evidence. So the prosecution's chance of winning this case is actually increasing as we speak.
You said you also performed another task at the crime scene?
Yes, I did, sir.
What task was that?
Tire cast.
A tire task?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to show you this box. Okay. Do you recognize? And we're going to be marking this box as 63A, State's Exhibit 63A for identification purposes, Your Honor. I'm showing you this box. Do you recognize this box?
Yes, I do, sir.
Okay. How do you recognize this box?
My initials, case number, tag.
Okay. All right. Now, I'm going to show you the packaging. Do you recognize the packaging?
Yes, sir.
How do you recognize this packaging?
It was packaged by at the DPS crime lab.
Okay. And now, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 63.
Yep.
When and where did you recover this item?
On the same date, that's September 13, 2018.
September 13, 2018?
Yes.
Okay. What did you
2018.
What did you do in the recovery of this item?
After recovering the item?
What did you do at the scene when you? How did you recover this item?
Oh, I make some plaster and I pour into the tire
Help him
tire
out.
mark that was there on the ground.
Okay.
And
now, why did you do a tire cast?
it was my
But does that mean that there must have been something to take an impression of?
yes, sir. The tire mark.
And has this item been altered in any shape or form?
No, sir.
Is it in a similar condition as to when it was recovered by you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, this is actually
All right, let
interesting.
the record reflect. I'm
He
tendering
actually,
to
I mean, he clearly does have a stutter that he's covering for.
mark the State's Exhibit
And you can see that when he's asked questions that probably weren't in the preparation. So you have the
for
prosecutor
inspection. We offered
that's
into
trying to ask questions in a way that won't trigger the stuttering. This is actually really a fascinating cross-examination just from how you work with someone who has impediments. It's actually very fascinating from a technical standpoint. Got the plaster cast of the tire.
Objection, Your Honor, that 63 and 63A are not relevant at this time until they're tied in by some expert technician, whatever the case might be, and also that it violates the chain of custody, that the chain of custody has not been established.
Oh, shut up.
Objections are noted, overruled at this time. State's Exhibits, you're offering them.
He's got to swing for the
63,
fences. The fences
They'll be
got to
admitted
swing
into
for the
evidence this time.
swing for the fences.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, so I'm going to show you now permission to publish on the Elmo, Your Honor. State's Exhibit 50. Okay. Can you please read to the jury what this item entails?
.40 caliber Smith & Wesson casing.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you, and just for purposes of record, can you please explain to the jury where this item was located?
1 mile east of FM 255.
Okay, and I'm going to ask
from 83 North.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to ask you the same question about State's Exhibit 51. All right. Are you able to identify the State's Exhibit 51? I know it's already been admitted, but how do you identify it?
Case number and what I wrote on the envelope.
Okay, and what did you write on this envelope? Can you please read it to the jury?
40 caliber Smith & Wesson spent casing.
Okay. And where was this item located?
1 mile east of on FM 255 from 83 North.
All right.
Let me guess. You're going to object on relevancy and chain of custody.
Okay, now I'm going to show you what's been already admitted to evidence, State's Exhibit 63.
But see, now the prosecution has to tie those rounds to him. They have to offer the evidence that those are his service. The rounds came from, they were issued to him as part of his service loadout, and that they came from his gun. So just to say we found some empty shell casings doesn't help the prosecution at all. They have to tie those empty shell casings back to him as a
You
defendant.
recognize this item?
Yes, sir.
All right. Sorry, I said yes because you nodded, but if you could just give a response for purposes of the record. So this is the tire cast.
That's a tire cast? It just looks like a cast of
This is the
weeds
tire
and
cast
rocks.
that you performed that day, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what's the purpose of a tire cast?
To compare to if we find a suspect's vehicle, we'll compare the tire mark that was left in the scene to his to the tires belonging to his vehicle.
That may be the worst tire cast I've ever seen in my entire
And you prepared
life.
this tire cast, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
That may be the single worst tire. Oh, for fuck's sake. That's really bad. That's really bad casting.
All right. So
Well, here it's not. Do you think OJ?
what did you do after you prepared the tire
We'll read
cast?
this later. This is an important question.
I took it to my office so it could be logged in and be given a tag number.
Okay, and after being placed in property, what happened to the tire cast after that?
After being placed in property, it was taken on a later date to the TPS crime lab.
Okay.
Oh, zing.
Now, what procedures do you do in sending off something to the DPS lab?
I submit a lab submittal, but before I do that, I call the DPS lab and I asked them if I could take the items.
And how was it delivered? Was it mailed? Was it hand delivered?
It was hand delivered.
It was hand delivered?
Yes, sir.
By who?
About it had either been probably myself or Mr. Guerrenque.
Okay. Now, I want to talk about the next time you were activated on this case. Was that on September 15th of 2018?
Yes, sir. That is correct.
Okay. Was that the crime scene of Janelle Ortiz?
Yes, sir.
And do you know where that crime scene was located at?
I'm on marker 15 on Highway 35.
All right. And what tasks did you perform at that crime scene?
To assist the Texas Ranger on processing the scene.
Okay. Did you recover any items as well?
Yes, I did, sir.
Okay.
Dude, prosecutor, why are you so sweaty? Why are you so sweaty, bro?
All right. I'm going to
It's
show
December.
you 2 photos that have previously been marked as State's Exhibit 31 and 32. I'll start with 31. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes, sir.
How do you recognize it?
I took the photo.
Okay, and is it a true and accurate depiction of what it portrays to be?
That is correct, sir.
All right. Same thing with State's Exhibit 32. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes, sir.
How do you recognize it?
Because I also took the photo.
Okay, and is it a true and accurate depiction of what it portrays to be?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let the record reflect I am tendering to defendants what has been previously marked as State's Exhibit 31 and 32 for inspection. We offered into evidence, Your Honor.
Can you approach on, is 31 already in? Do you have 31 admitted?
Cocaine.
They were conditionally admitted, Your Honor. 31 and 32.
So they're admitted. I think the issue was about publishing. You're going to want to publish, you may publish now. Yes.
Thank you for coughing directly into the
At this
microphone,
time, Your
you
Honor,
dick.
we would just like to announce that we were going to be showing some sensitive photos for purposes of media or family in the room.
So that he doesn't transfer
First
his
Republic.
fingerprints to any of the evidence. He doesn't get oil on them, stuff like that.
Investigator Ugarte, I'm
Standard
showing you what's
procedure.
been marked
Been
as
doing
State's
it for
Exhibit
decades and
31.
decades.
Do you recognize this photo?
Yes, sir.
Okay, can you please explain what's happening in this photo?
The medical examiner person is right there, and I took photos of I was taking photos of the tattoos.
Okay, and why is the medical examiner person there?
Hey,
They're the only ones that
legal-minded
are allowed
friend,
to
Sharon Cole.
touch
Long
the
time
body.
no see. How you
Okay.
doing?
Now, I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 32 now. Can you please explain to the jury what we're seeing here?
A picture of the tattoo.
A picture of the tattoo,
Yes, sir. And body.
and this is the body of Janelle Ortiz.
Yes, sir.
And why are you taking a picture of the tattoo area?
It's part of the investigation to take photo of the tattoos for any deceased person that we encounter, so they could be identified later on.
Perfect. All right.
Are these your Cheeto crumbs on the bullet casing? God damn it, Tommy Neal, don't say things like that. Nice Cheeto crumbs on the bullet casing blast. That was solid.
I'm showing you an envelope that has been marked
God.
previously. It's going to be State's Exhibit 39.
Oh, I may have had something to drink here.
Okay. Here. And now. Okay. Now. You said aside from taking photos, you were also processing the scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you.
That's too much of a chocolate.
All right, I am removing what has been marked previously as State's Exhibit 58. Okay. Do you recognize this item?
Yes, sir.
When and where did you recover this item?
May I?
Yes.
September 15, 2018. Mile marker 15.
Okay.
Ice 35.
I don't think he has a
March
language
35,
barrier.
yes, sir.
Mile marker
mean,
15.
It's America,
Okay.
motherfucker.
What did you do in recovering this item?
Everybody in Laredo talks like they're from Mexico because they're
After
literally
recovering that,
next
Or
to
once you
Mexico.
came across it, what did you do?
I secured the evidence and then I took it to the Wake County Sheriff's office, to the office so it could be logged in and given a tag number.
Okay, and how do you know that this is the item that you recovered that day?
Handwriting case number.
Okay, and can you please identify what is that?
I'd like to see statuesque Misk in a police officer's uniform. Legal vices.
My name?
Being creepy.
That's your name?
Yes, sir.
So that's your signature.
Yes.
Okay, and has this item been altered in any shape or form?
No, sir.
Is it in the same or similar condition as to when it was recovered?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. And how did this item get to the courtroom here today?
The custodian of evidence, Robert Castillo,
Okay.
Ottoman.
Your Honor, let the record reflect I'm tendering what's the bag that's been marked as State's Exhibit
Oh
39.
God damn it! Stop that, you fat motherfucker! God.
To defense State's Exhibit 58.
The
for
trial
inspection
is
of
actually
offered
taking place in
evidence.
San Antonio. The events happened in Laredo. The trial is being held in San Antonio.
Yes.
Batwing, bitch, when you cough. Jesus. Batwing, come on. Dampen that. Spraying your chalupas all over the courtroom.
With this on board, just briefly, Your Honor. Deputy, you got the, with regards to State's Exhibit number 58, and just for purposes of the chain of custody and identification, I know that you're telling this jury and us and the judge that there's a casing in here. Is that what your testimony is?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but right now, right here, presently, right now, from your personal knowledge, do you know? Because I can't see the casing. Can you?
No, I can't, sir.
Okay, so there's probably a casing in there, but from
Didn't
your
he
personal
shave?
knowledge, do
Didn't
you
the
know
defense
for
lawyer have a
fact, right this
mustache
very
last time
minute,
we saw him?
that there's a casing in here, the one that you recovered from the crime scene?
He did. He had a
Your personal
mustache.
knowledge at this
He
moment in
shaved
time.
over the weekend.
Not a guess. Do you know for a fact?
No,
Because I
sir.
was going to say he looked like Edward James almost with the mustache.
Again, Your Honor, objection is relevance.
He shaved.
lack
You
of
jury
personal
playing
knowledge,
motherfucker.
defamation, and chain of custody, Your Honor, to 58.
D. What member for 2 months of clean and sober says he never drops a chalupa, Jeff.
And, Your Honor, we would have the same response, Judge. He recovered this item, and he's a sponsoring witness. His signature's on it. He itemized it, collected it, and he was at the scene and processed it, Judge.
Objections are overruled. State's Exhibits 39 and 58 are admitted into evidence at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. Permission to publish on the OMO? Thank you. Okay. Investigator Ugarte, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 58.
Digger 420 says Movember is over.
Okay.
And I got lots of
Now,
Hispanic friends, and it takes
you
a
could
lot to
please,
get Hispanic friends to shave his mustache.
What helps you identify the markings of what's
As they shaved the
inside of this
stash, it must be
Exhibit
important.
58?
They don't shave the stash for no reason.
Well, okay.
Or if you could just please read what this says.
Spent casing.
Okay, and where was it located at?
Mile marker 15, IH
Oh, he
35.
does.
Okay. And
This guy looks like the stuttering attorney from my cousin Vinny. He kind of does, like the Hispanic version.
that's your signature right there?
Yes, sir.
And you do that when you process the scene? You put your signatures on items?
Sometimes I do. Yes, sir.
El guapo. I have a plethora of defendants. I tell you what, that's one of my favorite. That's one of my secret legal vices favorite movies
All right,
of all
now,
time. Three Amigos.
let's
What
go
a
back
hot movie. Would you say I have a
to-
plethora
I guess-
of trial defendants?
Was there a vehicle that was located in this case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. On September 15th, did you process this vehicle?
Yes, it is, sir.
Where did you process this vehicle?
At the Webb County Sheriff's
Menudo.
Substation,
Where
which
are
is
they
located
now?
at 7209 H. Saunders, also known as 7209 Highway 59.
Okay. And how did the vehicle get to the substation that day?
It was transported by a record company.
Okay. And once the vehicle arrived, what did you do?
Wrestler's mom,
Once it
member,
arrived,
1 month clean and sober.
I was advised by the
Leading
I
investigators
was
to
instructed
dead
by the
bodies.
Texas Ranger
He's
to
guilty
collect
100%.
the handgun.
Oh, clearly he's
So it's
100%
like the-
guilty. You just have to
the-
convince
the
the
vehicle?
jury he's 100% guilty.
Now,
Oh, come on. Am I the only
Aside
one who remembers
from-
Menudo? I thought my word Menudo, where are they now
Aside
joke
from
was
collecting the evidence inside the truck, what else did you do with the
I
truck?
took photo.
You took
I took
photos?
photos, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, permission to approach, Your Honor? Thank you. I'm going to show you.
Here I am calling
What's
all
been
these
marked
guys
as State's
fat, and
Exhibit
I'm just
154,
munching on popcorn during the whole fucking trial.
155,
He
156,
deleted 4 women of negotiable affections, at least.
157, 158.
Ay, mi pendejo. Ay, mi
State's
pendejo.
Exhibit
I mean
159.
Menudo. Not Menudo the food. Menudo
State's Exhibit
the
160.
Mexican boy band, Puerto
Okay.
Rican boy band, or wherever the fuck they were from back in the day.
I'll also show you what's been marked as State's
Not the
Exhibit
food.
161,
Yes, Menudo the boy band.
State's Exhibit 162, State's Exhibit
Jacobs Madre, 24
163,
forever, member for 3 months of clean and sober. Is there anything we can learn from this case? Adore you, Jeff.
164.
Yeah, don't kill hookers.
State's Exhibit
Don't
165.
kill hookers, Jacobs
Okay.
Madre.
Do you recognize these photos?
Yes, sir, I do.
How do you recognize these photos?
I took the photos.
You took the photos?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and are they a true and accurate depiction, each one of what it
Wait,
portrays
Ricky
to be?
Martin was
Yes,
in
sir.
Menudo?
Correct.
Shut up.
Thank you. Your Honor, let the record reflect. Surrendering to defense.
God damn it,
State's
stop
marked
that.
as Exhibit 154
Jesus.
through 165 for inspection, and we offer them into evidence.
Holy shit. Ricky Martin was in Menudo? I had no I was today years old when I learned that Ricky Martin was in Menudo. Wow. Huh. I did not know that. I just checked that. I had no idea he was in Menudo. No, I didn't know he was in Menudo. Ricky Martin was cute. That's gay. Okay, let's talk about prepping. Instructions unclear. Prosecutor hitting fence with bat. Swinging for the fence, not swinging at the fence, but it may amount to the same thing. Omni Stash Gaming, Legal Vices. Do you think OJ's legal team would have gotten this guy out of the situation? And why would you find him not guilty if they were repping him? No, I don't think they would have got him out of it. This is the prosecutor's game to lose. The defense attorney has nothing to do with the success or failure of this particular case. OJ's case, if I was defending him, I would do exactly what this defense team is doing, hitting them hard for psychological torture, for coercion, for violation of his rights, cruel and unusual. I would hit them on all those things. So I think they're doing a good job, but it's their game to lose. The prosecution is just sucking, but they're in better. I mean, if they tie these shell casings to him, it's over. So I think the prosecution has redeemed themselves quite a bit since last Thursday. He's wiping sweat off his face with the gloves. I saw him using like a tissue or a handkerchief or something. He's not directly saying, "Oh yeah," but the diversity movement is going strong, says Levi the welder. I see they turned up Porky Pig. I think they turned Porky Pig Hispanic. Stop. That's mean. Don't do that. Alan doesn't like the fact that I'm still wearing my Maritime Monday hat. This is a high quality all wool Polish sea captain's hat made by Polish sea captain hat making company Strakowski from Poland. So this actually came from Poland. I like this hat. It's keeping my head warm. But hey, we are in Southern Texas. We are in Laredo and San Antonio. So I think we should go to the black cowboy hat. Let's put the black cowboy hat on. Hang on tight while I switch. I got to switch out the earphones to put the other hats on. Menudo is made with tripe. Again, I was talking about the apparently Ricky Martin. I had no idea Ricky Martin was part of Menudo. Huh. That shows you how much I gave a shit about Menudo, right? All right, let me disconnect this. Well, it's a lot cooler on my head. Wool hats in the house kind of suck. Have you not got a sombrero? No, I don't have a sombrero. I don't have a closet big enough to put sombreros in. But I do have one of the drug rug ponchos that if you saw me last Friday, you saw me wearing my rug little hoodie poncho thing. I was told that they are called drug rugs.
We're offering the exhibits at this time. Then it's exhibits 154 through
Look at me, I'm a damn hippie. I got hair
165 are
growing here.
admitted into evidence at this time.
When I finish my stream, I gotta cut my hair.
Give it.
Goddamn
Look at your
hippie.
web- I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 154. Can you please explain to the jury what this is?
It's a truck, you dumb fuck.
That's a pickup truck that was recovered.
All right, we'll put on
That was
the
the truck that was
put on the
recovered?
cowboy hat.
Yes,
here.
sir.
It doesn't
Okay.
go with a hoodie, but
And
whatever.
Where is the truck at right now in this photo?
Underneath the carport at the weapon sheriff's office substation.
Okay, and that's where you process this vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 155. Can you please explain to the jury what this is?
Same vehicle.
Okay, and what do we
That's
see
a
here?
damn nice truck.
Just a vehicle being taped up.
Okay, but this is the front of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 156. Can you please explain to the jury what this photo entails?
A door.
Door the driver's side door panel.
Okay. I'm going to zoom in a little bit.
Tripe is the lining of a cow's stomach. Delicious.
Can you please identify what comes out in this photo?
You mean the gun you were
Looks
highlighting?
like the weapon.
Okay. And by weapon, you mean a firearm?
Yes, sir.
And that was a
Handgun.
firearm that was recovered?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 157. Can you please explain to the jury what this photo entails?
Magazine.
A magazine? What else do we see?
What, Playboy or what? At least you didn't call it a clip.
No, you said a magazine, but
Yes.
these two items, what are they?
Magazines, you dumb fuck.
Or how many magazines do you see?
Not counting the
Like
Playboy,
two.
two.
Okay. And aside from the magazines, what else do you see?
The handgun.
The handgun?
Yes.
Okay.
Why am I the only one that thinks he looks like Jesse Pinkman? It's like Aaron
showing you
Paul's
State's Exhibit
good Jesse
158.
Pinkman 10 years later.
Can you explain to the jury what this marking is?
It was placed there to mark the handgun.
Okay. And what purpose does it serve?
La pistola.
That's an evidence marker.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 159. Okay. Can you please explain to the jury what we see here?
A person on the floor mat.
A purse on the floor mat?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this is taken of the same vehicle?
That's
Shut up.
correct,
Yes,
sir.
he does.
Okay. And this is on the passenger side, correct?
That's correct, sir.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 160. Okay. Can you explain to the jury what we see here?
Red Bull.
With the rear seat of the vehicle, the same vehicle.
What does he fucking collect purses?
Some beer cans and a makeup bag.
There's a purse on the floor of the passenger seat. There's a purse
right.
back there. There's a purse on the fucking back
Now,
seat.
how
Dude,
many beer
he's
cans
a
do you see
serial
here?
killer and he collects purses
sir.
as trophies.
3.
Yes, sir.
And these are not regular beer cans, correct?
Those are
They're,
Tollies.
I believe they're like 16 ounces.
Okay, are they referred to as tall
They're
boys?
bigger. I believe so. Yes, sir.
Yes,
Okay.
we've learned
And
that apparently the local vernacular for
this
tall
item down
boys
here?
is Tollies.
What was that you recovered from there when you took the photo?
I believe it was a makeup bag.
Okay, and this item, and these were the other items that were covered, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 161.
Oh, god damn it, you son of a bitch! God, do that
Please
one more
explain to the jury
fucking
what
time,
these
you
items are.
shitbag.
2 magazines.
Magazines?
Yes, sir.
Is there any?
It's so much
Now-
worse with in-ear earbuds. God damn it.
These dots on the back of the magazine,
Fuck me.
they range in the amount of ammunition that's located in the magazine, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. And these two items here at the top of the magazine, what are those?
Bullets.
Live rounds?
Live rounds?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So these items were loaded.
Yes, sir.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 162. Can you please explain to the jury what's in this photo?
A magazine with some live rounds?
Okay, and how many live rounds do we see here?
8.
Okay. And these were the magazines that were recovered from Mr. Ortiz's vehicle.
That's correct, sir.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 163.
It's not me. I'm not sneezing.
Can you please explain to the jury what we see here?
A transformer.
An HK 40 caliber handgun?
The Decepticon.
Okay. And aside from the handgun, what else do we see?
Magazine?
A magazine?
Yes, sir, on the side.
Okay. And this magazine was in relation to this firearm?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm showing you State's
Why,
Exhibit
thank you, Shannon.
164.
Made in the great state of Texas, where this trial's happening.
What do you see here?
This is Miller Hats. MillerHat.com.
The handgun
for all your
with
cowboy hat
one live
needs.
round?
I really wish
Okay.
they'd sponsor me. I need
There's one live
hats.
round.
Yes, sir.
Where was that round located?
In the chamber?
In the chamber of the weapon?
Yes, sir.
So
Put
I'm
another
assuming that
bullet in
the weapon
the
was ready to
chamber.
fire if it needed to.
That's
Great
correct,
Alice
sir.
Cooper song.
All right. So it was topped off?
Yes, sir.
Loves a loaded gun and it shoots to kill. Oh, he's shaking his head. I don't agree. That's not la pistola. Yeah, that's Negan sitting there behind the defendant. It's either Negan or 1995 Frank Zappa. Take your pick. I like. He works for Court TV. He's Court TV Negan.
So permission to approach again, Your Honor?
All right. Well, they're approaching. Levi the welder says, would it be considered a mistrial if Border Patrol came in and detained half the courtroom? Could be an effective defense strategy. That's rough. Eva Torres, if the entire jury dies of boredom, can they call a mistrial? Well, as soon as they run out of alternates, yeah. They've got to get through the alternates. That looks like Dr. House.
Just give me a second.
Oh, he looks as much like Dr. House as you think that the defendant looks like Jesse Pinkman. So there. God, you fucking asshole! Jesus Christ! Batwing, motherfucker! Batwing! God damn it!
Two items. State's Exhibit.
Gosh, I think I pulled a muscle on my shoulder doing that. I seriously think I pulled a muscle. Oh, fuck, that hurt. God damn it.
All right.
Ah, fuck me.
So you processed the vehicle.
Yes, sir.
I just showed you photos. of
No, they're
the
coming to
weapon
take
from
me
the
away. That was Napoleon the
Did you process
14th.
the weapon
That wasn't
in
Frank
this case?
Zappa.
Yes, I did, sir.
Okay. Now, I'm showing you what we will identify as State's Exhibit 35A. So we'll mark it as State's Exhibit 35A for identification purposes. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do, sir.
How do you recognize this?
It's a lunch bag.
My handwriting, tag number.
Oh, that's the donuts. Yeah.
Case number.
I thought he was looking at the lunch
Okay.
bag. He's looking at the
And
donuts.
when and where was this item recovered?
September 15, 2018, at the Wake County Sheriff's Office substation.
Okay. And what did you do once you recovered it?
I took it to my office so it could be plugged into our system and be given a tag number.
Okay. And now I'm going to show you what's inside of the box. I'm showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 36. Okay, State's Exhibit 36. All right. Do you recognize this item?
Yes, Napoleon the 14th saying they're coming
How
to
do you
take me
recognize this
away.
item?
It's not his episode. Sorry, Kyle.
To evidence. Objection.
No, I'll publish it in the box then. But
Batman.
I'm just doing it for separation purposes because there's multiple items in this box, Your Honor.
That's fine. Just you can put the box.
Yeah, of course there's multiple items in there. There's 6 donuts
So-
in that box.
Do you recognize State's Exhibit 36?
Yes, sir.
When and where did you recover this item?
September 15, 2018, at the Wake County Sheriff's Office substation.
Okay. Is there anything unique that identifies this item?
Serial number.
Serial number?
Yes, sir.
Where's the serial number located?
It's
Right on the
underneath
bottom of the Krispy Kreme donut.
the gun.
All Krispy
Okay.
Kreme donuts have a serial
And
number.
if you want to review it, is that the same serial number that is located at the top of this box?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this item, aside from being made safe for purposes of court, has not been altered in any shape or form.
That is correct.
And it is in the
Rico.
same or similar condition as to when it was recovered.
Rico
Yes, sir.
Suave.
All right, I'll show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 37. Do you recognize this item?
Yes, sir.
When and where did you recover this item?
Same date. Also, it was inside the
This was inside of the
handgun.
firearm?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay. What did you do once you recovered this item?
I made it safe
Okay. How do you know
I
that this
made
is
it
the item
safe.
that you
It's
recovered?
a safe space.
because it was placed inside the box when I recovered.
Okay. And has this item been altered in any shape or form?
No, sir.
Is there any similar or similar-like condition as to when you recovered it?
That is correct.
Okay. Now I'm going to ask you same question for State's Exhibit 38. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 38?
Yes, sir.
How do you recognize this item?
My initials, handwriting,
Okay. And when and where was that item recovered?
on the 15th of September, or at the chair's office,
At the sheriff's office?
substation.
Okay. And what did you do once you recovered it?
I took it to my office. It was given a tag number also and placed in the proper room afterwards.
Okay. And did you alter, has this item been altered, or have these items been altered in any shape or form?
No, sir.
Okay. And are they in the same or similar condition as to when they were recovered?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm also going to show you this bag that we will be marking for identification purposes as 170.
Fucking asshole.
So this item will be marked as 178
Jesus
for identification
Christ.
purposes.
You fucking
You
COVID
recognize this
having
bag?
Yes, sir.
ginormo
My
mega
Okay.
fucking asshole.
Is that your name right there?
That is correct, sir. Yeah, that
Okay.
is my name.
When and where did you recover these items?
September the 15th, 2018, at Wake County Sheriff's Office substation.
Okay. And have these
I
items been
walk
altered in any
to
shape
the
or form?
churros
Are
of
they in
Laredo.
the same or similar condition as when you recovered them?
That is correct, sir.
All right. I'm going to hand it to you. States Exhibit 170 and 171A. Sorry, 170 and 171. Okay. These are the items that were entailed in this bag?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And these are the items that you recovered that day?
That is correct, sir.
You recovered these items from the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and they haven't been altered in any shape or form?
No, sir.
And they're in the same or similar condition as to when you recovered them?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, let the record reflect I am tendering to defense for inspection 6 exhibits.
Wow. God, my ears. That was literally the worst thing ever. Let me do it myself. Everybody, here it goes. There you go. Jesus, man, dude. Remind me not to sneeze in front of you. Well, just don't sneeze like directly into my eardrums in stereo. Well, I would imagine the lawyer is nervous because he wasn't part of this trial until Friday. So if I cough on the donuts, can I keep them? solid. Levi the Welder with a super chat. Thank you so much for the super chat. We need more super chats. Super chats are awesome. Well, the good news is if the prosecutor messes up the case bad enough, he can focus on his lawn care business full time. You racist. Sorry, Jeff. I'm bored at work and it's fun to watch you read these. Well, it's fun to read them. Keep sending super chats. All right, 917 concurrent viewers, which is pretty darn awesome considering how weird this case is and how bad it is. But only 583 likes. We need to sort out this like problem. While they're walking back to the table with the donuts and bag lunch, please hit that like button. We're up to 584. We need to be up to 700 likes. 700 likes would be awesome. And people are just abandoning their subscriptions by the handful. We're down to 489 subscriptions. I want 11 more subscriptions before we finish this. If you haven't subscribed, do me a favor and hit down there and subscribe to this. Subscribe to my channel. I want to get up to 32,500 before the end of today.
Are you offering those at this time as well?
Yes, Your Honor. We offered those photos for evidence, Your Honor.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Right. 36, 37, 38 are admitted. 170, 171 are admitted.
The judge is flipping through the latest episode.
Permission to publish,
the latest
Your Honor, which would mark this
copy of
36.
Vogue or Cosmo.
Yes, sir, you may.
Thank you. Okay. Investigator Ugarte, I am
Do you
showing
prefer
you
powdered or glazed?
what has been marked as State's Exhibit 130. Sorry, State's Exhibit 36. Okay. It's already been admitted to evidence, but
Good gun
if you
discipline,
could, please,
good trigger
could you
discipline.
please read the serial number of this
Nice
item?
handling. Not pointing it at anybody. He's not pulling a
1, 2,
binger.
3.
That's good.
08 06 1778.
Oh, you
Okay.
got the pit bull?
And what does
Great,
that
I'm
serial
glad he
number
likes
serve
it.
as?
It identifies the weapon,
Okay,
identifier.
and it helps identify who this weapon is related to.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and this is the weapon that was recovered from the vehicle,
Yes, sir.
the vehicle that you processed,
That is correct, sir.
the vehicle that belongs to the defendant Juan David ORTIZ.
Yes, sir.
All right, and along with this firearm, you recovered a magazine.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Aside from the magazine, you also recovered live rounds, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So these live rounds were located in this magazine?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, I'm going to show you what's already been admitted into evidence. State's Exhibit 171
It's a Happy Meal
and
prize.
170. Okay. So these live rounds were located in this magazine.
That's correct, sir.
This magazine,
I'm
I'm going to show you right here. What number does that read?
12.
12. And you can see a live round there, right?
Yes, sir.
So what would that indicate, that 12 on this live round, in this magazine?
This is 12 live rounds.
That there's 12 live rounds in this
In the
magazine?
Yes, sir.
In this magazine that was recovered in the vehicle,
Yes.
on the side panel.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 171. Okay, now I'm going to show you that same circle. What number is that?
12.
12. All right, and what do you see in the circle?
Live round.
You see a live round?
Yes, sir.
So that means that this magazine is filled to the capacity of at least 12 rounds.
That is correct, sir.
Okay. So we have live rounds in here. We have at least 12 rounds in this magazine, and at least another 12 rounds in this magazine.
Yes, sir.
And all these magazines, including the firearm, were found on the defendant's vehicle.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what caliber are these rounds?
40 caliber.
40 caliber.
Yes, sir.
And is there anything interesting about the fact that these are all 40 caliber casings?
What?
They're the same.
What?
Same type of casings that were located on the different crime scenes.
Okay, so they're the same caliber as the bullet fragments and the other casings that were
Objection
located
leading.
at the other crime scenes you investigated, correct?
Yes, sir.
Objection leading. We got to have the soundtrack to the trial.
So I'm going to publish the jury. Just so you're back there, I'll tell you again. It's been marked as State's Exhibit 36 for purposes of the jury.
Sorry. Just had to bring in some Marty Robbins. As I walk in the streets of Laredo. No.
This is the firearm that we
copyright.
just read the serial number into the record, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what caliber is it?
40 caliber.
40 caliber. Okay. Now, I'm going to show State's Exhibit 37. Okay. Can you identify to the jury what this is, please?
It's a magazine.
Now, I'm going to show you. It's already been marked as State's
Big
Exhibit
Iron on his
38.
hip. That's a great song. Big
Okay.
Iron on his hip. A great song. I'm a huge Marty
State's
Robbins
Exhibit 38. How is it linked to this State's Exhibit 37?
That's 38, right?
Yes.
Those are the live rounds that were inside the magazine.
The live rounds that were located inside of this magazine.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what caliber are they?
Down in
40
the
caliber.
West Texas
40
town
caliber.
of El Paso.
So,
I fell in
I
love
know we talked
with
about
a
the dots right
Latinx
now,
girl.
but
Nice.
on this magazine, these holes have a purpose, correct?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
All right. And what purpose is that?
To let you know how many rounds are in there.
Indicates how many rounds you have left on the magazine.
Okay. Now, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 170
I have not.
and 171.
El Paso was the best Marty. The El Paso Trio. It's a trilogy of songs. The trilogy of Marty Robbins songs about El Paso is really good.
All right.
Listen to all of them.
So, what are States 170 and
It's
171?
an invention, so you don't have to say Hispanic or
The
Mexican
magazine
or
with
Puerto Rican.
with live rounds.
The magazines with live rounds?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I know I asked you about the dots, but what is significant about these other two magazines?
They're compatible with the handgun.
For Felina.
Okay, and
Felina
when you
was
see
gone.
the number 12 here and
My
this
mom
dot,
was a huge Marty
the
Robbins
number
fan.
12
so
here and this dot,
I got a bunch of Marty Robbins albums back there.
and you see the gold trim,
The gold
what does
trim,
that represent?
it represents
The
a
live rounds are
maritime
inside
court.
the magazine.
And it's a full magazine.
Yes, sir.
So these other two magazines, where the live round is up to the top, are essentially at full capacity.
Yes, sir.
All right. And these three magazines were located in the vehicle.
That is correct, sir.
Where were they located?
On the front driver's side door panel.
Okay.
Somebody send me $100 super chat. I want to have a drink. Eva Torres says she hates the word Latinx. Seriously. It's a new breed of lynx. They get 7 and realize it's a new cute. It's not a new cute cat.
Yes, 36.
So it's 36A.
36. Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's what's happening. Not 35.
Oh, dude. Wash your mouth out with soap. Wash your dirty whore mouth out, Dexter. Jeff, you're a few years younger than me. We lived in the metal age. I still listen to metal. Oh, of course I do. When I game and even the shower, I grew up metal god. At 57, I'm still a metal god. Absolutely. As you should be. D, what? Oh, I was fucking joking. Is it that easy? I should have known that all along.
Well, off, Judge. I'm just gonna place it.
D, what?
178.
Bless you. God fucking asshole. God damn it. Because this is Maritime Monday, I happen to have a bottle of Shackleton next to me. The Shackleton from McKinley.
Okay. Now
we'll do an extra big, large double shot of that. Just because I was thanks. Thank you so much. Cheers to you, D-What. You are an absolute wonderful human being. Of course, I'm assuming. Cheers to you. Bless you for that. I'm speechless. You've rendered the law rack speechless for the first time in history.
I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 156. Okay.
God, that was a double. Thank you.
Okay. You previously testified that that's the
I
firearm.
needed that, though.
The
Thank you very
panel
much.
Yes, sir.
of the weapon that you recovered.
Yes, sir.
The weapon that we've displayed here today.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm showing you 157. Just give it a second.
Who is behind the red eyes in your profile pic? It looks kind of like the Emperor from Star Wars. It's kind of,
You see the weapon, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is it holstered? It's just placed freely.
But it could also be Joe
It looks like
Biden
it's-
or
yes, sir.
the
All right. Now I'm going to
or the UFO cult guy.
Okay, I'm going to approach
I don't know. Oh well.
with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 172. Okay. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes, sir.
How do you recognize this photo?
I took the photo.
You took the photo?
Yes.
Okay. And is it a true and accurate depiction of what it portrays to be?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Your Honor, let the record reflect I'm tendering to defense what has been marked as State's Exhibit 172 for inspection and the offer of evidence.
See, that's one thing is it looks mostly like the Heaven's Gate guy. It's not James Earl Jones. Is this what this trial has devolved into?
State Exhibit 172 would be admitted into evidence at this time.
Me trying to guess who baloney bongs profile.
All right.
I wish I could make it bigger.
This item right here, is this the holster that you recovered from the vehicle that day?
I can barely. I can't see it.
Could be
Let me-
John
would you like me
Voight
to take
too.
this?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Whatever.
So investigator, who got this? Right here, located next to the seat, next to the seatbelt.
Yeah, Mr. COVID
What
on
do
the
you see
witness
there?
fucking stand is
Holster.
making us all deaf
holster?
because he's a
Yes, sir.
dick and doesn't know how to bat wing.
And is there anything in it?
No, sir.
It's empty.
Yes, sir.
And where was the firearm located?
on the side door panel.
So it's safe to say that the weapon wasn't holstered.
That is correct, sir.
Thank you. All right.
See, this
So-
is like, the eyes are so important.
Aside from processing the vehicle, what else did you do with the vehicle?
I have no idea.
Tire marks?
Tire marks? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Where did you perform these tire marks?
At the Laredo Police Department, Sally Port.
Okay. And what is the purpose of these tire impressions that you were performing?
So it could be compared with the casting that was recovered from the tire and 255.
I don't know what that means, Alan. How much is the next F at Friday dollars for a dir?
All right, I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as States Exhibit 62. Okay. Do you recognize this item?
Yes, sir.
When and where did you see this item?
October 3rd, 2018.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what did you do with this item?
After we did the processing, I took it to our substations. You could be logging into our system and placed in the property room.
Okay. And how are you able to identify that these are the items that you worked with that day?
My name?
Your name?
It's written right there, sir.
Okay. And has
The
these
standing
items been
rule is
altered in any shape or
$100
form?
gets a shot of whiskey.
And are
Don't do it. It's
they
not
the
worth
same or in a
it.
similar condition as to when you recovered them that day on
But I
October
wouldn't say
3rd?
no.
That is correct, sir.
Okay. Now, I'm also going to show you.
Yeah, it's a trait. My kid drew it in kindergarten. Yeah, it's like the tracing of the body they used to do in kindergarten on the butcher paper.
Other items. Okay. So
I heard that. I heard a pre-cough.
this one
I was
marked as
ready
States
for it.
Exhibit 62. This
Heard
is
him
States
go
Exhibit 60.
Before. That
States
was a
Exhibit
giveaway.
61 and States Exhibit 59. Okay. Do you recognize these items?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. How do you
I wonder if
recognize
the
these
court
items?
reporter is typing cough like a motherfucker.
I assisted the ranger on getting tire marks that day.
Okay. And when and where were these items recovered?
Same date, October the 3rd.
Okay. At the Laredo Police Department?
Yes, sir.
And these items have not been altered in any shape or form?
No, sir.
And they are in the same or similar condition as to when they were recovered?
That is correct, sir.
All right.
About $350 for the next F at Friday bottle. We
Your
pulled
Honor,
in about $1,600
permission,
that night.
sorry, Your Honor. At this time, we'll tender to defense States exhibits for inspection, and we offer them into evidence.
All right. While he's introducing butcher paper into evidence, Michelle Cavernos, hey, thank you so much. Hey, hello. That mug on his face and him shaking his head isn't a good look for him. No, it's not really. He's like, yeah, that's not looking good for him at all. I'll send you $100 super chat if you can guess it. Okay, we already read that one. I have no idea who that is. It's either, I mean, it looks a lot like the Heaven's Gate guy, but as people are saying, he's too fat.
This time it's 59
I
through
haven't
62.
seen John McCain scowl like that.
States exhibits 59, 60, 61, and 62 are admitted into evidence at this time for the jury's consideration.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay.
You dick.
Permission to publish to the jury, Your Honor? Permission to have assistant counsel. Your Honor, we'll be publishing what's been marked as States Exhibit 62 this time.
What the fuck is this butcher paper art? Oh, fucking idiot. What they took like charcoal rubbings
Can you
of.
please explain to the jury what we're seeing here?
Tire marks.
Okay, and how do you go about it preparing these tire marks?
They did rubbings, charcoal rubbings. Seriously?
Me and the ranger what we did, we used Vaseline and a sponge, and we covered the tires.
I use Vaseline and
That
a
was the
sponge
vehicle.
for something totally different.
so they could mark the tire mark.
Oh, I make myself laugh.
And you created these tire marks using the tires from the Dodge?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. And just for purposes of the record, we have a tire here. Is that the same? Is that one of the tires that you used that's already been admitted to evidence?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Okay.
It's the Shroud of Turin with the Jesus burial cloth.
Let the record reflect we're showing this to counsel. These are the tire markings that were made by investigator Ugarte and Texas Ranger DJ Salinas.
I use, I can't even say it. I use a sponge. Are you fucking done yet, prosecution? Jesus. I use Vaseline in a sponge, but it's not for collecting tire tracks.
In case you can't see it, but these are the tires. This is one of the tires that you used.
That's correct, sir.
Okay, and you created 4 tire impressions.
Yeah, that is correct, sir.
Okay, and I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 64. This is one of the tires that you used to help generate those tire impressions?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
They brought the fucking tire into evidence. I have never seen a tire introduced as evidence in a case before.
What did you do after you
That's
generated
literally the
tire
fucking
impressions?
tire.
I took him to my substation so he could be logged into our system, and they were given a tag number. And after giving a tag number, they were placed in the proper room.
Okay, and after they were placed in the proper room, what did you do after that?
I made arrangement with the DPS crime lab so I could take the tire cast and the tire impressions so they could be compared at their lab.
Did you personally take them over there?
I believe I did, sir.
Lancelot says, yes, please wrinkle the paper harder into the mic. Seriously. The Michelin Man did it. Just enjoy the quiet for just a second here. Just nobody's coughing, nobody's wrinkling paper. Just listen to the relaxing sounds of silence. Wait, court ASMR with jump scare sneezing. That is the most accurate fucking thing I've ever seen in my life. Oh, God. Thank you so much for the super chat. Let's talk about prepping. Let's see if you can top the ASMR with jump scare sneezing. This isn't the last time they show the tire. So bring it into retire their case. Waka, waka,
How do you
waka.
recognize this photo?
I took the photo, sir.
Okay. And is it a true and accurate depiction of what it portrays to be?
Yes, sir.
All right. Your Honor, let the record reflect on tendering to defense what's been marked as State's Exhibit 166 for inspection. We offered into evidence.
Yeah, you even blew out the fucking court microphone with that one, you piece of shit. Jesus fucking Christ, you asshole. You coughed so fucking loud, you overmodulated the computer that was handling the fucking courtroom microphone, you dickhead.
I'm showing you
fucking idiot.
What's been marked as State's Exhibit 166. Okay. What are we looking at in this photo?
I'm sitting on a toilet.
The picture of Mr. Ortiz that was taken on September 15, 2018 at the substation.
Okay, so this photo reflects how he looked and appeared the night that he was apprehended.
That is correct, sir.
Okay. And where did you take this photo?
In the
At the
toilet.
substation in the interview room?
In the interview room?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
He's about to get a blow. Oh, dear. No, I'm not going to do a shot every time he sneezes. I have to work tomorrow. $100 or no shot. That's it. Yes, that's not me sneezing. That's just fuck on the witness stand.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay. Investigator Ugarte, you previously testified that in 2018 you served as a custodian of evidence, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 173. Do you recognize this item?
Yes, I do, sir.
How do you recognize this item?
My handwriting and my signature?
Okay. Do you recognize the document?
Yes, I do, sir.
Are these documents kept in the regular course of business with the sheriff's office?
Yes, sir.
And is it made at or near the time or reasonably after the event occurred?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what purpose do these documents serve when you use them as the custodian of evidence?
It's our
Chemical
record
Capone
like,
got
of
it?
the items they're
How
taken
the
to
fuck
the
is that
DPS crime
Ernest
lab.
Borgnine?
Okay. Now
Ernest Borgnine in
I'm going
what?
to show you what's been marked
What
as State's
picture
Exhibit
of Ernest
174.
Borgnine
Okay.
is that?
Do you recognize this item?
Yes, I do, sir.
Okay. And how do you recognize it?
How in
My
the
signature,
fuck
my
is that
handwriting.
Ernest Borgnine? But I'll
Okay,
take a shot
and
anyway.
as
Thank
a
you so much.
custodian of
Bill
evidence
Bologna.
in 2018, when you were handling these, was this business record kept in the normal course of business?
Yes, sir.
And are these made at or near the time or reasonably after the event occurred?
That is correct, sir.
Okay, and these are maintained for purposes of record keeping.
Yeah, that is correct, sir.
Your Honor, let the record reflect I'm tendering to defense what has been
Basketball?
marked as State's
Wow.
Exhibit 173 and 174 for inspection, and we'll be offering them into evidence.
Ernest Borgnine was in a show called Basketball? All right, whatever. Ernest Borgnine choking on a hot dog. Okay, apparently I need to watch this basketball thing of which you
Our
speak.
law enforcement reports. that
Cheers,
they're saying-
baloney bong, for laser-eyed Ernest
Correcting them
Borgnine
as a
choking
business
on a
record,
hot dog
they
in
are
the movie
submission forms, Your Honor.
Basketball.
That are tendered to GPS judge.
God bless
As a
you.
custodian of evidence, he maintained these records. They were kept in the normal course of business. Of his-
I've never seen this film Basketball. Now I got to search for it.
So our law enforcement offense reports.
Ernest Borgnine, Basketball, hot dog.
Objection is overruled at this time. Exhibit 173, 174 are admitted into evidence at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. Permission to publish, Your Honor. Thank you. All right, investigator Ugarte. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 173. And I want to point out
Well,
here.
Thank you.
Can you
for
explain what
getting-
this
I-
document
not in
is?
a billion years would I have ever guessed Ernest
DPS
Borgnine.
crime lab, lab submittal?
It's a lab submittal?
Yes.
Okay. And what does this document serve as?
I've never
Just
heard of
document
basketball.
was being sent to the DPS crime lab.
Okay. And is that your signature there?
Yes, sir.
And what does that say right there?
In
person.
It was done in person that I took the items.
That's a woman's handwriting.
Okay, so that means that you took the items in person.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
He's got to be
Can you please explain to
transgender,
me
'cause that's a
what
woman's
item
handwriting.
number 1 is in this form? And let me zoom in.
One HK 40 caliber handgun with one magazine and 9 live rounds.
So you sent off the HK 40 caliber handgun.
Yes, sir.
With the 1 magazine and the 9 live rounds that were located in that magazine?
That is correct, sir.
Thanks, Chemical Capone.
Now,
how you got that is
I'm
beyond
going
me.
to
That
show
looks
you
nothing like Ernest
State's
Borgnine.
Exhibit 174. Okay.
See, he's already given fucking COVID to someone else in the courtroom.
Same
Fuck you,
question. What is
witness.
this document?
The DPS collapse the middle.
Okay. And is that your signature right there?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. And what does this mean?
That I took the items in person.
That you took the items in person?
Yes, sir.
And when you took them in person, you were submitting the items to who?
The DPS crime lab.
Okay. And I want to bring your attention to item number 32.
Tire print.
What was submitted here?
4 tire prints.
The 4 tire prints?
Yes, sir.
Those were the 4 tire impressions that you took with Texas Ranger EJ Salinas?
That is correct, sir.
And you submitted those to DPS?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Right, Rose? How in the world was that Ernest Borgnine? I guess I need to see this basketball movie of which you are speaking. I have never heard of it, and I like Ernest Borgnine. Whatevs. This is so stupid. Well, the prosecution is actually redeeming themselves at this point. I mean, they're laying the foundation. They're connecting dots. I mean, they've come a long way since Thursday. You dickhead.
Now, investigator back there. I'm going to show you again what's been marked as State's Exhibit 173. Okay, so under item 1, if you could please read that, please, one more time.
1 H&K 40 caliber handgun with 1 magazine and 9 live rounds. Serial number 123061778.
Okay, so this form was submitted with 9 live rounds.
Yes, sir.
And this was the magazine that was located
It has 9 live
inside
rounds.
the firearm.
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you recovered that firearm, there was 1 casing in the chamber, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And we've established already by prior testimony that these magazines can at least hold 12 rounds in them, correct?
Yes,
They
sir.
can at least hold
Because
12
states
pictures
exhibits
of
of the
nude
other 2
models in a
magazines, both are
centerfold.
filled to 12 live rounds, correct?
Yes, sir.
With 1 live round reaching out of the brim.
Yes.
So then we can assume that this firearm that was submitted
Alan, these
was
I
capable
have
of
my microphone
holding
turned up really
13
high.
rounds
My
in
earphone
it in
turned
total.
up really high.
That is correct, sir.
And these are like
Due to
buried,
one being
these
in the
earphones
chamber.
are buried
Yes, sir.
in my ear cavities. This kills me every time he coughs like a dick. As Flux would say, mocha dick.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir. The witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is this woman in the back wearing a goddamn parka? What is it, like 80 degrees in Laredo or in San Antonio? All right, what the fuck temperature is it in San Antonio right now? Why is she wearing a fucking winter coat?
Okay, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 175. Okay.
San Antonio temperature.
Now, you've previously testified you were custodian of evidence in 2018. Okay. Do you recognize this form?
Yes, I do, sir.
It's 24 degrees Celsius, 18 degrees Fahrenheit. Right now, well, this is our very first buffering incident. Cool. It is literally 24 degrees. That's pretty cold. I'm surprised. 24 degrees Celsius, 18 degrees Fahrenheit. I take it back. For some reason, it's really cold
How
in
do you
San
recognize this
Antonio.
one?
Why is it so cold in San Antonio right now?
The proper release form that's used by the West Palm Sheriff's
That's
Office.
really cold.
Okay. And is this form kept in the regular course of business?
Yes, sir.
All right. And these forms are maintained by the Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir.
And what purpose do they serve?
To keep track of the items that are being released.
Okay. And was this document prepared at or near the time or reasonably after the event?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Your Honor, let the record reflect I'm tendering to defense what will be marked as State's Exhibit 175 for inspection and the offered as evidence.
What's that in Fahrenheit? Convert 18 degrees Celsius to Fahrenheit.
The answer is 64.
So it's 65 degrees in San Antonio right now. It's 18 degrees Celsius.
We object to
About 65, 64, 65 degrees Fahrenheit. And this woman is wearing a fucking ski parka back there. Right? It's 64 degrees Fahrenheit, 18 degrees Celsius, and she's wearing a fucking ski parka back there.
And Your Honor, if I may respond, this is a document that's kept in the regular course of business. Investigator has testified that in 2018 he was custodian of evidence. These are records that are maintained for purposes of how they're handling the evidence.
Here's the objection overruled. State's Exhibit 175 will be admitted into evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thanks, Bob and Doug McKenzie. That was a great Bob and Doug McKenzie thing. Like, double it and add 30, eh? It's cold for Texas, but is it like ski jacket? Is it like padded down parka cold for Texas? You lightweights. I don't know what it is. It's like minus 7 degrees Celsius. Digger says right now. What is it here in Korea? It's 3 degrees Celsius here, so that's what, like 36 degrees Fahrenheit. It's cold here.
Can we just have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
There's a lot fewer people in the courtroom than there has been previously. There used to be quite a few people in the court, but now they're kind of dwindling out, I guess. Sunglass woman, she's not here anymore. Where'd she go? Shut up, RBMKA 56. Well, this is a thing. Baloney Bong says, take it from someone who moved from Texas to Colorado. Texas is a different. Texas cold is a different breed. I can handle 12 degrees in the mornings better than 50 degrees days in Texas. Well, that's kind of the same thing here too. You dick. Busan, Korea is surrounded on 3 sides by water. It's humid. It snows like for 15 minutes once every 2 or 3 years. But it is so bitter cold. It never gets below. It maybe gets to slightly below freezing. But
Your Honor, this time we passed the witness.
Oh, time for cross-examination.
Did you want to proceed?
Like
Maybe
minus 50 degrees Fahrenheit, which is like minus 36 Celsius, is really fucking cold in my hometown back in Utah. But 0 degrees Fahrenheit, 32 degrees Fahrenheit, 0 degrees Celsius in Korea feels infinitely colder.
Ladies and gentlemen, there is about 10:37.
36 Celsius or minus 50 Fahrenheit in Utah because it is humid here.
And
all right, it's time for a morning break.
All right, jury.
The humidity makes it feel so much colder here. But like just like the dry cold from Utah, it goes outward, inward. But like in Korea and I'm probably southern Texas too, the humidity the cold starts like in your core and goes out. It's hard to explain, like the humid cold.
We're going to start in about 15 minutes. Thank you.
All right, we got a 15-minute break while the jury goes and takes a piss. All right, we'll just kind of keep an eye on the court back here. Let me move this over here so we can see what the court's doing. All right, all in all, I think the prosecution is doing a decent job of rehabilitating themselves. The first 5 days of trial were exactly just like horrible. It was terrible. I thought they lost the jury. Friday was kind of a neutral day, but I think today they're starting to come together. When they're tying in the tire marks, which is ridiculous, but they're tying in that. They're tying in the rounds. Once they link those, assuming they link those spent shell casings to him, I think it's a done deal. I think the prosecution is going a long way to rehabilitate themselves today. It may not seem like that, but well, I mean, once they get all of this together and then they sort of like cinch the net and to catch the guy, it'll all come together and make sense, assuming they do that. Assuming the jury doesn't forget this, assuming the jury doesn't tune out when it's time to link the evidence to the defendant. But, I mean, the best thing to come out of this is hopefully we won't have to hear Mr. COVID testify anymore. All right, let's hit a couple super chats here. You super chatters are awesome tonight. Yes, please wrinkle up the paper into the paper harder into the mic. We read that one, but you get a twofer because I'm a generous guy. Chemical Capone got it. I still don't see how on earth that is Ernest Borgnine. I'm choking on a hot dog or not. I'm going to have to watch the movie Basketball, which I've never heard of until this minute, to see what that's all about. Kyle Cowden says, I swear that's so loud, I feel the snot on my face. Ew. Excomber, yucky nipplets. Dude, I don't even know what that's about. I don't even want to know what that's about, but okay. Yucky nipplets. That just sounds bad. The hot dog video. I can't copy and paste that. Let's see if I can scroll up here. Oh, all right, let's see. Can I click on that? No, wrong. Oops, something went wrong. Oh my God, see, I click on this shit and my whole entire stream decides it wants to shut down. All right, let's see if we can just copy part of it. Oh, we can. All right, apparently Baloney Bongs Hujima, what's it comes what are we calling that? We're calling that a profile picture. Comes from this scene here. Let's do this because why not? Like we all care or something. The Baloney Bong's avatar profile, whatever the hell you want to call it, comes from this scene, apparently. Let's see if this gets us copyright claim.
Somebody help him! Oh my God!
Mrs. Denslow, if there's anything you need.
Oh, Teddy! I can't believe it. He just fell over. Oh.
Mrs. Denslow? Mrs. Denslow! I wish there was something I could do. Oh, I know, Mr. Denslow. They stopped serving him after the 7th inning. Somebody get this man a hot dog!
Okay. It still doesn't look like Ernest Borgnine to me. All right, there you go. All right, that was funny. But it still doesn't look like your picture, but all right, whatevs. I have never heard of this movie until just now. So I'll have to go watch it because I literally have not heard of this movie. So, all right. It gives me something to do. It gives me something to put on my movie list. Hypershota says, I'm behind, but I'm 30 minutes from SA and it's 60 degrees Fahrenheit. You're not that far behind. You're like minutes behind. That's all. Yeah, this is like 64 degrees Fahrenheit. So I don't know why she's wearing a parka. Like someone said, maybe it might be the air conditioning in the building, but whatevs. Yes, it's base cat ball. Apparently that is the profile picture or the avatar, whatever you want to call it, of our very own Baloney Bong. I'll have to watch that. I don't know how I have never heard of this movie until this moment, but I haven't. So, all right. Amanda H., I'm wondering what this is all about. Statuesque Miss, oh my God, girl, there's no saving my hair too, but when the humidity hits, I can spend hours on my hair, then walk outside and it's like, WTF. You thought you were going to have good hair today. Women, hair, and humidity. That's why you shave your head. You don't have to worry about it. But I'm starting to look like a damn hippie here. Look at this. I mean, I got like hair growing everywhere. I definitely got to whack all this off in the morning. Got to whack off in the morning. Phrasing. Floppy Turtle. Let's just move on. Floppy Turtle, thank you so much for that super chat. Stopping to drop this 10 since I can't stand how boring this trial is. Oh, stick around, Floppy. I mean, this is actually, we're getting to a decent point in the trial now. Oh, hang on. There we go. We're actually getting to a decent point in the trial now. Because we're tying in actual evidence to the actual crimes, the shell casings, the tire prints, whatnot. And hey, Dragon's Treasure is here. Grow out your hair and don't care what happens after. I tried growing my hair out about 4 years ago. I let it grow out for a year and a half. I just wasted money on shampoo and it started to thin on top. I had a lot more. I've shaved my head for 15 years. And then because of an old girlfriend, I let it grow back. She wanted to see what I looked like with hair. So I grew it back for a bit, but it came in a lot thinner than I remember it last time. It was too thin on top. It just looked weird. And eventually I just said, fuck it, and shaved it all off again. I'm much more comfortable shaving my head. Joy Catcher, I like bald guys. Yeah. A lot of girls do. They like the bald head and the stash. You get the bald head because you get to rub it, and you get the beard and the stash because it tickles the thighs. If you know what I'm talking about. The girls like the stash on the thighs. Dragon's Treasure, Legal Vices, let people know I'm still working on people's orders, but I've run out of a lot of stuff. Most will be fulfilled today, the rest by Thursday. Oh yeah, if you were part of my, how long? Okay, we're past the 2 hour mark. We can say the word. If you were part of my Fuck It Friday stream last Friday, where we just grifted for a lot of shit, all of my guests, we gave them the opportunity to grift for everything. Dragon's Treasure Tea, who sells some of the most amazing loose leaf or bag tea, depending on what you want to order. Green tea there is out there. Green tea, herb teas, floral teas. He's got it all right there on thedragonstreasure.com. Make sure you go there. Make sure you order some tea. He sold a fuck ton of tea during my stream last Friday. So if you ordered some then, he's going to take a while to fulfill the order. So as he says right there, he's run out a lot of stuff, but he should be able to get it to everything today. So if you're waiting for your tea, it'll be shipped probably in the next day or so. So there you go. Mrs. K. Griffiths, you're trying to drop so many F-bombs, yelled a sneezing guy. I don't think it matters. Probably not. Well, Edward M. Lockwood, usually I hate spammers, but we'll give you a pass this time. But seriously, guys, the Dragon's Treasure tea, absolutely amazing green tea, floral teas, the herbal teas, whatever you want is there. And they have a live chat function. So if you have a question about the teas, if you're looking for a particular flavor profile, if you're looking for a particular caffeine content, whatever it is you're looking for, go to the chat feature, and that will link you directly with the owner and proprietor of the Dragon's Treasure tea, and he will address your questions and choose the tea that's perfect for you. And while you're there, make sure you use code word VICES. Why? Because you get 10% off and I get 5% back. There you go. Bro, you look baked as fuck. I'm not baked. Well, see, that's the I really have to go to the optometrist and get a new prescription because I've got bifocals, but weirdly, like it's like an arm's length from my computer. is the difficult part to see. If I put my head down normally, I can't see, I can't focus because of the bifocals. So for it to be in focus, I have to sit like this, which makes my eyes closed and makes me look baked as fuck. So I just need to go get a pair of reading glasses or something. Over 1,000 tea bags for sample packs and pre-bagged was made yesterday. Freaking brutal. Well, Dragon's Treasure, I'm so sorry I sold you so much tea. I'm so sorry you made so much money off my back yesterday. Friday. No, seriously, Dragon's Treasure tea rocks. The dude is solid. The dude, if you want to meet him, if you want to see who he is and what he does and the what he brings, he's a tea lover, he's an anime lover, and he mixes this world of anime with green tea. It sounds ridiculous, but it's possible. He does it. If you want to see him and what he's all about, watch my Fuck It Friday stream from last week. He was a featured guest. He stuck there almost the entire time, which is great. I am melanin deficient, definitely. I did not ask to be born this color. I'm sorry. Talk to my parents. I did not ask to be born white as fuck. I've got Northern Russian, well, not Russian, Lithuanian. I've got Northern Lithuanian blood, Irish blood, Scottish blood. I'm not the most melanin pro guy in the universe. I didn't ask to be born this color, so sue me. Whatevs. He teased his Japanese whiskey. I've got an entire Japanese whiskey shelf right there. We've got like Hibiki Harmony, Hibiki 17, Hibiki Master Select. Behind that, we've got a Yamazaki 12. We've got a couple of Nika whiskeys. So yeah, that's my Japanese hutch back there. So you're mixed race? Nah, I'm just like Viking mongrel. That's what we'll call me. I'm just like Viking mongrel. Jeff wearing SPF 50 right now. It's dark. Whatever. Leave me alone. Leave vices alone. Okay. Hurry back, Court. Just don't leave me hanging here. Oh, Yamazaki is good. But yeah, this Yamazaki 12. I got a good deal on it in Vegas when I was there for vacation. I got it for like $125 and it's about $300 here in Korea. So I bought the shit out of that bottle. Mongrel. So Viking, standard Viking descendant. Absolutely. Oh, we have a super chat. Super chat. Super chat alert. Stingy. We know you want that established titles grift. Look, for those of you that thought this established title shit was legit from the, you guys are fucking idiots. How ridiculous does it have to be to sell titles of lord and ladies? I know we've all seen this stupid commercial. If you bought into that, you need to look up gullible in the dictionary because it's not there. And if it was, it would be your picture there. Seriously, this whole established title shit is just bullshit from square one. I laughed about it from the very first time I saw that. They're not going to be, I mean, ask anybody from the UK that's here in chat. Any of you UK folks here in chat, legit, is there any possibility that they're selling 1 square foot of land and allowing you to be called Lord and Lady in England? If you fall for that shit, you're a complete fucking idiot. And I hate to say that because I hate to cast aspersions on people within my chat, but don't be so fucking naive. Why would you be, if you could literally purchase a legendary 1 square foot of land in Scotland and be considered a lord or lady, why wouldn't everybody have done that for the past 1,000 years? It's stupid. Yeah, Execution says absolutely not. But it's an amazing con. It's like one of those stupid things like name a star. There's like 1 trillion fucking stars in the universe. Yeah, okay, you get your name attached to one, but the International Star Registry may or may not recognize it. But to say you look, if you want like a space of land, what I would suggest is go buy yourself a bottle of Lagavulin whiskey and join the Lagavulin people who will put a those 2 shots are hitting me strong because I wasn't prepared. Is it Lagavulin or is it Lefroy that sells you the that allows you to have a square foot of Scottish turf. I believe it's Lagavulin. I'm gonna stick with Lagavulin instead of Lefroy. Like Lagavulin, you can join the friends of it is Lagavulin. You can join like the friends of Lagavulin and stake out a square foot of turf, of peat turf. I mean, that's the thing to do, because at least you're promoting whiskey. You're promoting a sustainable environment. This whole established titles bullshit is just ridiculous. Oh, see, now we've got like both of you like dueling peeps here. It's Lefroy. Is it Lefroy? I'm kind of intoxicated because, all right, the Legal Vices secret is out. It's the friends of Lefroy. Okay, we'll say it's Lefroy, not Lagavulin. But my story is, you've seen me drink like 4 of these. Secret, about 25% of this has been vodka. The other 75% is Pepsi. So yeah, I've been drinking like serious amounts of vodka since this started. So I can't remember if it's Lagavulin or Lefroy. People here have corrected me and said it's Lefroy, which I thought it was, but Lagavulin is so much classier. Anyway, this whole fucking, you guys have triggered me with that. Buy 1 square foot of Scottish land and become a lord or lady. Put lord or lady on your business card and look like a fuckwit for doing it. Look like a fucking douche canoe. Go ahead, put Lady McFuckwit or whatever your name is on your business card or your website and see what a douche canoe people think you are. And the fact that people were shilling this shit all the way from, whoever the lowest person was on the totem pole to people like, Philip DeFranco was flogging that like a cheap whore who's been punched in the gut by a man with scars on his face. That's just dumb. I mean, if you just want a complete gag gift to give someone, sure. If you know it's a gag gift going into it, sure. But if you legit think you are going to become a Scottish lord or lady, you're an idiot. Seriously. Yeah, and if Tim Pool stops doing something, it's got to be shit. You look like a fuckwit for shaming people being trusting. It's the internet. Don't fucking trust anybody. Seriously. Think about it for a second. Lords and ladies. Lord is a title that means something. Lord Andrew Weber, for instance. Are you on par with him because you bought some $30 fucking square of land? No. Lord is a specific title, and it's not even lord. It's laird, which means landowner, which doesn't really mean lord. Just because you buy a square foot of turf in Scotland, does that mean you get to go be a member of the House of Lords? No. Kitty says, that's Lady Douche Canoe to you. That's a solid take. The quartering did it. The Duke of Hurl. I like that. That's Lady Douche Canoe to you. Kyle Cowden, I have an armiger that bore arms. I can't. Right? Seriously. If someone comes and tells you you can be a lord or lady for $39.90, and the thing that I think is hilarious about that. Yeah, Statuesque Misk says it is laird equals land, land equals yep. And go ahead. I dare you to go there and say, show me my 1 square foot of land. I dare you to do that. If it's Taurus, Jeff and I have the same cycle, our cycles are synced. Is that what you're saying? Seriously. Do you have a Legal Vices promo code for that? It's like $200. No, look, seriously, that whole title thing is it's just stupid. If they would have from the beginning says this is a novelty gift, this is a joke, just do it. But what I think is hilarious is you don't even get the certificate they show. It's like a digital certificate. If you want to actually buy the printed certificate, it's like what, $30, $50 extra. If you haven't gone there, just go to their website. If you go to their website, you'll see there's nothing but a money grubbing scam. Emily D. Baker shills for them? No, Auntie don't do that. Oh God. How much dollars do you have to write names super chat on your chest? Oh yeah. You couldn't see the super chat names on my chest because I've got like a hairy chest. I'm not like an Aussie overlord hairy chest, but I've got like hair on my chest, you know, because I'm a man. How much to write super chat names on your chest? Look, I'm just about that intoxicated. I would start doing that because, like I said, I've had like much more vodka than you guys realized. All right, we're still out with the court. There's still the Behar County seal is up there, which looks really weirdly communist China. All right, yeah, only the king can make you lord or lady. Thank you. Seriously, is your square foot of land with you? I got it right here. My gut's my square foot of land. Wait, I've started a few things here. Grow out your, okay, we read that one already, but nah, I'm not going to grow out my hair because I'm lazy. All right, record is back in session. Let's get through this. Lori loves Montana, just like a soap opera. Take a long hiatus, and when you return, nothing has changed. That's the trial. $20 then. My name is Penis, right? At Legal Vices. All right, everybody, hit that like button, please. We've got 772 likes out of 842 concurrent viewers. Let's get it up to 800 likes. I would greatly appreciate that. And hit that subscribe button. We're 7 away from 32,500. 32,500 subscribers. I would love to get to 32,500 subscribers. We'll need 7 more of you to hit that subscribe button. Please do it. I would love it. You guys are awesome. You're the best. All right, let's bring up ye oldie courtroom shitbaggery. On the streets of Laredo. On the streets of... All right, there we go. All right, we'll keep it here until the jury comes in. So you... Like Castle. What? Emily D. Baker knows it's just for fun gift and not really good. I hope so. It shocks me how many people think it's a real thing. The Dragon's Treasure in good deal. I screenshot your list and will look through after a nap. My eyes are fading, and I think this case might knock me out soon. I love my tea. Thank you for caring about yours. The Dragon's Treasure tea is seriously top notch.
So
and
the
as I
state
was
passed
mentioning,
the witness, Mr. Perez, you may proceed.
I was a member of the
Investigator
Busan
Ugarte.
Korea Tea Association for years.
Back on September
and I
the
can say with
15th of
authority, that's a good tea.
2018, you went out to the stripes there on San Bernardo, right?
Yes, I did, sir.
Okay. The one next to the garage, you know what I'm talking about?
The one closer to the motel, correct?
Yes. And at the time, you took some photos of the white Dodge. Is that accurate?
Oh,
You
yes, it is,
shaved
sir.
your mustache.
Okay.
Is that
And
accurate?
we've had a prior hearing before, and I asked you if you had opened the doors and then taken photographs of the interior of the truck. And to the best of my recollection, you said you did not.
That is correct.
Okay. Now,
I'm
do
just
you
going to leave this
know,
picture here
were
for
you
the
there
next
when
hour.
the truck was opened up and photos were taken from the inside?
No, sir.
And may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
How's that, Amanda H? You like that? Leave it up here.
Are you
Well,
familiar with what an
you're a
inventory
beautiful,
search is?
attractive woman. Why would
Yes,
you
sir.
mind if I put your
Ladies and
picture up
gentlemen of the
there?
jury, what an inventory search is?
You're super awesome. Keep it up.
Itemized log of the items that were searched.
And the idea, we've talked about it previously with Nenke, I think, but the idea is to document what's in the vehicle so that in transport, once it's
No,
been
there
seized
are
by
no
law
limits on
enforcement,
engine size.
in transport, nothing can be taken or the like, right?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. Now, I'm going to show you what's been admitted into evidence as defendant's exhibit number 1. I'm sorry. Can you tell me the title of that?
Execution knows me damn straight. That's my hot
Texas
point right there.
Department of Public Safety property.
Redheads
inventory.
with noses. Mm.
Okay. And who had custody of the white Dodge Ram out there? The Texas Rangers?
Walker, Texas Ranger.
I believe it was the DPS.
Okay,
Well,
DPS, Department of
yes.
Public Safety, and the Texas Rangers are part of the Texas Department of Public Safety.
That's right, sir.
The charges in this
And
trial are
Can you tell me
first-degree
what
murder
defendant's
of
exhibit
4
number 1
prostitutes.
says right here?
Vehicle seized,
Not big
pending
nose,
criminal
distinctive
investigation.
noses.
No
different.
inventory conducted. Released to Webb County SO Lieutenant Ricardo Garcia.
Okay. And then can you read down here again a second time?
Just
on defendant's
distinctive
exhibit number 1 what it
noses,
says?
not big.
Notes vehicle seized pending criminal investigation and stored at the Webb County Sheriff's Office substation on 7209 East Saunders. Letter of the Webb County, no inventory conducted.
Okay. And so at least this
You
document, which is
dickhead.
DPS's own
That took you
document,
2 minutes to
is
cough into the
basically saying
fucking microphone.
that,
Yes, Flux.
no
They're
inventory was
arguing
conducted.
everything
That
has
is
been
correct,
done
sir.
wrong.
Now I'm going to show you defendants, what's been admitted as defendants exhibit number 6 and number
I'm
7.
jealous.
Can you tell me what those are just generally?
The photos of the vehicle.
Okay. And this is out at that Stripes at that convenience store next to the motel. Accurate? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you can tell where the doors are open.
Yes, sir.
Okay. But you did not do this, and you did not take this.
Not,
photos.
not that I could recall now.
Now, subsequent to that,
Absolutely. I'll
We
sing
have,
for you any day of the week,
I mean,
Amanda
just
H.
by way of example, State's Exhibit number 1, State's Exhibit number 154, 155, and 156, which the prosecution has already talked about. But if these are photos of the same white Dodge, but already over at 7209. Is it East Saunders?
Yes, sir.
It's the Webb County substation, correct?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. And this is where you conducted a search or collected evidence from the truck. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as defendant's
Solid.
exhibit number 8 for identification purposes only. Can you tell me what that is?
Lunch.
Number 8.
Yeah, this is defendant's
Oh,
exhibit
okay.
number 8. But just generally, what is that form?
But it says here that it's evidence collection log.
And are you familiar with that form?
Yes, sir.
And the date on that form?
Yes, sir.
Well, I mean, what's the date on that form?
September 15, 2018.
Okay, and does this form contain your writing, sir?
Not in this picture.
Okay, what about the next page?
Oh no, his writing's nowhere on it.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so suffice to say, this form is the form that the Webb County Sheriff's Office that you and Nanka utilized back in 18
Go
to log
away, Digger. That's
items that you
wrong.
collect.
That is correct.
We offer
That's
to have
wrong.
defendant's exhibit number 8. Let me see that.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit number 8 is admitted into evidence at this time.
Now that it's in evidence, this form says evidence collection log.
Oh yeah.
It's dated
Congratulations on
9/15/18
beating
of 18.
Senegal.
And then the location is 7209 East Saunders, which is your substation, right?
That is correct, sir.
And it reflects here that this is the search of the white Dodge Ram 2500 with the license plate number.
Correct.
Is that accurate? Okay. Now, you're the one that conducted a search of this vehicle on that date.
On the vehicle, yes, sir. Okay. At the substation.
And in here, an item number 1, I guess at 3:54 a.m. is when you collected the HK 40 caliber handgun, right?
That is correct, sir.
And there are other entries, along the line. But as you go along, you're logging in the times 3:54, 3:55, 3:58, 4:14, the like, right?
Correct, sir.
And first of all, is this your handwriting?
No, sir.
So as you're collecting the items, are you contemporaneously logging in on some form when you're collecting?
On either the box or the paper bag where I place them, I always put the time and the date of the item that's collected.
Okay, so if you grab, let's say, a woman's purse, you're gonna put it into some sort of container, a plastic bag, a box, or a manila envelope, and there's where you're gonna log the time.
That is correct, sir.
Okay, and then this form, I'm assuming, is later formulated.
Yes, to put everything that's been collected, we put it based on the time that we collected them.
Okay, and as you're collecting the items, is the evidence room there at 7209 East Saunders?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so then you grab, let's say, the box with the handgun, and you go and put it into a secure area. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
And is that proper police procedure chain of custody?
Yes, sir.
Now, we know that on the 15th, there in 2018, at some point, some items were presented to Mr. Ortiz that were taken from the truck. Are you aware of that even?
No, sir.
Okay, so let's say that Ortiz was shown a purse with some syringes and the like. You collected the purses. You collected all the items in the truck, right?
That's correct, sir.
Okay, who do you recall giving it to anybody?
I'm gonna object, Your Honor. You already testified that he didn't do that, and he doesn't know about that, about the items in the purse.
Do you recall giving, as you're collecting and putting in a bag, items to Agent Salinas or Captain Calderon?
No. The only one that assists me in reference to the items is Investigator Nenke.
No, you don't. You want to listen to this trial, Flux. Screw Christmas music.
Okay. Now, but you also testified that Nenke was, correct me if I'm wrong, but Nenke was not the one at this hour, at 3:54 or early in the morning. He was not there.
No, he was not out there with the vehicle, but he was inside the building.
Okay. And so if you're collecting the items,
yes, and
I'm assuming you put them in a box or a card or something, and you at some point walk to the evidence room, correct?
Which is where Nenke, I walk into my office with a system to log in the evidence. And that's where Investigator Nenke's desk is, and he was the one that day doing the tags of the evidence.
And so if I were to tell you, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, that some of those items that you collected from this truck ended up in the interrogation room with Mr. Ortiz, would you know how they got there?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, at this time, at 3:54, when you began this search, I know you're a custodian of records and a crime scene investigator, but who instructed you to begin the search of the pickup?
The Texas Ranger.
And would that be E.J. Salinas?
That is correct, sir.
Texas Ranger.
Do you know if he had a search warrant for the truck?
Objection, Your Honor. It's improper question and speculation. Investigator Ugarte just testified that he was advised to, but he doesn't know about the search warrant.
Improper question is not a really good objection.
Objection sustained.
Okay. Did you have a search warrant for the truck?
Objection, Your Honor. Same
He
objection.
abandoned
It's a
the
different
truck.
question, Your Honor. Did you have a search warrant for the truck?
No, sir.
Okay.
Did you need a search warrant for the truck? No, because he abandoned it. He ran away and abandoned his truck. Nope. Legal Vices is definitely not bi, but he is bilingual. How's that taste, buddy? How's that? I'm choking on popcorn. Are you happy? How's that taste? Dude on a witness stand.
What's their next defense exhibit?
That should be nice.
Investigator Ugarte, I'm going to show you what's been marked as defense exhibit number 9. Can you just generally tell me what that form is?
Shut up.
It's a firearm collection worksheet.
And is that your report there? With regards to this case?
It has my name, but
It has my name, but I didn't do it. Oh my god!
If I'm not mistaken, this is done at the
universe.
Laredo Police Department.
Okay, why would it have collected by WebSO investigator who died?
Because more like that, I took the
Batwing,
the casing so they could check them out at the police department.
Okay.
I'm not sure if that's the same form, but I believe that's what it is.
Okay, tell me what the Laredo Police Department has to do with this Webb County Texas Ranger investigation.
Shut up. This
Well,
is a
you just
great
testified.
This is
I'm
a great
so I can
maroon.
make it clear.
Miskatonic
You
University. This
testified
is
that
Lovecraft,
This is a
bitch.
form that the Laredo Police Department
No,
uses.
but I believe that that's the one they use. They have the NIBIN system, I believe.
Okay.
Where they check the casings, like if it's fingerprints, but they check if it comes from a certain weapon.
So you're telling me that the firearm
Un momento, por favor.
Yeah. Okay. So you're telling me that what's been marked and admitted as state certificate number 36A, and then 36, states 36, states 38, and 37. These went to the Laredo Police Department?
I don't believe so. No, that if anything that's sent over there, just casing.
What do you know is what I'm asking you, or are you guessing?
Well, I don't know, sir.
Okay. But at some point, you're saying that some of these items that have been introduced in this trial went to the Laredo Police
No,
Department?
sir.
Okay. And
Not
this,
those items.
in this form that is talking about this firearm, and let's verify the serial number. I don't want to point it at you. But you see 123-06 1778.
Yes.
This form is referring
Hi,
to this
everybody.
firearm, correct? And so you did not draft this form?
No, sir.
I
And
got
there's a comment here.
I got
inspected
invaded
weapon
by a
after
bunch of
release by
bulldogs.
WCSO.
So any snorting,
So
heavy
someone inspected
breathing,
this firearm
snoring,
other
whatever
than
you hear
you,
is coming
other
from
than
the
the ranger?
bulldogs, not me.
I believe so, sir.
And it talks about it has 2 spare magazines,
Yes, sir.
and it says number of cartridges.
Are you offering it?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm going to offer it. The State's Defense Exhibit number 9.
Nope, just had a great piss. And let the bulldogs in. Still coughing on the popcorn.
All right, defense exhibit number 9 is in there.
Ooh, Helena T make some cinnamon cookies. I
And
love some cinnamon cookies.
the state earlier introduced also 2 extra magazines, correct?
This damn witness is
And
giving me
in
COVID.
there, the DA told you that each magazine had 12 cartridges within them, correct?
Seriously.
12 rounds. Yes, sir.
Okay. But yet this form says that the number of cartridges in the magazines was only 2 at this time, whoever inspected this. You see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Not 12, right?
Well, it just says the magazines. So.
Well, no, it says number of magazines 2. Number of cartridges in magazines 2. You see that, right?
Okay.
It's referring to the number of shots in there, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then here where it says photographed at scene, it says unknown.
Actually, in Korea,
Yes,
we're
sir.
still required by law to
Condition
wear
at the
masks
scene,
indoors.
You see
Idiot.
that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Hey, we've got 850 concurrent viewers and 772 likes. That is really awesome. Thank you so much for the likes. Deeply appreciated. Please hit that like button. And we've got 494 subscribers. We've got 32,494 subscribers. 6 more subscribers, and we get to 32,500. If you haven't subscribed, I would die, you dickheaded motherfucker. Interrupt me like that with your COVID. 95, 5 more subscribers, and we get to 32,500. If you haven't subscribed, please do me a favor and hit that subscribe button.
Thank you. Investigator Ugarte, could you please explain to the jury what is an IBAN?
It'll be awesome when I get this piece of popcorn out of my
Data
lungs.
system.
To my best of my knowledge, it serves like the APHIS system, which is like basically what the APHIS system does to fingerprints, the IBAN does to casings. It checks the markings on the casings that are recovered to certain guns, and they can actually identify the gun that was used to use that casing that was recovered.
So essentially, it's a law enforcement database system to link to firearms.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And for purposes of seeing the firearms,
Water. I don't need
reports,
water.
link
I've
to
got
other,
vodka and Pepsi.
incidents.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and why would you go to the Laredo Police Department for the IBAN system?
Because the Laredo Department I believe they're the only ones in Laredo that has a system, and they have it to serve all the surrounding agencies.
If I knew when he was coughing, I was
doing your
that.
due diligence.
Yes, sir.
Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Let's see your left there. I'm going to be showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 177. Do you recognize this item?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm also showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 178. Do you recognize this item?
Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit 179. Do you recognize this item?
Yes, sir.
And State's Exhibit 180. Do you recognize this item?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, how do you recognize these items?
They're the forms that were submitted to the DPS crime lab, the lab submittals.
Okay. And as a custodian, you and investigator Nenke both served as custodians of evidence, correct?
Correct, sir.
Okay. As custodians of evidence, would you keep these records in the normal course of business?
Yes, sir.
Were these documents generated at or near the time of the event or reasonably after?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and they were maintained for purposes of the Webb County Sheriff's Office?
That is correct, sir.
Okay, and when you generated these reports, they were generated off of a computer that was operating properly?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
Your Honor, at this time, let the record reflect, I will be tendering to defense what has been marked as State's Exhibit 177, 178, 179, and 180 for purposes of inspection and operated.
Behar County is pronounced Bear. The X is silent. Bexar County. Behar County. Pronounced by the locals as Bear County. No, it's bad vodka. Well, no, it's actually not bad vodka. It's a decent vodka, but I don't have Coke, so.
May I take a moment, Your Honor? Yes, sir.
Well, the question at this point is more vodka Pepsi or just straight scotch? That's the question I'm struggling with right now.
Investigator Ugarte,
Yes,
with
sir.
regards to State's Exhibit number 177, and we know it's a laboratory submission form, right?
Yes, sir.
But it contains 2 parts. Like, let's say just page 1, it says Jose Ugarte. Page 2, Jose Ugarte. But page 3 and page 4 say
The
Nenke.
thing with
Is that
vodka,
accurate?
if you taste
sir.
it, it's bad.
So,
if it tastes like
you did
nothing,
not submit
it's
this.
good.
It was, and you're not the author of this form. It was Victor Nenke. Is that accurate?
The author of the form, yes, but I did submit the evidence. I actually took it.
Okay. I'm trying to figure this out.
I'm trying to figure
It
this fucking
says-
shit out too.
This is not a very good copy, but it says date submitted, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So it says in person, right?
Yes.
And so let's say the first page and the second page is it's Jose Ugarte.
Oh, yes.
Now, the second, the third, and the fourth page of State's Exhibit 177
Tuscarawas?
say submitted by, in person, Victor Nenke.
Yes.
And it actually has his signature. So
We both used to go, both of us used to go at the same time and check the evidence.
Was that Joe
every single
Biden
time.
The majority of the time,
question?
yes.
Now, when you submit it to the DPS crime lab, where is it located in Laredo? Or where is it located?
In the section of Clark and Loop 20.
Okay, so let's look at State's Exhibit number 178 again. It says submitted in person by Mr. Nenke, page 1, in person, Victor Nenke, page 2, in person, Victor Nenke, page 3, and in person, Victor Nenke, page 4. State's Exhibit number 179, page 1, Victor Nenke, in person,
That's
page
just
2,
people are
Victor Nenke,
stupid.
in person, page 3, Victor Nenke, in person. State's
Will
Exhibit
you
number
live stream and
180,
introduce us to
page
Hooker
1,
Hill?
Victor Nenke, in person, page 2.
Didn't I do a
Victor Nenke,
Hooker
in
Hill
person,
video
and
with
page
Andrew?
3,
I think I
Victor Nenke, in
did. If
person.
not, in a
So
couple
is
weeks,
your
stand by
testimony
for
literally
Hooker Hill
every
videos in a
single
couple weeks.
time that you went?
Majority of the
on
time.
these firms? I'm sorry?
The majority of the time, me and Mr.
I'm going to visit Hooker
that's not
Hill
my
in about
question.
2 weeks from now
Let's look at this one.
because my favorite bar
On
is there.
9/5 of 18, we know it's you because there's your signature, right?
Yes, sir.
So on 9/11 of 18, it says Victor
That's
Nenke
funny. We'll
and
talk
Victor
about this
Nenke.
later.
So my question to you, to page 3 and page 4, do you have an independent recollection? Not that you think you went, most of the time you went, almost all the time you went. Do you have an independent recollection, a memory of having gone on 9/11, 2018 at 9:05
No,
to
sir.
submit this? You do not?
No.
Okay. And if I ask you the same question, which states, because all of these have your name, I'm sorry, Victor
Okay.
Nenke's name. If I ask you the same question regarding 178, 179, and 180,
Will be the same answer.
okay, we object, Your Honor, to lack of personal knowledge.
Oh,
and
fuck off.
hearsay under Rule 803, the exceptions to the hearsay rule, law enforcement records are specifically accepted from that, Your Honor.
May I respond, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Your Honor, what we're trying to establish is not whether he took it, but whether he conducted and performed and generated these items in the regular course of business, Judge. This is a business record affidavit. He was a custodian of evidence. He was in charge of helping maintain these records and keeping these records for purposes as to
All right, we've got
when
an
they were
important
exiting, when they
poll
were
just
being
set
sent
up.
out
Should
to
my
DPS,
next
and he
drink
can
be a single malt
testify
scotch or
as
a
a former
vodka
custodian
coke
of evidence
cocktail?
that he is
Get
familiar
your
with it and
answers
it was
in
kept the regular
now.
course of business for that purpose, Judge. And under 902, Your Honor, as well.
Oh, fuck off, prosecutor.
But
Under 902.
8,
This lead prosecutor,
2,
seriously, micromanaging
Under
everything the
public
prosecutors
it
say.
says that this record,
This is why the other prosecutor
it's a
quit.
matter observed by law enforcement, are not accepted from the hearsay rule. It's hearsay. All police reports, otherwise they'd introduce their whole report, Your Honor. It's the same thing. Not to mention that he's not the author and he lacks personal knowledge. I think he's guessing about it, Your Honor.
And Your Honor, if I may respond.
Yes, you may.
Investigator Ugarte, Investigator Nenke, they both previously testified that they were both in charge of the property room. They would both help each other in processing scenes as to when the collection of evidence, entering it into the data form, and as to generating the tags, and when they would send these items over to DPS, Judge. It's a unit. It's the evidence collection unit. They're custodians of evidence.
We're gonna object
Oh yeah,
to
Michelle W is correct. It's not
in the
Coke, it's
speech.
Pepsi. I was drunk, so I
Just give me one second.
mistyped the poll.
Give me a second.
Single malt scotch or vodka Pepsi? Can you give us a proper legal analysis? You're just watching this thing like we are. We tune in so we can understand what's going on, not to watch you get hammered the whole time.
Your Honor, let me just. Okay.
There's nothing happening at this point, though. It says King Ginger 333. A proper legal analysis at this point is, I think the prosecution is redeeming themselves from last Thursday. By last Thursday, I thought there was a serious, legitimate chance that the prosecution would fail and that the jury would completely forget what they're trying to say and side with the defendant. And I thought there was a realistic possibility of the defendant being found not guilty by a jury as of last Thursday. But last Friday they did a bit of a decent job, but today they're doing a much better job of connecting the evidence
we're also
to
introducing
the
this
witness.
as a business record, but we're not introducing this for the truth of the matter asserted. We're more of introducing it as a business record with the custodian of evidence judge. So we just want to add that to our response.
If they're not
And for
offering it
purposes
the
of
truth
chain of custody, Your Honor.
If they're not offering it for the truth of the matter asserted, then we also object to relevance.
So, I mean,
They need to make
the
it relevant
defendant is objecting to relevance of the evidence as well as
He's familiar with the document,
the chain of custody of the evidence, which are very, very weak. But the prosecution doesn't have a great case in this particular matter. I mean, the guy literally used his service weapon to off the prostitutes. He killed the prostitutes with his government issued weapon. Not only did he use his government issued weapon, he used his government issued ammunition in his weapon. He didn't clean up the spent shell casings. He just left them there. And then he hid the bodies under bridges and shit. He didn't even bury the bodies in the middle of BF fucking nowhere, Texas. So he used his service weapon to murder these 4 prostitutes. He used the bullets that he was issued to go with his service weapon to murder these 4 prostitutes. Then he led the prosecutors to the 4th body. Then he confessed to committing the crimes. But then he still pleaded not guilty. So the only thing that the defense really has to go on here is procedural error, which they're doing an okay job. But I mean, they're starting to get out into the realm of disbelievability when they're saying that, you know, they sent the spent casings to the state crime lab, and you don't know what happened to these spent casings after they went to the crime lab. You don't know if they put the same casings back into the envelope that they received from the envelope. The idea is they're hoping to plant in the minds of the jurors that the evidence is planting evidence, that they're fucking around with the evidence, that they took the actual bullets that were collected and replaced them with bullets that incriminate the defendant. It's just not a good deal. The prosecution has a really weak case, and I think their cross-examination on those points emphasizes the weakness of their case rather than the strengths of their case. There. How's that for a non-liquored up answer to your question? The prosecution, I think, has overstepped their bounds of credibility. Early on in today's testimony, when they started insinuating that perhaps the state, forensics crime lab took the spent casings out of the evidence envelope and replaced them with other rounds. That's just ridiculous. Why? And I don't think the jury is that stupid. I really don't think so. So there you go. That's my analysis based on where we are today. And that's literally the only analysis we have to this point, because the first 5 days were showing pointless video cam, like body cam footage, which just showed a bunch of fat officers going as they walked through a parking garage looking for this guy. And then when they got there, the only video we saw was people like doing this. This is all we saw on the video: forearms and weapons. And that testimony went on for 2 hours, and it bored the shit out of the jury. Then they spent they said 10 or 12 hours. It felt like about 55 hours on just watching the interrogation video. And he confessed to committing the crimes during the interrogation, but the way it was conducted, I think the prosecution the defense has grounds to say that it was psychological torture to chain him to a chair for 10 hours in the middle of the night. You give him 1 hamburger and 2 bags of chips. You question him, you leave him alone and let him sleep for hours and hours on end. You don't actively question him. I think they set themselves up for a bad situation. Oops, sorry. There you go. How's that for an extra non-liquored up analysis? Wrestling Mom says, Legal Vices, I'm thankful you don't talk over the whole trial. You're worth $5 memberships all day long. Well, thank you very much. If you're inclined to join the memberships, please do. But we only have 5 more subscribers until we get to 32,500. And from the 873 of you that are currently watching, I'm sure 5 of you haven't subscribed to me. If you haven't subscribed to my channel and you like what I'm doing, please go down there and hit that subscribe button. Let's get us to 32,500 by the end of today's stream. And we have 813 likes. Let's get us up to 900 likes. Why not? We need 85 likes to get us up to 900 likes. So let's do that. So there we go. If you wanted a non-alcohol fueled analysis, that's what I gave you. That was my non-alcohol fueled, analysis of what's going on. But we just like to have fun. We talk, we comment. If you want to watch like no comment, straight feed of this trial, go watch Law and Crime right here. Law and Crime. Go to Law and Cuck and watch their stream. Comment free. I'm commenting along with this. There's really, really no legal analysis to be had at this point. They're just presenting their case.
Right. So the exhibits that are admitted into evidence at this time was 178, 179. What was the number again, Mr.?
The questioning just sucks. There's not going to be a mistrial. No. I just think that the jury may find the prosecution's case to be lacking.
178, 179, and
180. Yes, those are admitted into evidence for the jury's consideration.
Alpha Snork, shame on you. Mr. Terrible, I watch because you're a legend and your chat is great. Hey, the Vice Squad chat, of which you are a member, is the best chat on the entire internet.
Investigator, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 177. Can you please tell the jury what that is?
The DPS lab submittal.
The DPS lab submission?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and right here, what
Ew.
is this information related to?
Yeah, the shin breaks are nasty.
The first victim on Jeffries Road.
Okay, and
wait, who is your first
all of
favorite
these
bearded,
items here
bald, tall man?
that are listed throughout State's Exhibit 177. These are items that were submitted in relation to that?
That is correct, sir.
In relation to that investigation?
Yes, sir.
Okay, permission to publish State's Exhibit 178. Now, I'm showing you what's been marked as 178. This is the submission form, another submission form to DPS. And whose name is that?
The suspect, Juan David ORTIZ, and the victim, Claudine Loera.
Okay. And typically in these records, all the items that are listed, why are they listed in a form like this? What's its purpose?
To be gay.
Those are the items they're taken to the DPS crime lab so they can be processed.
I agree with you just in time.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 179.
Never should have gone to trial.
Another submission form. Can you please read the names here?
We
Juan
just
David
hit
ORTIZ
32,500 members.
Giselda Hernandez.
You guys fucking rock.
Okay.
You guys are the
And again,
greatest
these are
ever.
items that were sent to DPS.
The Vice Squad
That is correct,
rules.
sir.
32,500 subscriptions.
Finally,
Bless you, bless you, bless
I'm
you.
showing what's been marked as State's Exhibit 180. Can you please read the names?
Juan David ORTIZ and Humberto ORTIZ.
So these are items that were submitted from the 4 separate crime scenes, correct?
That is correct, sir.
And these were and the items listed were submitted to DPS.
Yes, sir.
Ask the witness, Your Honor.
Ooh, that was shortened to the point. That was that was textbook, just testify to a few brief things, limited scope of direct, boom, turns it over. I'll be surprised if they have any questions. Oh, he does have questions. Okay, this is surprising, actually. That was just neutral testimony. That was just straight up factual testimony. Don't call him Big Poppy.
Investigator Nenke. Now, with regards to State's Exhibit number
Just
177. Now, can you tell me who the suspect in this is listed here?
On this form is Rene Davis Arce.
Okay. And and so the others say Juan David Ortiz, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Now, did you go to the residence of Mr. Arce?
Yes, I did, sir.
Okay. And so here, when it talks about one black and tan 6-hour 9mm, that has nothing to do with Mr. Ortiz, correct? These were items collected from Mr. Arce.
That is correct, sir.
The Colt AR-15, nothing to do with Mr. Ortiz, correct?
Correct, sir.
Okay. So at least with regards to 177, where someone else is listed, these do not relate to Mr. Ortiz. That be accurate?
Some items they don't.
Okay.
That was weird. What the hell was that cross-examination? And he sits down like, yeah, I fucking showed him. What was that about? Come on, defense, get your shit together. All right, the poll has... Okay, no further questions. Great. I don't know what the hell that cross-examination was about. But according to the poll, my next drink should be a shot of single malt scotch rather than a vodka cocktail. 60% in favor of a single malt scotch, and a vodka Coke or Pepsi cocktail was 40%. So I guess I have to go back to the shelf back there and grab a single malt scotch.
The state calls Dr. Corinne Stern.
While they're calling Dr. Corinne Stern, I will go grab me a bottle of scotch and I'll be right back.
Dr. Corinne Stern. So, good morning. Can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear testimony you're going to give during this trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You may take the witness stand.
Hola, señores and señoritas. We have a Glenn Grant Arbораlis here. What are we looking at here? This is 40%. It's a non-age statement, so it's not going to be fantastic, but this is like an open bottle of single malt I happen to have with it.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good
For
morning.
the record, Marisela Jackaman for the state.
Glenn Grant is usually very good, but
Yes, Dr.
this is
Corinne
kind of
Elizabeth
the
Stern.
bottom of their
What is your
offering.
occupation? I am the chief medical examiner for Webb County, Texas.
Wow, that's like some
Would you
Janis
tell us
Joplin
your
hair.
educational background and professional training that qualifies you as a medical examiner? Sure. I received my undergraduate degree in medical technology from the University of Mary Hardin-Baylor in Belton, Texas.
I have wild hair.
I then went to medical school at the University of North Texas Health Science Center in Fort Worth. I did a residency in anatomic and clinical pathology at the University of Hawaii at Manoa in Honolulu, Hawaii. And then I came back to Texas and I did a surgical pathology fellowship here in San Antonio with the University of Texas Health Science Center.
Talk through your
And
nose.
I
Talk
did
through
my
your
forensic medicine fellowship with the Office of the Armed Forces Medical Examiner in Washington, D.C. I also hold a master's degree in public health with an emphasis in mass disaster management. I passed my forensic boards in 2001. I am licensed to practice medicine in the state of Texas. I am a fellow of the National Association of Medical Examiners and a member of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences.
And my voice is literally coming 90% out of my nose.
And for the jury, you mentioned pathology. Could you explain what forensic pathology is?
Sure. So forensic means law. So I practice
What?
pathology or practice medicine as it deals with the law.
Forensic doesn't mean
And
law.
in your capacity as a medical examiner, do you conduct autopsies?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you explain what an autopsy is and how it's conducted?
Sure.
As performed?
So an autopsy is both the external, the outside exam, or the exam of the outside of the body, and the exam of the inside of the body, an internal examination. So
Why
the
would you
steps
say
of an
forensics
autopsy
means law? Forensic
what I
doesn't
usually
mean
do
law
first is
at
I
all.
examine my patient as they come in. Okay,
That
so I look
bothers
at them
me.
before anything is removed from the patient. By the time the patient gets to my table, he or she
Forensic
has
just
been
means
weighed.
science, scientific
Once on the
method,
table, we take
scientific
a length.
techniques. It
Okay,
doesn't
we
have
can't
anything
take
to
a
fucking
height
do
because
with
I
law.
can't stand my patients up. So we take a length, which may differ a little bit than what that person's height was in life. I then document everything
Shut up, Jenny
that
B.
patient has
Go
on.
to your
So
room.
all the clothing, document any kind of medical intervention. So maybe they have an endotracheal tube, that's the tube to help them breathe, or EKG pads or IV lines.
Nate,
I
if she used
document all of
conditioner,
that,
I
and
would
then
like it.
with the help of an
But
autopsy
she's conditioner
technician,
adverse.
medical intervention is removed. In the case of a homicide or a suspected homicide, we do have a list of certain evidence we take, and also additional evidence if it is warranted. We do that before the decedent is washed. Once that's done, I do an external exam from the top of the head to the bottom of the toes. I'm documenting the hair color, the length. Is it curly? Is it straight? What color are the eyes? Is there contact lenses present? Are the ears pierced? Is anything else on the body pierced? The condition of the teeth, if they're natural, are they in good repair or poor repair? I'm looking at the integrity of the skin. We're looking for discolorations in the skin. Maybe the skin is pale, or maybe it's jaundiced or yellow. Maybe they have liver disease. Making sure all the extremities are present, all the digits are present, any surgical scars. We're looking for any tattoos, any needle track marks or puncture sites. That's the external examination. At that time, I take a series of photographs, and then we do an internal exam. We make a Y-shaped incision. So we start at the tip of the shoulder blades to the point of the V, which is at the top of the sternum, and a single incision down to the top of the pubic bones. We reflect the skin, the subcutaneous tissue, like the adipose tissue, and the muscle. And then the rib cage is exposed. We use a special kind of saw to take the rib cage off. It's a saw that vibrates. So it will cut through the hard bone, but it won't damage the soft organs underneath. Once we take the rib cage off, the organs are exposed. I like to use a method called Rokitansky. That means in block. I can actually take from the tongue to the testicles all out in one block. I do it a little modified. I like to take my intestinal block out separately to avoid any spillage. And I take the genitourinary block, so in other words, the bladder and the reproductive organs or the prostate separately out, and then remove all the other organs.
She just wants to take you out from the tonsils to the testicles and then rip your prostate out.
Have you performed?
I'm in excess of 7,000.
Dr. Stern, on September 14th, 2018,
she'd be the hottest fucking date you've ever seen in your life.
Melissa Ramirez. I believe she was a Jane Doe at the time.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you prepare a report for the autopsy of Ms. Ramirez?
Yes, I did.
And I'll show you what has been previously marked as, what has been marked as State's Exhibit 181. And ask you if you recognize it.
smash or pass. I was gonna say hard pass, but now that she talks about like ripping some dude open from his tonsils to his testicles, his tongue to his testicles, and ripping out the prostate all in one blow, I'd smash. That'd be awesome.
What is it?
It's a complete transcribed autopsy report that I dictated along with the toxicology report.
Okay. And is it done at or near the time that you conduct the autopsy?
Yes, ma'am.
And it's prepared by you?
Yes, ma'am. Well, I don't I have a transcriptionist and I dictate it, and then transcriptionist gets it back to me. I make the corrections online and print it out, and then my secretary puts it in that form.
And is this report maintained in your office as a normal business activity?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Would it assist the jury to follow along with your testimony, with your if they could observe your report?
Sure.
At this time, Your Honor, I tender State's Exhibit 181 for inspection and ask
Thick
that it be
with
admitted.
2 C's. The prosecutor has 2 C's behind her thick. I'm not into gilfs, but like she's talking about like ripping a man inside out from his tongue to his testicles and then adding the prostate into the mix. Hey, if you're gonna go in hard. She'd be fun for a night. She'd like make me like feel special in parts where I didn't even know I had parts before she got
181
involved.
is admitted into evidence at this time.
Oh my God, I can't believe I said that. Okay, but see, this, okay, for those of you that say, oh, don't just get drunk, give us a legal analysis. You have, okay, she's doing an autopsy on the dead body or bodies, but connect it to the crime, connect it to the defendant. Where are you going with this testimony? Get there before the jury just checks out and says, I don't know why the fuck you're talking
Dr.
about this.
Stern,
I'm going to check out.
How did you identify this body as Melissa Ramirez?
So Melissa Ramirez was positively identified through fingerprints in the database.
Okay. And your report indicates her name
statuesque,
on
miss.
top of the report. Is that
That's
correct?
correct.
And what was Ms. Ramirez's date of birth? Is that indicated on your report?
Her date of birth is not indicated on the report,
sorry,
just
date
the
of
age.
death.
Her date of death is September 3rd of 2018.
And will you describe the general condition of the body when you began the autopsy?
Sexy.
So Ms. Ramirez arrived to my office with several wounds that were appeared to be caused by gunshots. They were about her face and her head, and she had one on her extremity, and she had some additional injuries on her face as well.
At the time of the autopsy, could you tell how long Ms. Ramirez had been dead when you received her?
Well, at the time of the autopsy, her rigor mortis was resolving. Rigor mortis is the stiffening of the body after somebody dies. And there are a lot of environmental influences on it. And so we can't use it to determine an exact time of death. And sometimes we can't even get close. But since hers was resolving, it appeared that she'd been dead by the time she got to me around 24 hours or more.
No, see, that's an interesting thing. We know that bodies get rigor mortis and they tense up and they harden up, but that goes away once the chemicals that cause rigor mortis
that you take photographs
leave the body and dissolve. Then the bodies get soft
I'm going to show
again.
you there's 16
So if the
photographs.
body is in rigor
States
mortis,
Exhibit
you can sort of find, you can sort of determine the time of death. But once it resolves back into a normal state,
187,
you have no idea how long they've been dead.
89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95,
Eagle.
96,
Necrophilia
and 97. Will you
much?
please review these? And I ask you if you recognize them.
Yeah, exactly. Like when you go into rigor mortis sets in about
Yes,
2 or
these
3
are
hours after
photographs
death,
that I
and
took during
that's when
her
you get
autopsy.
stiff and
And
hard.
do these
And then
photographs fairly
over the
and
next
accurately
like
represent
12 or 16 hours, the chemicals that
Melissa
cause
Ramirez's
rigor mortis
body
dissolve in the
as
body,
you
and then the body
observed
goes
them the
limp
day
and soft
during
and
the autopsy?
pliable.
Yes, ma'am.
Please tell me, Stacy, 182 to 197 for inspection, and we'll offer into evidence.
Stiff and hard. That's what I'm talking about. The Apostle Steve says, yeah, I'm into her. I would just do it for the scientific method. Like you said, she probably knows you have parts where you didn't know you had parts. She can like stimulate things that you never knew could be stimulated. So yeah, I'd smash once. Just for like, science, because science, literally. See, Rose is being like clever here. The rigor mortis can be divided into 4 main stages: autolysis, bloat, active decay, and skeletonization. The stage is also called self-digestion and begins after death. See, like generally we think like once you go into rigor mortis, you're like stiff for eternity. But that goes away relatively quickly, like within the 24 hours after death. Kyle Cowden says it's anaerobic respiration of the cells that produces rigor mortis from the lactic acid. The lactic acid then breaks down. Time varies by environment, but I mean, the standard is it was within 24 hours. We'll revert back to the natural limp. All right, where did the audio go? We've ended the audio. While we're ending this, we got like a shit ton of super chats to catch up on. AA Ron says, from literally like an hour ago, you mentioned COVID so much, YouTube will likely put disinformation banner under your video. Well, you just make me said COVID twice right there. So, that's your fault. If I get demonetized, it's totally your fault, AA Ron. Jenny B says, Jeff, have you been to the DMZ? Weirdly, I have not. I've been here 34 years. I've been within like 3 kilometers of the DMZ on a motorcycle trip, but I've never actually done the DMZ tour of Korea. And the reason, it's a stupid reason, but there's a reason why I haven't been there. I really need to go there because it's one of these things I can go there anytime, so I never go. I don't know if that makes any sense to people, but yeah. Kendra Kate says, legal vices, you got it. People pronounce it was at the end. That was like the name of the town there where you live. I can't remember what the name of the town was, but why would you pronounce it was? It was like was at the anyway. Sorry, I did not read that super chat earlier. Akio Megapint, I have my official Johnny Depp Megapint glass legal vices pimp cup right here. But Akio Megapint says, I hope Chukshin visits the sneezing guy tonight. That is based. Chukshin is a Korean toilet ghost. It's a ghost that lives in the Korean toilets. And the legend has it, when you go to the toilet, you go to the bathroom, and this ghost will reach up and either like grab you by the hair or grab you around the throat or just like grab you by some body part and give you a choice. Like before the Matrix, this has been around for hundreds of years. Do you want to take the red toilet paper or the blue toilet paper? If you choose the blue toilet paper, the ghost will choke you out until you turn blue and they find your corpse in the toilet. If you choose the red toilet paper, the Chukshin ghost will like skin you alive and leave your red bloody corpse for the people to find the next day. So it's like a lose-lose choice. But kudos to Akio Megapint for bringing up the Chukshin. I hope the Chukshin visits the sneezing guy tonight. Let's all hope the toilet ghost visits the coffee sneezy guy tonight. That's solid take. Can confirm Vice Squad chat rules. Well, that's because of you, Apostle Steve, leaving the super chats like that one. That's why my chat rules. Yeah, so the Chukshin ghost is like a Korean toilet ghost. If you've seen Brooklyn Nine-Nine, they actually mention it there as well. I want to go wherever Keanu goes. All right.
All right. So
I'm dying the one time I
exhibits,
leave my house.
82, was it? The first one? Ms. Jackman?
182?
182 through 197 will be admitted into evidence at this time.
Oh my God, is Meme Copium here? Yeah, we talked about this with Meme Copium. No, the DMZ isn't dangerous. It's a really fascinating place to go. There's a lot of psychological warfare going on the DMZ in the Panmunjom Peace Village. But it's a weird reason I haven't gone there, but I need to go there. I'll go there and take a video and upload it. I really, really, really need to do that. There was a snake in your toilet? All right, Jenny B. You do you, bitch. And that wasn't like a negative bitch. That was like a, yo, my bitch, my homie. Yeah, I might go with Andrew from Mindset. I plan on going to Seoul like 2 weeks from now. Maybe I need to schedule a DMZ tour. Yeah, we'll see.
Dr. Stern, I'm going to go ahead and direct our attention to the
DMZ,
pathological diagnosis that we
demilitarized
have
zone.
here.
Absolutely correct.
And we'll go ahead. I'd like to start, and I'm going to be moving this just for a second. This is State's Exhibit 182. Your Honor, if I may just warn the media and the families that these images are sensitive.
Oh, sensitive images coming up. Are we going to get to see the sensitive images?
Okay. What is this picture?
Okay, so this is what we call the as-is photograph of Melissa Ramirez as we put her on the autopsy table before we began the exam.
Her dress suit makes me dizzy.
And the purpose of that
is to demonstrate or to show how she was when she
Her
came to me.
glasses are neon
This is
orange
how she
framed,
presented
neon
to me.
yellow framed.
Now I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 183.
Look at her glasses. Holy shit. She's like
This
some
is
sort
what
of
we call
weird
an identifying photo. This is after
emo
we've
chick.
cleaned her up, and it's an ID photo of her face.
Now I'm going to go back to your pathological
Hey, sunglasses. Roy
and
Orbison
start
chick
with,
is back in the gallery. Cool.
gunshot wound.
I'm feeling
of the jaw.
verklempt. Talk
Okay,
amongst
will you explain
yourselves.
What you observed in with that injury.
Okay, so she had a gunshot entrance
Dead
wound.
hookers
It was on
aren't
the right
much
side of the
fun.
jaw in the mandible. That's the lower part of the jaw. So the upper part's your maxilla. This is the mandible, the lower jaw. So it was
Maxical.
on the right side in the
Mandible.
lower jaw. It was a round defect, and
She's
surrounding
prayed
the
to
entrance
Jesus.
wound where the bullet actually pierced through was gunpowder stippling. That just means there are unburnt grains of gunpowder. And that surrounded
It's
the
the
entrance
mother
wound.
of the
Now, I'm
victim
going to
we're
stop you
talking
right
about
there.
now.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 184. Is this the stippling that you were referring to?
Yes.
Okay. And we're still on this injury. Did you have any more information in your
It
diagnosis?
actually is
or
her
in your
daughter we're
findings?
talking about now.
Yes, so the bullet perforated the skin, the subcutaneous tissue just behind the skin, the muscle, It went through the bone of the mandible and it terminated its path in the right side of the C6 vertebrae, the 6th cervical vertebrae, and that's where I recovered it. The wound path was from right to left and down.
Okay. And you recovered this bullet. What was it, a deformed bullet?
It was a large caliber, copper jacketed, deformed bullet.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 188.
Correct.
Is this? Let's see. Let's put it this way. Is that the caliber?
Yes, that is the bullet, the projectile that I recovered.
From that injury?
From that injury.
Warrior Flux in the
Now,
house.
I'm going to now ask you to concentrate on the second injury that you identified, the gunshot wound to the neck also.
Okay. She had another gunshot entrance wound. It was on the right lower neck, so about in this area right here. It also was a round defect. She did have a circumferential area of soot that
She should leave.
surrounded
I
that
disagree.
particular
The
entrance
camera
wound.
shouldn't focus on her.
That bullet also
Fuck the
perforated the
camera
skin,
guy.
the subcutaneous
Seriously.
tissue, and the muscle, and it crossed the midline. So it went across the midline of the body, underneath the mandible. Okay, so underneath the lower jaw, and I recovered it in the soft tissue underneath the left ear. I also recovered a large caliber, copper jacketed, deformed bullet. The wound path was from right to left, slightly back to front and up.
Okay, now I'm going to show you what has been marked.
And fuck you,
Exhibit
witness, for wearing those fucking
189.
old neon yellow sunglasses or fucking prescription glasses or whatever the fuck you're wearing. This isn't the place to dress like some emoed up,
And how many injuries to
fucking
her neck
ecstasy
she had?
popping rave
So
cunt.
she has 2 gunshot entrance wounds to her neck.
The one that we just referred to,
Is going to be the lower wound.
this one?
No, the
This
lower
one.
one. Yes.
Okay, so this is the one that, so you have it as injury number 2. This is injury number 2.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you were referring to right now with the, you said that there was some.
There's an area of soot. It's very difficult to see in this picture. And some of it, once we cleaned her, may have washed off. But she did have a circumferential area of soot surrounding that entrance wound.
Okay. Now, you mentioned also that you removed a deformed bullet. I'm now showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 191.
Yes, that's the bullet I recovered under the left ear in the upper part of
Oh
the neck.
God.
Now, I'm going to refer you to your gunshot wound of the neck, injury number 3.
Okay, so she had another gunshot entrance wound on the right side of the neck above the one we just described. It was also a round defect, and she also had
Oh, she looks confused, like, oh, what? People aren't buying that I got a nose job? You got a nose job, bitch. You know it.
We'll go ahead and excuse at least the juror.
All right, they got to talk about
Come
some
on.
shit outside the
Excuse
presence
him
of the
for now.
jury.
Out there, maybe. Yeah. We'll go ahead and excuse the jury just for a few minutes. Remind not to discuss the facts of the case. He can be seated. He doesn't have to stand just yet. If he then, but everyone else can step up. You want to go?
I would
Let the
smash her
jurors
just
walk out
because
first.
like she knows like biology and stuff, and she probably knows that I have places that can be stimulated that I didn't even know I had existed. But yeah, whatever. Nose to nose. It's not a big nose. I just like distinctive noses. The first thing a woman does when she has plastic surgery or cosmetic surgery is to alter the shape of her nose. Leave your nose. Noses are like fingerprints. Every nose is distinctive. Look at what happened to Jennifer Grey from Dirty Dancing. As soon as she got a nose job, she never fucking worked in Hollywood again because you took away that distinguishing feature. I'm just saying, noses are awesome. Maya Bialik and I, when she was playing Blossom, we had some romantic interludes, but she unfortunately wasn't there to enjoy them with me. But you know what I mean. Oh no. No. That doesn't happen. That's just some degenerate bullshit right there. Pegging is not natural. That is a sin in the eyes of God. C. Warren says, you know the song Big Iron from Marty Robbins, Big Iron on His Hip. That's a great song. It was written about my father-in-law, James Todd, who was a U.S. Marshal. My husband is the youngest of 16 and was conceived when Mr. Todd was 94. Seriously? Big Iron on His Hip is a great song by Marty Robbins. Wow. That's pretty cool. Huh. All right, I'll give you that. I have no reason to disagree with that, so I'll credit you with that. Illegal Vice says a nose fetish. Everybody got a kink, I guess. No, noses are like fingerprints. Everybody's nose is different. But when you start fucking with your nose, you go to the plastic surgeon and say, oh, make my nose look like this person's. Then you totally eliminate any individuality your face has. I just like noses the way they are, the way God gave you. I'm just saying, whatever. Chinny B says, I have a nose, and I'm sure your nose is awesome. Email me a picture of your nose to theillegalvices@gmail.com. Or send your nose pics to theillegalvices at Twitter. Oh, wait, the judge is going hard on the caffeine. Nothing wrong with fucking someone with your nose? Just don't fuck with your nose? What? Go away. Go away, Fedorovsky. I don't know what that means. Yeah, Jennifer Grey went from cute to hot, rare good nose job. No, it totally destroyed her career. Jennifer Grey's nose job destroyed her career because her one distinctive feature was eliminated from her face, and she became just like every other actress in Hollywood. And that's not what they wanted. They loved Jennifer Grey because of her distinctive features. You take those distinctive features away, you minimalize them, you neutralize them, you make her look just like everyone else, and why the fuck do you need her around? Oh, so Michael Jackson's nose hurt you? Go away. Turn the mic on you, Boomer. What? Judge Boomer. Okay, I thought you were criticizing me. I was like, fuck you, Grant Sanford. I got the microphone on. Yeah. Noses run in my family, especially in the winter. Weird. Yeah, Jennifer Aniston. Well, yeah. See, Jennifer Aniston, another. She got her nose job. Then what happened? Nothing. Xcomer Triple Z said to sneeze is the climax of the nose. No, that's wrong. Be gone from me, vile man. That's what I want to say to you, Xcomer. That's wrong. But no, see, like Jennifer Aniston didn't change her whole look. Jennifer Grey didn't change her whole look intentionally, but the focus of your face is the nose. You change that, and by default, you change the entire topography, the entire landscape of your face. I just hate people that get nose jobs. I'm utterly against nose jobs. All right. I'm weird. Whatever. You shut up when you're talking about Jennifer Aniston. Ugh. Well, see, this is weird. We're getting this jury vibe here for a few minutes for some reason. I thought they were going to make some sort of arguments, but it's like lunchtime. Why aren't they breaking for lunch? Is this the lunch break? Well, he just said the jury will be excused for a few minutes, and then this happened, so I don't know. Are you against boob jobs? In principle, yes. I don't think any woman should alter the way she is naturally. I just love a natural woman. Natural woman is beautiful in and of themselves. Your big tits don't make you beautiful. Small tits don't make you beautiful. Just natural. The way you are is the beauty of who you are. If you have like a naturally like tiny body shape and then you get these big tits, it just looks weird. It just doesn't look good. I like natural beauty. They're getting better with technology, but implants don't feel the way real tits feel. It's just a fact. Just be who you are. If you have a fault, if you have a flaw, whatever it is, that's what makes you the individual that you are. Don't be like everybody else. Don't say, I want this person's nose. I want this person's tits. I want this person's eyes. Don't do that. Be who you are. Embrace yourself. Embrace your natural beauty. Embrace the natural core of who you are. That's where the beauty lies. The beauty lies in our difference, not our similarities. Maybe I'm weird, but that's how I feel. If I wanted a clone, I would go fuck a clone. Just get one of these sex dolls out there if you want something that looks like everybody else. Go ahead, grab a sex doll, fuck the sex doll, whatever. But like with women, just be yourself. Let your true nature come out. Be confident in who you are and how you look. The nature's beauty is true beauty. Wild Red, 1905, $5 for the natural woman. Solid take. Thank you so much for that, Wild Red. The natural woman. I feel like a natural woman. Not me, the singer of the song. But yeah, right. $5 for the natural woman. Thank you so much for that. Unless you're Rosie O'Donnell, don't embrace hide. Okay. Rosie O'Donnell should embrace hiding from people. Did you know you can get a boob job that's more natural? No, technology is getting better, but it just like from the man's point of view, a natural boob and a fake boob, no matter how good or how modern the technology is, it still feels different. We can tell whether you come out of a box of Lucky Charms, artificial additives, artificial preservatives. We can tell. It's like the 40-year-old version. It's like touching like bags of sand. It's something that's just not natural. I mean, if that's your thing, go ahead and do it. But, I just prefer a natural woman, the way God made her, the way she came out of her mom and developed. That's what makes you special, is how you look, how you are now. Why be like everybody else? Why do you want this person's nose, this person's eyes, this person's chin, this person's tits, this person's butt? Embrace who you are. That's the amazing thing. Midtown Podcast in the house. Drex, do you have time to come on and join us on this stream for just a few minutes? If you do, please feel free to join us, because I don't know what the hell's going on here. We're just talking about fake tits right now. Oh my God. We have late night memories with a $1.99 super sticker. What do we got? Mood. AA Ron. But what about guys with natural boobs? Hey, I got moobs. Get these moobs. These moobs are here for you, bitches. Dex, I'm gonna send you a link, bro. If you're here, if you're free, if you're available, join. If not, if you're still like being a responsible adult and working, go ahead. Turn me down. The Real Drex. Let's see. Why is this taking so long? The judge said, let's just like take a break for a couple of minutes without the jury. It's turned into like a fucking episode here. All right, I'm lame. If you want to join Drex, I just sent you a link. So whatevs. I would love to send Vices a pic right now and see, hey, you know what? You know my Twitter. You know my Twitter, statuesque misc. The Illegal Vices at Twitter. That's it. You send me whatever pic you want and I'll scope you out. I'll give you my honest opinions. I have a thing for tall women, so you just should know that right now. Tall women, redheaded women, noses. I love big, distinct noses. If you happen to have all three of those, it's over. when you've been in a country of like short girls for 34 years, like I've been in Korea, like a girl you can just look straight in the eye and kiss, that's an amazing thing. When you don't have to like hunch over, bend over, and do all that shit to kiss them. Forgot to switch to my account again. My bad. But yeah, Jeff, it's Tim. Boo. It's producer Tim. Well, I sent the link to Real Drex. Producer Tim, let's see. Oh God. Let me see here. You can speak on behalf of the Drex. Hell's your I'm too liquored up at this point to figure things out. I don't even I'm too liquored up to remember what the hell your Twitter address is. Damn it. MGTOWN Podcast. This is producer Tim, who produces Drex's podcast, but I'm like too liquored up to remember what your actual Twitter deal is. Digger 420 member for 3 months of the Clean and Sober crew says, I sim for vices. Pants are prison. Bras are prison. I don't wear a bra. I probably should wear a bra because I got some serious moves going on, but pants, I'm wearing pants tonight. It's sad because it's really cold here now. Love to my fellow Vice Squad members. Thank you so much for that, Digger 420. Tim, if you want to join us, send me a tweet. I'm just kind of like I'm sort of borderline functional at this point. So send me the link and pop on here. We'd love to have you here. Not send me the link. Just send me a super chat. Fuck me. Send me a Twitter DM. There you go. All right. Thank you so much for that. I'm going to send you the link. Join us here. You are royalty. You can speak on behalf of the Drexmeister. All right. I just sent you the link. Pop on here for a few more minutes while we figure out what the hell's going on. There's a lot of things going on here. The Apostle Steve says, off topic, but I'm really enjoying your 1899 recaps. You know, I was supposed to do one this morning, but I forgot to upload it. And then I was going to do it when I got home from work tonight, but I got involved in Elden Ring and I forgot. So, I'll do it. I'll upload the next one tomorrow morning. When I wake up in the morning, I'll record it. I'll upload it for episode 6, I believe it is. I've lost track. But yeah, 1899 from Netflix is a really cool show. And we're only a couple of episodes from the end. So check it out tomorrow. We'll see where we are. We got 769 concurrent viewers, 878 likes. Anybody that wants to throw in oh my God, anybody that wants to throw in some likes, please do. And we've got up over our 32,500 subscribers. We've got 32,501. That is awesome. Woo! There we go. We've got the legal vices.
32,501 subscribers. We're in the house. All right.
There we go. That's it. And we also have the producer Tim, the one and only producer Tim here on hand. How are you doing tonight, sir?
Pretty good. How are you?
I'm liquored up. That's how I'm doing.
Oh, hang on. I just finished writing my log exam. Let me join you. Hang on a second. Let me go get. I've got a scotch I want to show you.
Ooh, okay. I'm all about scotch. We can do some scotches. And for those of you that care, the court is still not in session. This weird, let's take a few minutes for the jury thing is continuing to go on and on and on. So here we are, just in case you want to know. This is what we're looking at. Nah, nothing serious. All right, let's get into the scotch. What you got, Tim?
I've got 12-year Highland Park.
What? Do I have any Highland Park back there?
The glare on my ring light is kind of ruining it.
I drank all of my Highland Park. Let me see that bottle again. Is that the Viking thing?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. That's the
Viking.
new bottle. All right. Yeah. That's the new bottle. That is really, really good. Which
Yeah,
is why I
it's
don't have it because I
ridiculously
drank it all, a couple
smooth.
of weeks ago.
Like Jeff, you know, you've woken up with a pretty bad hangover, and you go and do up
time or
some
two.
real greasy scrambled eggs, right, to get you over it.
What I do is I like preload a bunch of KFC. And I throw the KFC in the
something
oven,
greasy.
Get the greasy chicken.
Yeah.
But the best hangover food on earth for me is cold pizza. Just cold. If I know I'm going to go on for a bender for a day or two, I order just a pepperoni pizza and I stick it in the refrigerator. And I just eat the pizza cold out of the fridge. That's my ultimate hangover food.
Mine is a Wendy's Baconator.
That sounds good.
I mean, it's a burger that drips in grease as soon as you unwrap it.
That sounds good. Have you watched any of this trial? Have you seen the fact that none of these police officers have a less than 50-inch waistline?
Doesn't surprise me if it's the border. Is it in Texas?
It's Laredo, so it's like literally on the fucking border.
Okay.
And I just love it because like I'm fat, and if I call you fat, you're fucking fat. And the fact these guys are just like, I went and I chased him down. It's like, no, you fucking didn't chase him down.
No
You
one
just ran
believes
to the-
you.
Exactly. Oh God. It's
Your
great
Honor,
to
I'd
have
like
you-
motion to
For
make
those
the
of you that
witness
don't know,
sound like an
introduce
idiot.
yourself. Introduce yourself.
Okay. I'm just a lame producer. So
Liar.
I am the brains that brought everyone Drexel to mainstream. Now 2 years ago, December 4th was our 2-year anniversary of Maketown Podcast.
God, it's been 2 years already. Wow.
So 2 years ago, this was right after the 2020 election. I got talking with Drex just on DMs, like he does with a lot of Knicks fans, and I said, Drex, why don't you sit in your car with your phone? I'll hit the record button, and we'll see what happens. And Maketown was born out of that moment.
Tim, I got a question. Tim, tell me here. Tim, what do you got? Let me tell you. What are you doing here, Tim? Tell me. What about these bitches, Tim? Tell me about the bitches, Tim.
If you listen to episode 1, it's been like that. Like Drex has always been the same person from day one. You can tell that we've gotten a lot more refined as broadcasters. So we do a lot less interrupting of each other. But I'm actually going to drag you over to the screen that's in front of me so I'm not constantly looking over my shoulder. There we go.
I'm behind
the
Tim.
The fun part about being a producer is that I have 4 video monitors set up in front of me.
Oh, you gorgeous bitch, you. I've only
And
got
a second
one
computer.
widescreen 33-inch. I seriously.
Oh no, I got
like
I've got a 65-inch 4K to the left here. right in front of me is my main monitor. It's what is it? I think it's a 36 inch 1080p monitor. Then there's a 22 inch over here, and then there's one flipped on its side for reading chats.
Ooh, like lengthwise.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Lengthwise.
See, I'm thinking I just like I have this 33 inch monitor that I just bought. I'm thinking I need like at least a 55 inch in front of me.
Yeah, Nick's got a pretty good setup.
Nick's got like 47 monitors though.
He's got 3, if I recall correctly. It's been a little while since I've been to his place, but he's got his main one is like this. I think it was a curved monitor. I don't know if it still is, but
That's what I got in
that's
front of
his
me,
main
33
one.
inch curved, like 16:9 monitor.
Yeah. Then he's got like a touchscreen that sits kind of like it's like just above his lap. So it lies flat on his desk and he can look down at it.
And that's he's touching himself.
Yeah, probably. It looks like, because he's looking down at his crotch the whole time, right? He looks like he's guilty of using a cell phone while driving, right? Where he's like staring down. And then, of course, he's got another monitor beside that, and that's usually where he puts whatever other stream he has going, like the Rumble chats or the Odyssey chats. I don't know if he's changed that lately.
Props. He keeps track of YouTube, locals, Rumble, Odyssey, and everything like all at once. I can barely keep up with YouTube. So, I mean,
running
like
Drexel streams, like, and he doesn't have a producer. So, like, I find it hard enough to run Drexel streams with all of the chats in the various platforms, and I'm not even doing the presenting. I'm not covering material. So, I mean, he found a system and it works for him. He's pretty good at pretty good at just compartmentalizing what needs to be done in the moment and forgetting about what doesn't need to be done.
That is why he's the Pope. Oh, wait.
Yeah.
We're just mere mortals compared to him.
I guess the other way people might know me, and I've put it in brackets there, so I have my own LawTube channel with like 20 subscribers called Lost in Law.
All right. Well, I will subscribe to that instantly.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it very much. Congratulations on 32, by the way.
Yeah, we're at 32,502 right now.
You go moving up in the world. You'll catch legal in no time. So that is so I do 20-minute videos approximately of because I'm a first-year law student here in Canada.
Really?
Yeah. So I just do videos based on some of the cases we talk about in class. So you'll see
the 1L this year.
Yeah, I just wrote a midterm today.
Congratulations / I'm sorry.
Oh, it's fine. It was contracts. It was my contracts midterm. So of course we had to do promissory estoppel. There was promissory estoppel and waiver plus notice of rescinding the waiver. One of the questions had to do with agency and third-party beneficiaries. I can see the trauma coming back of like first-year contract law. You know what? I'm going to take a drink.
Mouth on cue. Wish I could foam at the mouth on cue. But
I'll take a quick drink.
Professors wrote the textbooks you have to buy.
One.
Yeah. See, that was the fucking shit when I was in law school. 2 out of my 6 law professors the first year, they wrote the textbooks. So you had to pay however many fucking tens of thousands of dollars to go there. Plus you had to pay $600 for their fucking textbook, plus $20 for the supplemental because they hadn't updated their textbook, plus the mini review fucking courses. It was just a scam from square fucking one.
So I had that in my undergrad. My undergrad is in computer information systems, and comp sci, I guess, is the American equivalent. But it's an interesting track to get to law school from computer science.
Yeah, explain that.
I mean, I was sitting right beside Nick when we were watching a Kyle Rittenhouse trial. We were watching. That was when they interviewed the detective. Mark Richards goes up there, and I don't ask me to do the voices. I can't. I don't have the voice talents of Nick. But we're watching Mark Richards do the cross-examination of the detective, and it comes out in a trial that they had come to the provocation conclusion based on pinch to zoom on an iPhone.
Yeah, I remember that.
You remember that, and you
Yeah,
remember
the convenience store parking lot. They're like,
the
he
drone
threw a
video.
bag full of shit at him. And
Yeah.
he's like, yeah, let's okay.
So the prosecution was under the theory that Kyle had provoked the incident by pointing his gun at someone, by like raising up his gun into a ready to fire position. And what the evidence they cited for that was this grainy drone video that the FBI was shooting, which, by the way, was late disclosure, but we're not even going to get into that.
And from like a fucking mile and a half down the street.
Yeah, so Kyle's this tiny little pixel in the distance, and you see like a little bit of a movement of the pixels. And so the prosecution says, Binger says that that's him raising up his rifle. And so there's a moment where the judge is like adjusting his glasses. He's like that boomer meme, right? The old lady with her glasses. He's like trying to squint and see the video. And then Krause says, hey, we have a clearer version of that video. And Richards kind of looks over and says, hey, oh, excuse me? You have something different than what you disclosed to us? And then they try covering their tracks. They're like, oh, it must have been like a compression issue with AirDrop. And like the whole time, like I understand technology. I'm an expert in technology and data analytics. And I'm sitting there with my hand slapped over my face. Like that scene in Naked Gun where Drebin like changes the envelope with the bad guy and the whole room slaps their face. Right? But I'm sitting there like that the whole time. And I'm whispering to Nick because I was just visiting Nick, just as a buddy. Back then I didn't decide I was going to law school, but that was the moment I was like, I'm going to write the LSAT. Because there are six tech boomers in the room. None of them understand how technology works.
No, and I think that's I think that is the future of litigation law is this technology issues.
Yeah.
The video manipulation, the video re-enhancements and shit like that. I think that is the future of evidentiary analysis.
Yeah. And specifically, I want to go into criminal law, and that's the exact reason. So I spoke with a lawyer who comes from a tech background. He's a tax expert though. So he provides counsel for small tech startup companies when they want to go public or if they want to be bought out or merge or whatever. He specializes in those transactions, but he said that we need more lawyers with technological competence everywhere.
Absolutely. The biggest nightmare for me is when we're involved in an arbitration somewhere or a lawsuit somewhere in another country outside of Korea, and someone says they initiate the procedures to do electronic discovery, where you've got to go through and you've got to crawl through hard drives and shit and extract all of the data information. That is just the worst fucking nightmare as soon as someone says that.
Now, if you're on trial for a crime committed over the computer, securities fraud, identity theft, anything like that, do you want your judge sitting there adjusting his glasses like, how does email work? Like, are you confident you're going to get the correct outcome?
Like literally the last thing you heard was, you've got mail.
So need more TikTok lawyers, your chat says. No thanks.
Does court have to announce if they go to lunch? Well, that's how this started. He said, let's just take a few minutes for the jury, and they just never came back. And so, I've emailed J. Robine Law, and apparently he's not awake yet. Judge, if you're awake, come and take over. I want to go to sleep.
Oh God, I love this Highland Park. For those who don't know, Highland Park is a Scotch.
It's a great Highland. Oh,
producer
Tim, you just froze.
Oh, probably internet.
Oh, there you go.
I'm on wireless.
There you go. And you're in Canada, so whatever.
Yeah, actually, I'm in the boondocks of Canada too. It's like minus 35 Celsius out here.
Seriously? No, you're lying.
Nope. I don't really want to dox like where I am, so
like generally where you, like the fucking Arctic Circle?
No, we're just up north in the northern provinces.
Like
well, the north part of the province. Well, I'm currently in Saskatchewan, which is similar to North Dakota. Very, very similar to North Dakota.
So you're like the lower northern province of Saskatchewan.
Oh no, I'm up in the upper.
Well, how is that like North Dakota? North Dakota is like fucking forever south of you.
Yeah, probably like 6 hours south.
How far away from the Arctic Circle are you?
A lot further than that.
Oh, really?
The Arctic
Wow.
Circle is way up by Yellowknife. Man, this country's huge.
And it's still minus 35?
Oh yeah. It's
Korea's
funny.
Like what the fuck are we at right now? We are right now at
What is that in Fahrenheit?
I don't know.
God, I used to be able to do this in my head, no problem.
I
It's
don't
going to
do
be
that.
like very close to like minus, I'd say 27 Fahrenheit, something like that.
It's 2 here with the wind chill factor is -1. See, my brain does. I'm the worst translator from English to Korean, Korean to English, because the parts of my brain are segmented. I have the Korean part of my brain and the American part of my brain, and they don't communicate at all. So if I think in Celsius, I think in Celsius. When I think in Fahrenheit, I think in Fahrenheit, and I have no fucking idea how to. The only thing I remember is like the Bob and Doug McKenzie Great White North and like double it and add 30, eh? I don't know if that's true or not, but it's like the Bob and Doug McKenzie Great White North album with Geddy Lee from Rush.
Someone says minus 18 in southeastern Saskatchewan. That's like the Estevan area, I think. I'm well north of that.
Wow. That's crazy.
I mean, I could say the city. It's not that hard to figure out the city because there's only 2 law schools in all of Saskatchewan. One in Regina and one in Saskatoon. I'm in Saskatoon.
You said Regina.
Regina. And now it's Rex.
It's Rex. Oh yeah.
So we use the Crown, right?
It?
Yeah, we had to change it. So we have, when you're admitted to the bar here, you're a member of the Queen's Council, but now it's the King's Council. So all the lawyers had their designations changed. All of our courts had to go from the Queen's bench to the King's bench.
Yes, I'm like wondering because we haven't had any new cases involving like people from England and whatnot. So all the QCs have now become KCs, I guess.
Yep.
Oh, that's
so
cool.
Instead of a prosecutor, we have a Crown attorney instead of a district attorney. But we still use the same British common law that you guys inherited your legal system from. So you'll find a lot of our laws are very similar. A lot of legal concepts. Like I talked about promissory estoppel in contract law, right? That's a term you're familiar with in American law.
Yeah. Well, the thing is like interesting is like from a whiskey standpoint, you get like the Naked Grouse that had the dispensation from the Queen, and like Bowmore has it. Like they have to change all of their labels to remove the Queen's endowment from their labels.
We also have to change our money too. All of our money has the Queen on the back.
Well, I heard like Australia was like, fuck it, we're not changing our money.
No, we will. We'll change it over to the King and then change it to the next king.
Is fucking with me here. C is greater than F. Okay. Celsius is greater than F is 9 divided by 5C plus 32. F is greater than C. Fuck off, Kyle. Thanks for the $2. Whatever the fuck that meant. Thank you for the $2.
That was the formula to convert it. I just do it roughly in my head because can you do 9/5 in your head on any number?
Yeah, no. Court TV says they're on lunch recess. Yeah, I guess like some point they just converted into lunch recess. As I said, we're gonna dive over into Jay Robine Law, but he's not responding to my text, so he's probably asleep. I don't know what's going on. We'll give it a few moments. I'm having fun here. So we've got producer Tim, who's being like normal guy, not actual producer Tim at the moment. So this is something we want to take our stock with. We want to ride this as long as we can. We all want to ride you, producer Tim. That's what I'm saying.
I'm telling you, there are some top quality women in law school. Speaking of getting rides,
can't argue with that.
Flux
says time for Christmas music. Chestnuts roasting on an open fire.
Oh God, I worked in consumer electronics retail before I went and did my undergrad. So at Christmas, they just play that on a loop.
Mariah Carey.
Mariah Carey is not the worst. She's not the worst.
Yes, she is.
No, there's so many worse songs that come
Tell
on
me something
the
that's
series.
fucking worse than All I Want for Christmas is Fucking You. Tell me a fucking worse Christmas song than that.
Literally every other song. Every
No.
other, you know,
No.
Santa's coming to town,
No.
reindeer, I'm dreaming of a white Christmas. Although that's racist
No.
now. We canceled that one.
No. None of that is worse. Mariah Carey's All I Want for Christmas is that's such a meme thing. There's so many memes about like Mariah Carey coming after Thanksgiving. Oh, there is nothing worse than Mariah Carey's Christmas fucking album.
She's okay to
Fuck
look at, though.
Well, like 20 years ago when that album came out, yeah.
Yeah. Like I said, there's worse out there. Oh God, some of the pop artists like Michael Bublé does a couple of Christmas covers. They're all you get sick of them all after the first day, and you get like 25 more days of it.
I'm such a traditional Christmas guy. Give me Bing Crosby singing Chestnuts Roasting on an Open Fire. Give me like Mel Torme singing Christmas songs. That is Christmas to me. All these, K-pop fucking bullshit and all this pop shit. It just, I can almost stomach All I Want for Christmas Is You, but that is the most oversung Christmas song ever. And Mariah Carey comes a close second to that.
Yeah. Well, thankfully, I was in consumer electronics retail a long time ago. I don't have to worry about that anymore. I mean, one of the motivations for going to law school was through the pandemic. As an IT contractor, I had a lot of ups and downs. There were some months I was pulling almost 20,000 in revenue a month, but then there are some months where I make nothing. So you can't even enjoy it, right? I made $17,500 one August, but I knew I couldn't enjoy it. I couldn't say like, oh, I'm going to take a flight out to Costa Rica or Mexico, because come December and January, I was going to be making nothing. So part of the motivation of law school is just to kind of even out the ups and downs and have more consistent income.
Fair enough. Legendary Racing says, Merry Christmas from the family. Robert Earl Keen, best Xmas song. I have no idea what you're talking about, but I'll tell you what my favorite Christmas song is. It's this one right here. And let's see if we get yeeted for this. This is from A Very Metal Christmas. This is allegedly Silent Night, which is a great song. What a great song.
Silent night. All is gone. All is bright.
Tell me you've never heard a better Christmas song than that.
I cannot. I will say, though, that is the opposite of a Silent Night. But I love it. I don't
Metal Christmas is a great song. Ronnie James Dio, Alice Cooper. You've got so many great metal artists on that. That is awesome.
I recognize
literally my favorite Christmas song album ever.
I recognize some of the names. I'm a little bit younger than you, Jeff. I don't know if you noticed, but
yeah. Alice Cooper, he sang some songs once.
Yeah. I wouldn't call myself a metalhead, but I do love metal music.
Well, there you go. That's good enough.
But this
now maybe you can give us a little
scotch.
bit of an insight. We all know that Drex is settling down. The MGTOWN podcast is a thing of the past. What are you able to tell us about the future of Drex and his streaming, if anything? What, if anything, are you able to tell us?
Yeah, of course. So the end of MGTOWN is just the end of the hour-long pre-recorded format. That's it. It's not the end of Drex's content. It's not the end of Drex being being Drex and making his own stuff. He will be starting a new channel because we want to keep the MGTOWN archive for anyone who wants to go back and listen to old episodes, or for new people who stumble on his content. So he will be making a new YouTube channel. It's probably just going to be called Drexel or the Drex Show, whatever.
Good. That's better than MGTOWN podcast. At least people can find him that way.
Yeah, and the other thing too is like Drexel has always been opposed to labeling. Like he would never call himself a MGTOW guy or a Red Pill guy. He's just Drexel, right? And so we do find that the MGTOWN. You remember the controversy with Pierre Poilievre up in Canada, right?
Yeah.
So that came to that's brought us to a realization that these labels are more of a hindrance than they are a help.
Yeah.
The manosphere itself is up its own ass right now. There's a lot of infighting.
Well, that's what's his fuck from England's problem.
Dawes Phil, or
no, the fuckwit that is like got himself deleted from everything that isn't really a manosphere guy, but pretends he is with the sunglasses and the bald head. The fuck,
Andrew
the
Tate?
guy. Yes,
Andrew Tate. Okay, yeah, I don't know Andrew.
He's
Tate
a
very
fucking
well.
poser. He's just a fucking poser.
They all are now. Andrew Tate is more of what we call a pickup or a dating coach, right?
Yeah, but
Pickup artist
even
or whatever.
that, he's not who he thinks. He's just that's all an act. He's not really that guy.
Yeah, so
like with Drex, see, and that's the thing I've like.
You
found
get the real
with
Drex
people
every time.
Yeah, people that come on my stream like especially the women like I fucking hate Drex. Drex is I hate Drex, and then they listen to a Drex stream and like, well, he's not lying. And then they end up loving the dude because he's not a fucking misogynist. He's just like, this is the fact. This is who I am. This is who you are. Get used to it, accept it, and move on. Whereas like Andrew Tate is definitely like the faux misogynist bullshit artist.
Yeah. So it's moving, like the whole point of rebranding was just to move on from that hour-long pre-recorded labeled red pill stuff and just kind of say, you know what, Manosphere is its own thing. That we don't want to be a part of that. We're just going to be and also when I started law school, like I have so much less time to work on the show now.
You think?
Yeah.
You should probably spend less time working on it.
Yeah,
Going to law school.
I mean, some of the money that we were raising through Patreon went to compensating me for my time, but it's not a compensation issue. It's just I don't have time.
Yeah,
I really don't have time to do the pre-recorded format, to do the editing. Whereas if I teach Drexel how to use StreamYard, he can just go live whenever he wants.
What are the chances of you actually teaching him how to use StreamYard?
You know, he's a pretty smart guy. He catches, he plays up the boomerism a little bit. Like if you show him and he gets a couple of tries, he'll figure it out and go. Like he didn't own a computer.
Is the literal, legitimate, most lowest common denominator platform out there, which is why I use it.
Yeah, it's easy.
It looks like OBS. I'm like, oh,
Easy
sorry, there's too many movable parts. I can't do OBS. Let's go back to StreamYard.
Or I remember, so Nick's early days was done on OBS, and he had no clue. Like if something broke on OBS, he'd have to either troubleshoot on the fly or call the guy to come help him. And then, of course,
were you the guy?
No, it is funny. Way early on, before Drexel was doing a show, I did visit Nick for. I think I was going through town for Christmas. I was traveling out to visit family, and I just stopped in to say hi. And he happened to have computer problems at the time. So I joke that I drove 19 hours to go fix a computer problem.
Yeah.
Because I'm originally I live in Calgary. Currently, I'm only in Saskatchewan to go to school.
And congrats for not pronouncing it Calgary.
Yeah, and no one pronounces like that. It's Calgary. And Toronto.
Yeah.
Toronto.
Because Toronto is the capital of Canada, by the way.
It's the cultural capital. That's like saying Los Angeles is the capital of the United States.
Yeah. Like everybody in America thinks Toronto is the capital of Canada because they have like the Space Needle thing there.
Yeah, the CN Tower. Well, it's also Canada's most populous city by far. It's some 4 million people now. Yeah,
wow.
Toronto. Yeah. Toronto is actually maybe just a little bit smaller than Chicago Metro.
I'm from the Utah desert, from cowboy country. One of my best friends in the world, his father owns this fucking huge cattle ranch up in Calgary. He was like a goat roper in the Calgary Stampede for decades.
Oh,
great
God.
guy.
So
hey, we Cowboys, we talk to each other, man.
Yeah. No, Calgary Stampede is the best time of year in the city.
Oh, hell yeah.
It's a great festival, but it's also an excuse to show up to work drunk. Not buzzed, not,
just liquored up.
Just totally hammered.
Like a drunken Indian.
And you show up you show up to work in your jeans and a belt buckle you could bounce a satellite signal off of.
Yeah, the rodeo buckles. Yeah.
Yeah.
Listen, like I had an old girlfriend like 4 or 5 years ago. I took her back to Utah to meet my friends, and we got there right during the county fair time with the rodeo. And introducing a Korean girl to a Western rodeo was a fucking treat. She got into the rodeo scene real hard, real quick.
Yeah, it's it can hit you like a pallet of bricks. Because then you wake up the next morning and you're like, why? I am way too old to have that much fun.
Oh, rodeos are awesome.
Isn't Ottawa the capital of Canada? Yes, it is, Grant.
I didn't know
Tony's a
P.J.
Calgarian
O'Rourke
too.
was dead. Wow. Oh yeah, seriously?
Yeah, Tony's Calgarian. I saw one person is from Southeast Sask in your chat. Hey, you got a lot of Canadians following you.
I do. And like weirdly, like Norwegians, Canadians, and South Africans. There's a lot of them in my in the Vice Squad here.
Oh, Rose, thanks for the plug. I appreciate it. Yeah. So we had speaking of Toronto, we had an interesting case that I covered on my channel. A police officer was convicted of attempted murder after being acquitted of second-degree murder of the same person.
What?
Yeah, it makes you. It's one of those cases that makes you stop and think, right? So
rewind. What? Repeat that. What?
Yeah, he's so he was found to have been justified in the initial shooting, which was medically proven to be the fatal shot. However, he continued shooting and didn't stop shooting. And so the subsequent shots were ruled to be not justified. Now, because the shots neither caused death nor accelerated it, you couldn't be convicted of murder for the second barrage of shots. There is a video that accompanies it's on my channel. You can I have the video that accompanies it, but it was a mentally ill person on a Toronto streetcar with a knife. The police respond and the police shoot him. He does attempt to like charge out the front of the streetcar. So the officer leading up front fires a barrage of shots, which are found to be justified. The medical evidence proved that the first barrage of shots ruptured the guy's heart and also severed the spine just above the waist. So when the officer testified that he saw the subject get back up and try to charge him again, that was medically impossible.
Oh.
So the officer hesitates for maybe about 6 seconds, which in an officer-involved shooting, 6 seconds is a lot of time, a huge passage of time, right? And then, I should probably talk to Bronca about this sometime, but then he unleashes a second barrage.
My seal has become broken, so you have to take care of this stream for at least the next 30 seconds while I go.
All right. Well, I'll continue talking about this case.
Business.
But so the second barrage of shots starts 6 seconds after the first barrage ended. And of course, the officer testifies, well, I saw the guy trying to get back up and the threat wasn't over. But the medical evidence disproved that. It was literally impossible for the subject to have tried to get back up. This is the officer Forcillo. So this is Forcillo RV Forcillo is the case citation. And Sammy Yatin was the shooting victim. So yeah, he he was convicted of key to this was that when you're a police officer, you shoot to kill. Always. When you decide to pull the trigger, you have used deadly force. That is an automatic when guns are involved. Right, Jeff?
Yep. Whatever you just said. Absolutely.
Yes. So whenever a police officer, whenever anyone in a situation involving a gun makes a decision to shoot, you have made a decision to use deadly force. A gun is automatically deadly force.
Yes.
So when you attempt to use deadly force and your intent was to kill the person, however, that shot does not actually kill them, the correct charge is attempted murder. Correct?
Yes. If you're going to shoot someone, make sure you actually kill them. It makes it just much more complicated if they actually live.
So he shot 2 barrages of
Not
shots,
to be
which were
construed as
the
legal advice, by the way.
yeah. Hashtag I'm not a lawyer. No. So he shot. The officer shot 2 barrages of shots. The first barrage was ruled to be justified, so it was a murder, but it was a justified homicide. So the second barrage was ruled to be not justified. The officer had the requisite intent to kill. Therefore, he was charged and convicted of attempted murder.
Okay,
So
that works.
if you change some of the facts of the scenario, so if the medical evidence had proven that he had accelerated death with the second barrage, perhaps the first shot was a lung shot, which would have eventually been fatal, but then the second barrage of shot hits him in the head, which is an instant kill, then the charge gets upgraded to murder. You have accelerated death, and in Canada's laws, accelerating death is equivalent to causing the death.
Wow.
So,
well, I have 2 super chats to burn through here, and then I have one comment about Canada. See what you think.
Sure.
Kyle Cowden says it's Celsius to Fahrenheit and Fahrenheit to Celsius. Boomer Jr. I have no idea what you're talking about, but okay.
That was the same guy who sent that math formula to you.
Exactly. Yeah. Kyle's like he enjoys confusing me. Lone Star Medic Valhalla by Nanowar of Steel is a good one for Christmas. Okay, Valhalla by Nanowar of Steel. Oh, Valhalla. How the fuck do you pronounce it?
Valhallelujah. Valhallelujah.
I like that. All right, that'll definitely be on my like. I hope it's like Viking metal Christmas tunes.
Yeah,
that'd be awesome.
Viking metal just goes with Viking and metal are just 2 words that go together.
It's like my son is like 21, and like pre-COVID, I didn't see my son for like 3 years because of COVID. But like when he was 18, the last time we were driving down the highway, I was on vacation, we're driving somewhere, and I just had my phone on random music, which is a really dangerous thing. And like one song just came on, it was like, and he's like, oh, this is Ammon Amarth. I'm like, how the fuck did you know that? He's like, because every Ammon Amarth song starts with, I'm like, well, can't argue with you.
my go-to is Nightwish. I love Nightwish.
Solid.
Someone
go ahead.
Oh, yeah. Someone in the chat said, "How can he be convicted of attempted murder if he was already dead?" He wasn't dead; he was dying. So the first barrage of shots were fatal, but not instantaneously fatal. So he was ruptured heart. There's no coming back from that one. But he was still alive. The medical evidence proved that he was still alive.
Oh wait, this isn't what I want. Get out of here. Go away.
By the way, the case citation, if you're curious, the case citation is RV for Silo.
That's nerdy, but okay.
Well, in law school, you have to do your citations, right?
Yes.
Oh, we have the book's sitting over. It's just out of my reach. But so we use what's called the McGill Guide for legal citation, which is I think McGill University in Montreal. But oh god, we put more work into the citations than we do the research.
Well, that's what law school is all about: doing stuff that's useless and hoping that it has something to do with your future career, which it really doesn't. But
yeah, I mean, I will say, contracts is probably my weakest subject of law. So I definitely took a lot from those classes. And then apparently someone told me that once you learn uniform commercial code, then contracts is useless. So looking forward to that one. But I hope to practice in the criminal field. I'd love to be.
Can't go wrong.
I would love to be sort of an expert in cybercrime.
Oh, that sounds really cool. Well, for all of you Canucks out here in the audience, National Lampoon writer and humorist P.G. O'Rourke, who died not too horribly long ago, wrote a great thing for National Lampoon magazine back in the 1970s called Foreigners Around the World. And he wrote something about Canadians here, which I think is pretty much spot on. But those of you from Canada may object, but we'll get the response of a real life Canadian here in chat to see what we think. Why is this not coming up? Let's try it again. Share screen. It doesn't like me.
Kyle says maybe Runkle will mentor you. I'd love to do a collaboration with Ian Runkle about Canada's new gun laws. We're trying to ban magazines over 5 rounds for semi-automatic guns.
Yeah, and including like some guns that were produced like in 1940, and there's only a few of them left in the entire world.
So if you're familiar with Australia's gun laws, a lot of their gun bans came in after a mass shooting. They had like a gun buyback program where they just had like this huge pile of guns they set on fire. But there was like, it was a lot of modern Australian gun laws kind of stem from a certain singular mass shooting event. So Canada is very similar. The École Polytechnique shooting, 1989 or 88. I can't remember exactly which year it was, but it was conducted with an AR-15. And shortly after that, Canada banned AR-15s.
Because they're big and scary.
Sort of. But AR-15s are still legal in Canada under certain scenarios, but they introduced the magazine limit. So rifles of over a 22 caliber are pinned at 5 rounds. So the magazine can be whatever size you want, but you have to pin it so that it cannot accept more than 5 rounds.
That's pretty lame.
Now we're trying to change the law and just ban the magazine entirely so that you can't modify it to accept more.
Well, tell me how this resonates with the people of Canada. Is this accurate or not? This is from Foreigners Around the World by satirist PJ O'Rourke. Canadians, racial characteristics. Hard to tell a Canadian from an extremely boring regular white person unless he's dressed to go outdoors. Very little is known of the Canadian country since it's rarely visited by anyone but the Queen and illiterate sports fishermen. It is thought to resemble a sort of Arctic Nebraska.
That is surprisingly accurate. Well, Western Canada, anyways.
It's reported that Canadians keep pet French people. If true, this is their only interesting trait. At any rate, they're apparently able to train Frenchmen to play hockey, which is more than any European has ever been able to do.
Yeah, so
I like that.
The permanent king of Canada, Don Cherry, has said a lot of interesting things. Yeah, he said some interesting thing about Frenchmen and European hockey players.
Yeah, got to put on the foil.
Yeah.
Good point.
By the way, two sports fishermen coming up to fish in Canada. I just want to let you know, as a public service, all of our speed limit signs are in miles per hour for your convenience. They're on like an electronic billboard, and when they sense an American license plate coming, they flip over and they'll show you the miles per hour.
Seriously?
No. So when you see a sign on on Canada's freeways that say 110 an hour, you can assume it's miles. Go for it, man.
Nice. Ray, the good points still have plenty of Indians to abuse.
Hey, I'm Native American.
Are you?
Yes.
Cool.
I'm half Mi'kmaq.
Oh, wow. Proper forms of address: Bud, Mac, Mr., and Hey You.
I don't hear Mac very much. Bud is definitely it. The most Canadian sentence I ever, and I do say this from time to time. Oh yeah, no, for sure. Oh yeah, no, for sure. Eh? That's the most
fun fact.
Oh yeah,
Trailer
for sure.
Park Boys.
Documentary.
Park Boys. This is a documentary. Well, see, that's the thing. Is like the Napoleon Dynamite. I remember when Napoleon Dynamite came out. People like in New York were like, I can't believe it. They're just making fun of Hicks and small town people. They're just making fun of rural America. This shouldn't be allowed. Napoleon Dynamite is a fucking documentary of my hometown.
Oh, Letterkenny is a documentary of my hometown.
Yeah.
Which I'm not going to dox because it's actually a really small town, and you could probably figure out my real name if you... But like Napoleon Dynamite, literally there's a scene when they go and they volunteer for like the 4-H club at the chicken egg farm. If that camera had panned 2 inches to the left, my aunt's house would have been in that movie. It's right on the edge of that farm where they filmed it. Oh, that's great.
the thrift store where he buys the suit that he goes to prom in, and the convenience store where they hang out in, like that's the La Tienda Inn in Preston, Idaho. I fucking lived there when I'd visit my aunt. So it's like that's my hometown. So I totally get that. But some examples of the Canadian repartee. Two Canadians are talking in a bar. One Canadian says, "Who was that lady I saw you with last night?" "Oh, that was my wife," replies the other.
We are very boring. Yeah, we are very boring people.
What was the movie with like Dan Aykroyd and Canadian Bacon?
Drex
Yeah,
is the movie buff. I am not a movie buff at all.
It's Canadian Bacon, like where it was Stephen Wright, where he plays the Mountie and he talks about the people that are in jail for like smiling too much and paying too many taxes. And
oh, little known fact: the reason we smile so much is because our faces got frozen that way.
Yeah. A lady is shopping in a Toronto drugstore and accidentally leaves a bottle of aspirins that she bought on the counter. She gets on a bus. The minute the bus pulled away from the curb, remembers leaving her purchase behind. My aspirins, she yells. And the bus driver says, "Maybe you left them in the drugstore." Just love these. A little
maybe
Canadian
turn the
named
heat
Johnny-
down.
A little Canadian boy named Johnny Fuckerfaster is screwing a little girl under the porch of his house. His mother comes outdoors and yells for him, Johnny Fuckerfaster. "I'll be there in a minute," he says.
So yeah, apparently we don't have humor. We also don't know how to spell humor correctly.
You put an extra U in there.
Yeah, we just throw extra U's into our words for some reason. Favor, honor. Although not armor for some reason.
Really?
And major. Major is no U either.
Do you spell lieutenant like the English do?
So when we recite in Flanders Fields for Remembrance Day, well, in Canada, November 11th is Remembrance Day, not what you guys call Veterans Day or whatever.
Yeah.
But when we do in Flanders Fields, it's by Lieutenant Colonel. Sorry. Yeah, I think it was Lieutenant Colonel John McRae.
Yeah.
But nowadays it's there are police lieutenants. There are we use the American version in most common parlance. By the way, Minnesotans are honorary Canadians. You'll notice. So the Canadian accent.
Minnesota. Oh yeah, for sure, bud.
The Canadian accent, you can pick it up. None of us know how to pronounce the letter T in a sentence. We pronounce it like a D. So I'll say Minnesotan, not Minnesotan.
Yeah. Well, weirdly, here in Korea, I have two friends from Windsor, just over the river from Detroit.
Yeah.
And I was like, "Do you know this person?" And like, "Yeah, we like in winter." I'm like, he's in Korea too? And they're like, "What the fuck?" It's like I introduced two people that knew each other from Windsor here in Korea. They had no idea each other were here because it's like an awesome little thing. It just happens here.
Yeah.
Flux says, "I'm an Indian too. I'm from tribe Slapaho." Flux, you degenerate bitch. I love you.
Yeah.
And Legendary Racing, you should call them light kernels. They like that. I have no idea what that means.
So a light beer is a lesser version of a beer, right? So a light kernel would be a lesser kernel.
Okay.
So of course it's like you're not a real colonel. You're a lieutenant colonel.
I think KFC. So that's me.
Yeah.
I'm a fat degenerate fuck.
I can't say I know any colonels personally, but I do know several people in the Canadian Armed Forces.
Do you own a Baldo? And what color?
I do not. I do not. Oh, it's funny. I was actually I was talking with Dollhouse Phil.
I'm sorry.
I didn't end up going with it, but that'd be interesting to have a bunch of Phil's dolls hanging out behind me here.
If he wants to sponsor me and give me a free doll, I'll put one right the fuck behind me next to Godzilla there.
Oh, you know how to
find paying like $3,000 for a headless troll.
Yes.
They're expensive as fuck.
Canadian Blackface says what? Yeah, imagine that.
Merry Christmas from the Family, Robert Earl Keen, Best Christmas Song. I think we already did that one. I'm like intoxicated, so I can't remember what we've done and what we haven't done.
I'm getting there.
But,
This is my second glass of scotch.
Well, I'll tell you that Highland Park 12-year, the new Vikings Honor they started releasing a couple of years ago is really, really good.
Yeah, Viking Honor. Tasting notes: natural color, healthy honey sweetness, rich fruit cake, aromatic smoky peat.
I don't think that a smoky peat's got like a floral, flowery peat to it.
Yeah, my camera's not going to
It's like
focus on print that
like
small.
that heathery, flowery notes to it. That's actually pretty good. I don't have any Highland Park because I drank it all. That's how I.
It is real good. It's also really easy to get like completely wasted on because it's so smooth. It is not a harsh whiskey at all.
It's a fantastic daily sipper.
So Nick got me hooked on Lagavulin, which is a very harsh whiskey.
Oh, yeah. I like the Isla smoky, peaty things. I really like
it. It is harsh. Like, I love it. I like it. I agree. It's very good, but it is harsh. It's not something that you could take a full swig of, slosh around a little bit.
Yeah,
right?
You can't do shots of it. It's a slow sipper.
Yeah.
It's a slow sipper.
This one, you can gulp. You could gulp the whole glass.
Yeah. Well, if you want to like taste some super peaty, smoky stuff, Octomore from Bruichladdich. The Octomore.
I'll see if I can get that.
They grade the peat level from like phenols per million, like parts per million of phenol. Lagavulin and Ardbeg are right around 34 parts per million. Octomore, depending on what you get, it's like around 180, 200 parts per million. So it's like 5 or 6 times peatier than the Lagavulin or Ardbeg. Oh, it's so good.
So I consider Lagavulin to be like chewing on a pack of cigarettes. So I imagine this.
It's just like eating a piece of brisket that's been drugged through a campfire.
There you go. That sounds like a great time for any Canadian.
Well, this kind of sucks. We were expecting Jay Robine Law to take over the afternoon session, but he is totally out of commission here. It's 4:15 a.m. Korea time. I got to go to sleep, and he's not here to pick up the slack. So I think I'm just gonna have to bail on the damn stream.
Someone said Bronca was streaming.
Yeah, and then Bronca's invited me, so like I got to bail on this for a bit and figure out what's going on, and then hopefully get an hour of sleep on a Monday. Not a great way to start my Monday, but Jay Robine Law has not fulfilled his obligations to take over the stream at lunch, and we're doing pretty good. And fuck the court for lying to us and saying, "Oh, let's just take a couple minutes break from the jury and then just go straight into lunch, you dicks." But producer Tim, what is on your personal horizon in the near future?
Well, I got to get through with this exam season first of all. Now, the way we do our
when
law
does
courses,
vacation start?
The 15th of December. So I'll be traveling back to Calgary. That's where my
10
home
days.
is. Yeah, it's not too bad. But once I survive exam season, then we go into the summer hiring season. So I'll be looking for my first. Did you have any advice looking for your first 1L job, summer job?
Anybody that wants to pay you anything, don't do this free intern bullshit.
Okay.
Get money for what you're offered.
Yeah.
Don't say, "I'll be happy to shine your boots, sir. I'll polish your knob for free." Don't do that bullshit.
I think that's a stereotype. I don't think that's
get fucking paid for it.
Yeah, for sure. I haven't seen any unpaid. I think they're actually illegal here in Canada. Unpaid internships.
Good for you, Canada.
The one good thing we did, because trust me, we do a lot of terrible things. But it's funny.
Siesta.
Canada is about a 4 to 5 year bellwether of what America's going to do.
Like before, like advance of okay.
Yep, 4 to 5 years before you guys do it, we do it. So, Trump brought in bump stock bans after Las Vegas, right? You guys are going to be bringing in capacity limits, and it's going to go to the Supreme Court, and you better hope to God that the Supreme Court's not cucked. Now, to their credit, of course, it was lost in a whole Roe v. Wade, right? What was it? What the hell was the case that overturned Roe v. Wade? Jackson.
I have way too much alcohol in me to remember
Okay.
anything important.
To remember
But yeah,
citations.
The case of 2 months ago.
Yeah, but anyways, at the same time, they also released a decision overturning New York State's permit laws for concealed carry. Concealed carry, stating that, reaffirming the Second Amendment, putting up a permit process that requires you to give some sort of justification for concealed carry is a violation of the Second Amendment. So that was good to see from the U.S. court, from SCOTUS. I'm hoping that they can keep that energy when the capacity limits come in, because that's where you're going next. That's exactly where you're going next. Give it 5 years. If the Democrats win the next presidency, capacity limits will be a thing.
I hope. I'm not Republican or Democrat. I'm solid libertarian. But that nightmare, that's a nightmare scenario right there.
Yeah.
D what says, thanks for the content. You're based. I don't know who you're talking to, but I hope you're talking to Tim and me both, because we're both based AF. And AA Ron says, Bruin case.
That would be the case that overturned.
No, yeah, okay. Okay, whatever you say, I don't know.
I think the Calgary courts have intern jobs, judicial clerks. Yeah, actually, someone recommended I get in with legal aid. If I want to do criminal law, legal aid, because they do pay. Not the best. They're not going to pay like as much as, say, Denton's or Osler or Norton.
Whatever the Canadian equivalent is of the public defender's office. Even if they do say don't pay, I would take it, because you are going to get more trial experience as a law student than most people get in decades or their entire career.
And I want to do crims, so that's the right position for me.
Well, that was me. I either wanted to get in with the Salt Lake City Public Defender's Office or do international law. And in Utah, you could do what they call a third-year practice rule, where when you're a third-year law school student, you can still practice law either at the civil level or the criminal level if you're overseen by a licensed lawyer. And I did it at the Public Defender's Office. And as a third-year law student, I was still trying cases and doing all these things. And I got more experience from that in just a year of law school than many litigators will have in an entire career, because 15, 20 cases at any given time. And that's fantastic.
So
they offered me a job here in Korea first, so I took it.
So for Alberta, to be barred in Alberta, I don't think there's a bar exam per se. There's a bar course you have to take, of which an exam is a component, but it's not, it's not passer. It's not like if you fail, you're not going to get admitted to the bar. It's a bit more nuanced than that. But of course, you have the number of hours that you have to put in as a law student or a student of law before you can get admitted to the bar. So my law school actually has a program with the Public Defender's Office here in the city to send their law students downtown, and under the supervision of a trial lawyer, assist underprivileged, poor people who can't afford a lawyer, to provide them assistance through the either criminal court or family court.
Get involved in that. That will give you the experience.
And it counts. Those hours count.
Yeah. Get involved with that. Whatever it takes to get involved with that. And I mean, I'm just some lame guy sitting here in Korea, but if you need a letter of recommendation or anything, if it's anything I can do to boost you down that road, I would be more than happy to write you a fucking glowing letter of recommendation. Whatever it takes to get you in there. If there's anything I can do, I will do it for you to help you get into that program.
Well, I appreciate that very much. And thanks for having me on the show, Jeff. If I can do one last plug for my channel.
Plug the fuck out of your channel.
So in separating myself from Drexel's content, I started doing my own thing now. So I have a channel called Lost in Law. The spelling is underneath my face here in my name, LAWST in law. Because, us lawyers are really good at coming up with very punny names for everything, right?
Yeah.
So
legal vices.
Yep. So Lost in Law is my channel. I just started it a couple of months ago, and anytime I find a case in my studies that I'm really interested in learning more about, I research it. I talk about it. It's about 20-minute short videos. I looked at the Balfour cases when it comes to contracts, right? Are promises to your kids valid legal contracts? So when you say, hey, I promise to take you to the store tomorrow, did you create a contract? So,
Mommy, you have a binding contract.
So yeah, the answer to that question is in fact no, and you can cite Balfour v. Balfour, a case, a very old case from the English High Court, to back up that assertion. But you know, it's I always tackle fun legal
Lost
stuff.
in Law. Just go to Lost in Law and subscribe and like to absolutely everything he has uploaded there. I've already subscribed. Get him. Are you monetized yet on that channel?
No, so I've only got I think less than 50 subscribers, so I'm getting there.
What? Less than 50
I'm working on the road.
We've got 517 concurrent viewers. Literally every one of you fucking degenerates that are still sitting here listening to this bullshit, go over there to Lost LAWST in Law and subscribe to him. Give him 500 viewers right fucking now, you degenerate people.
And of course, the last video I just published was on the concept of willful blindness when convicting people of criminal conduct. So willful blindness substitutes for actual knowledge. So crimes that require actual knowledge, such as possession of narcotics. There's a couple of cyber crimes that require actual knowledge. And then there's, sexual assault requires the knowledge that you didn't have consent. So if you have the mistake of belief or you were reckless, those are not standards that you meet in order to be criminally liable.
Or as my favorite evidence professor said, if you think you're raping a woman and she's dead, do you really have the proper mens rea to convict that, to commit that crime? You thought she was alive, but she wasn't.
Oh, I'd have to do a video on that. Now,
that was an actual case. Two Navy guys like picked up this woman from somewhere and put her in the back of a taxi, and she actually died on the taxi ride to wherever the hell they were going. And they did things to her in the taxi while she was dead, and they weren't aware of that situation. So did they have the mens rea? Did they have the proper mens rea to commit a crime because she was no longer with us? The law is fucking degenerate. It's hilarious.
I think it would. Oh God, because there are very few crimes that you can be convicted for in Canada have the reckless standard. So, of course, recklessness is the standard of you were aware of a risk and proceeded despite that risk, but perhaps any particular outcome was not fully intended on your part.
Exactly.
So that's the standard of recklessness. Now, recklessness is constitutionally the invalid standard for most serious crimes of moral culpitude, whatever they call it in law. But
this is the standard for mens rea.
What do you got?
I think I can prove to a judge that both of these men had the mens rea.
What the hell is a mens rea?
It's a legal term the lawyers use. It just means the intention to commit a crime.
Okay, come on, let's go.
Mens rea?
Put the cuffs on him.
How could we have gotten mens rea? We take blood? Can you do it without taking blood? We both use condoms. How is this possible? I want to see a doctor. Can I have an independent blood test?
Money!
I feel sick.
What are you doing?
Mens rea! Oh! Oh! My God! No!
I just love that clip.
What movie is that from?
That is from a movie called See No Evil, Hear No Evil, where Richard Pryor plays a blind guy, and Gene Wilder plays a deaf guy, and they get accused of murder, and it's just hijinks ensue.
Okay.
So he doesn't hear the explanation of mens rea, where Richard Pryor's like, "Oh, okay, I heard it," but he doesn't have any sight. So that's a great show. That's one of my favorite things.
willful blindness in Canada is mirrored by the Ninth Circuit in the U.S. under the term deliberate ignorance. So, generally speaking, ignorance of the law is not an excuse. However, ignorance to the knowledge of what you were doing can be an excuse. So, for example, and this commonly applies to trafficking. So, if someone hands you a bag and they say, "Don't look in the bag," bring it over the border. My friend will pick it up when you get over the border, and you say, "Okay." So, of course, customs searches your car and they find a bag of coke, and you're like, "Well, I didn't commit a crime. I didn't know it was coke." So, willful blindness is the legal concept that covers that loophole that says that under suspicious circumstances, you deliberately avoided further inquiry when it was reasonable to do so in order to blind yourself from being culpable for the crime. So it's there's a small loophole that says if you didn't know it was cocaine, you can't be charged with trafficking. Now, if you're
that
handed,
like reminds me, there's like a weird section of land in southwestern Wyoming, very close to my hometown, that is, it's neither Indian land, nor is it federal land, nor is it state land. It's like this tiny little section where, like, literally, if you committed murder in there, you're kind of sort of off scot-free because there's
Yeah,
no
I doubt
law
it.
that applies to you in this tiny section of land. And that's like a huge issue in like legal theory circles. Like, if you off
Yeah.
someone in that section of land, whose law applies? It's kind of a fun little situation.
Yeah, there are always little quirks of law like that. Now, if you're thinking to yourself, "Oh, well, if I need to kill someone, I should go to that piece of land," don't do that. Don't do that,
seriously,
because
don't do it.
first of all, you won't get away with it. They will. So what I've learned in one semester of doing law school is that when a judge thinks you're guilty, they will invent the justification for doing so.
Yeah.
Right? When the Supreme Court says, "Oh no, you're guilty. We're going to put you away for something," they will literally invent new legal terms to make you guilty. So they will just invent the concept of, well, if you committed a crime that was a crime in this state, but it wasn't in this state, but no other law covers you, but it would have been a crime if you had committed it in this state, then we'll apply this state's laws to you.
Yeah. And it is, I mean, the sun is not where you want to get all of your
zone of death.
Yeah, this not like where you want to get all your legal information from, but it's kind of fascinating.
Yeah, a drunk law student and a drunk lawyer.
There's one place in America where you could legally get away with murder. An incredible loophole has created a black hole in a small section of the Yellowstone National Park. But it's really fascinating. It's like you found a forgotten constitutional provision combined with an obscure statute makes it possible for people in the know to commit crimes with impunity. It's because this is a really fascinating section of law. And this is what happens when you just kind of get people making laws and they don't talk to each other, and you create these bodies of law that other people don't recognize, and then you're just kind of in this legal limbo. But
so there is,
as
something
producer
similar.
Tim says, don't commit murder anywhere.
Yeah, don't. There is something similar too. So you're familiar with the concept of Indian reservations, right?
Yeah.
So
we have bunches of them in Utah.
Now,
Utes, Shoshone, Hopi, Navajo. Yeah.
Now, Canada's all of our criminal law is federal. So a crime in one province is a crime in every province. Now, the jurisdiction for policing falls to the province, and the province can decide to then subcontract policing back to the federal police force, which is our RCMP. So that's what Alberta and Saskatchewan do. Ontario and Quebec have their own provincial police forces. Now, Indian land is exclusively federal jurisdiction.
Okay.
So there is this interesting thing where if a police chase starts in the province of Ontario, they can pursue you into an Indian reserve, but there's a lot of messy legal consequences if they effect the arrest on Indian land with a provincial police force. Now, of course, the Ontario Court of Appeals recognizes exigent circumstances, right? If it's a police chase in progress, a crime in progress, right?
Sure.
They've recognized that authority, but there's a lot of extra legal loopholes you got to go through. And being arrested on Indian land also has ramifications for sentencing. So, and if you happen to be part native, that adds further ramifications for sentencing, called the Gladue
additional
principle.
protections?
Yeah. So,
Cool.
in Canada, we have what's called the Gladue principle. Indigenous people who commit crimes can be sentenced to their community, of which they originate from. So in Canada, we have this ID system called a status card, which identifies your home reserve. And if you commit a crime, even if it's not on the reserve, you can be sentenced to your home reserve for remedial purposes. Now, there are some crimes this don't apply to, right? Gun crimes, murders, right? Very serious crimes. But a lot of the crimes that you come across every day, drugs, trafficking, possession, right? Simple assaults, battery. Those crimes can, in lieu of prison, you can be released into your Indigenous community under the supervision of your elders. So, there's so many different facets of law that take place as soon as you step across the boundary into an Indian reserve. One of them is if a warrant is served for your arrest, the OPP cannot conduct that arrest without the presence of the Native police force. Now, several Native bands in Ontario banded together and created this kind of umbrella Native police force called the Anishinaabe. I believe I pronounced that correctly. Someone can fact check that one for me if they want. But the OPP cannot arrest someone on Indian land, even if they have a bench warrant, without the presence of the Anishinaabe police.
Sounds fair.
Now, of course, the
being
exception
sovereign territory and whatnot.
Yeah, except that it's not. Natives can't own land inside Native reserves. The way our Constitution was set up.
Okay.
The way our Constitution was set up and the Indian Act was set up, it is we are wards of the government. And the land that we occupy is also their ward. So we can't buy houses on Native land.
Well, so that's almost the opposite of the U.S. situation where it's just, this is sovereign territory and we can do whatever the fuck we want and the U.S. government can go fuck themselves.
Tony's got a great question. So, of course, cities have their own, right? Cities in the U.S., counties have their own police force. But think of like the MPD, right, from the Minneapolis, St. Paul. So Tony asked if Calgary police, the city police, can chase someone onto Sutina. So exigent circumstances would say, yes, a crime in progress, fleeing from police, right? Which is in Canada, we don't use felony and misdemeanor. We use indictable and summary, but they're kind of roughly translated between the two. Indictable is the equivalent of felony and misdemeanor is the equivalent of summary. So a flight from police is a indictable offense. Crime in progress, right? You can absolutely chase onto a reserve as the city police. However, there is a provision that the city police should notify. So Calgary Dispatch should be able to notify the Sutina Dispatch that a chase has occurred into their land so that, if when reasonable, Sutina police can then join the chase. And then, of course,
that makes sense.
You're outside of the city of Calgary, so that's RCMP jurisdiction for the province of Alberta. And so they would
sounds fair to me. I mean,
it's like
similar to what we have in the U.S. I mean,
it's like chasing over straight lines or county lines, right? Like if you start a police chase in one county, it goes over county lines. The other county will take over the chase, but it's not like all the previous county police cars just back off and stop at the county line.
Yeah,
that would be ridiculous.
Yeah.
And then, of course, you'll have
like
state
the
troopers.
Hot pursuit doctrine.
Yeah. Then, of course, you have like state troopers and all the the U.S. has so many different layers of police that even I definitely get lost in how many different layers of police you have, right? Between state troopers, highway patrol, city police, county police.
Yeah, exactly.
Mall cops.
D what says, thanks for the content. You're based. Tim is based as fuck.
I think you covered that one.
Yeah. I did.
You did these two already.
Again. And Bruin case, I did it again. So yeah, twofers because I'm liquored up. But it is now 4:37 a.m. The court is coming back in session. I can't do any more of this shit. And J. Robine Law has left me. He's abandoned me. Fuck him. If you want to watch this trial, you're gonna have to go to Law and Crime or Court TV and figure out what's going
cucking
on
crime.
because because it's 40:38 a.m. here and I'm going to sleep. We had producer Tim here, which is awesome, and I'm honored to have you here, sir. And congratulations in going to law school and doing the law thing.
Woo woo, and
Make
please,
sure
the
you
honor
go
was
to-
all mine. Thank you. Thank you for
Right
having me.
here, Lost, LAWST in Law. Search for that on YouTube and subscribe to him and like everything he's absolutely ever done. He is the producer. He's the guy that keeps Drex in check. He is the Drexmeister himself.
No one keeps Drex in check. Absolutely no one.
But, well, thanks for being here, Tim. I'm gonna go to sleep now, I think.
All right. Yeah, I'll hop out, let you do your outro or whatever.
Well, right here, it's pretty simple. Like for all of you mods that have stayed here with me for the last 7 hours, you guys are weird. Congratulations and thank you for helping me out here. What's going to happen now is I'm going to end my stream, and that should dump you straight into the Law of Self-Defense, Andrew Branca, who is doing a completely different trial. If you want to stick with the Ortiz trial, go to Law and Crime and search for their Ortiz trial. If you want to figure out what law of self-defense is doing, go over there. This should transfer you over there. Tell them Legal Vices sent you, and hopefully we'll see you there soon. Take care, guys. Everyone, enjoy this. We're going to end the broadcast now. Enjoy your legal vices. We'll catch you tomorrow for more of the Ortiz trial. Bye now.